Yo, 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 good morning, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday. It is Tuesday today. How is everybody doing today? I am all by my lonesome. I don't know if Will is still asleep. We will see. We will see if Will is going to arrive at any time soon. Anyway, in the meantime, you've got myself to keep you guys company. I think I'm going to put some music on. Let's do some music. What are we doing? What's this? Let's hear this. Yeah, that's good. That's good. You guys should let me know if this is loud enough or if it's too loud. Anyway, in first off this morning, we have Yawad Khan saying, welcome, guys. And then wavies. And then we are 5ers. Here we go. We are 5ers. We've got Louis in first thing this morning as well, saying good morning, team. Good morning to you, Louis. Dude, I didn't see you yesterday. Were you in yesterday? I don't know. Life Changer Grow With Me. Hello. You're new. Good morning. Welcome to the 5er stream. We've got Azrael Trades in this morning as well with good morning, guys. Good morning to you. We've got Samuel. Good morning, Samuel. Hey. We've got Theola Peterson as well going good morning, everyone. Good morning to you as well. Good morning to everybody joining us here today, Tuesday. It is a very lovely, sunny but windy Tuesday morning here in South Africa, where I live. Tell me where you guys are from, if you haven't already, and then tell me what your weather's like, because that's a thing that people talk about, the weather. Samuel asking, do I get rewards from the stream? The only reward you're going to get is our admiration. First and foremost, and secondly, you get to learn something, and you also get to be entertained by some banter. If I had someone to banter with, don't have anybody to banter with today, so I'm pretty sure Will fell asleep. He overslept. Anyway, we've got Charles in as well. Hi, Richard. Good morning to you, Charles. We've got Philip. Good morning, Rich. Doing good here in Nairobi, Kenya. Awesome, dude. I love it. I love it when all of my African brothers rock up in solidarity for Africa and join us here in the live stream. I love that. We've got Kumar. Good morning to you, sir. We've got Brat Trades. Brat Trades. Oh, dude, cool name. Hey, Richard, is it possible to receive a payout with a different card of purchase? No, it is not. Unfortunately, you need to have the payout go to the card that you used to pay. Unless you have changed, let's say for argument's sake, you've had your credit card, you used your credit card, and your credit card has expired. What you then need to do is you then go into the hub and you request your details to be changed, and then you update the card, and then you should be able to have that payment go back to that card. So, contact support. There's two ways you can contact them. You can contact them via the hub. Bottom right-hand corner of the hub screen, there is a little chat box. You can ask them there to, to assist you, or you can reach out to help@the5ers.com, and they should be able to help you there as well. Not yesterday, mate. Yeah, Louis, we missed you. We didn't see you around. We've got Real Artes Diaz, or Real Tes Diaz. I'm just going to call you Diaz. Argentina presente. Well, thank you very much for being here from Argentina. We appreciate you. Private is truly global. Like, we're all over the place. KD's Trades is saying, good morning, trading eval right now. Well, there's a lot of people that are trading evals, so you don't have to be funded just yet. You can work your way towards being funded, which is good. It's good. We've got MGN, my good old brother, literal brother. Good morning, MGN. How are you this morning? We've got Charlene Brandt. I'm assuming. Oh, no, from Germany. Okay. Hi, all. It's my first time here, and I am from Germany. Well, guten Tag. Good morning. Welcome. KD's Trades is all the way from New Zealand. Dude, like, what time is it there by you? Like, I know Australia, it's currently like 6 o'clock at night, and New Zealand must be like way later. You're probably in, I don't know, like 8 o'clock? Tell us what time is it in New Zealand? And in which portion of New Zealand you are. I have some friends that live in New Zealand, but I think they're in Auckland. Not sure. Taiki, top of the morning. Rich, top of the morning to you, my friend, as well. Welcome in. Brighton is good morning from Zim. Good morning from you, my friend. Good morning. We've got Zach saying, good morning from India. I love that you've removed the mandatory stop loss from eval. Also, I still don't know if there's a minimum holding time for trades on evals. No, there is no minimum holding time for trades. We just want you to ensure that you give the trade some time to kind of like play out. So we don't want tick trading, meaning you have one tick open close, one tick open close. We don't want that. But there's no minimum holding time, at least in that regard. Theola, watching from South Africa, the sun is shining, but it's freezing indoors. We've got rain coming for the next 2 days. Yes, the Drakensberg, which is a mountainous range here in South Africa between the coast and the escarpment, is getting some snow. We're heading towards winter now, so it's going to be a nice brisk. I think the snow was either going to be today or yesterday. I can't remember which day, but we're gonna have some schneer. Oh, can you believe it? We have a little sleeping donkey.
Well, hello there.
Woken up.
Oh, mate, honestly, have you seen what I've sent you?
No. I think you literally just sent it. I'll quickly.
Oh man, what an absolute faff.
Let's see what you sent.
Yeah, I haven't even managed to make myself a bloody coffee. What an absolute faff. Literally nothing was working.
And now it's working. Well, go and make yourself a coffee and then get back. I'm just saying hello to everybody.
Everything. Absolute nightmare.
Ah, dude, it's not that bad. Go make yourself a coffee. I'm going to say hello to everybody and then we'll carry on. Yeah.
2 minutes.
Samuel is saying, I thought the stream has, like, we get account giveaways in the spin. Also, I got a question I've been waiting to ask. When will the 100% coupon be released again for the 5ers bootcamp? You need it. So, in terms of giveaways, we have giveaways from time to time. So, we just had a Discord month, basically, which was a whole month dedicated to our Discord. So we had a bunch of Discord exclusive giveaways, basically. Now that is over, we are going to get back to doing other giveaways, like for argument's sake on the live stream again. But we're going to do them a little bit different. We're not going to just do a spin. We're going to do some trivia. So on a day like, let's say hypothetically, I'm not saying on Thursday, but a day like Thursday, if Thursday ended up being a little bit quiet, myself and LJ and Will probably hold a trivia day. And then the top 3 is going to get some giveaways. And then if you had a giveaway or if you've won a giveaway, whether it's accounts or hub credits or whatever, the next time we have it, even if you are in the top 3, you're not going to get a prize. We will then take the follow-up 3. So just need to take that into consideration. You can be as good as you are, but we want to give everybody else an opportunity as well to potentially win an account. So there's going to be no giveaways today. So I'm just going to say that straight up, just so that you are aware. There's no giveaways today, but there will be giveaways very soon. Charles saying, welcome from Tanzania. Welcome. Dude, I love it. I love it that there's so many like African countries watching us. I love it. It's awesome. My ego, my style. Nice to see I'm not the only Kenyan here. Yeah, dude, there's a lot of African people that are joining us. Margaret, all the way from Rwanda, good morning to you. We've got Unbiased Trader, good morning all, and Richard. Spio, hey. We have Daniel Bartel, also good morning, guys. And then Brad Trades, I'm from Joburg. Nice. You're about an hour and a half away from me. That's pretty cool. All right, that's pretty much. Let's see if there's anybody that is extra. What do you think about the 2.5 account? Can you scale it? First and foremost, yes, you can scale it. Every single account that we have is scalable. What do I think of the account? I think that it is a cheap, easy way to get yourself into prop trading, to experience prop trading, to experience what the 5ers has to offer, its conditions, the trading and all of that stuff, the platform, it is a great way and a very cheap way for you to experience that. And the nice thing is, if you buy a 2.5K account, which is what, like $22, if you do pay, you get a payout and you start scaling, you can scale that all the way to 300,000, which is a lot. And that $22 that you're paying, you're going to more than make up for, for that with your first payout. Because I think your first minimum payout needs to be $150. So you'll more than make up for that. So I think it's a great account. I think it is a nice dip your toe into prop trading without putting a bunch of money down. I mean, anybody can go and buy themselves a 100K account, or they can buy themselves a 40K hypergrowth. Those are the two most expensive accounts that we have, which is like $500 to $800. So $22 versus that, I think it's an easy way. So long as you show that you are willing to be disciplined and that you're willing to learn and, take it seriously, that $22 is going to turn into an investment for yourself, which is great. Khalid Ahmed saying, hi Richard, any updates regarding the payout delay process? When will the payouts be fast as it was in the past? So if you were a part of last week Thursday's Discord Q&A with the CEO and the Managing Director Nora, then you would have heard Sol talk about the exact reason as well as what they were going to be doing about the delays. The delays is not from the 5ers, it's from one of our payout providers. So the 5ers pays the payout provider pays everybody else, or at least the people that are part of it. So the payout provider is the one that had the delays. So the Sol, the CEO, he has addressed that it would be very soon. There's just a backlog now of everybody that had payments in lieu and waiting, and now they're just going through that backlog to get everybody paid. But yeah, that should be sorted out very soon. Q or Kneek, I don't know. Are you a founder of the 5ers? No, I am not. The founder of the 5ers is a very lovely gentleman called Ben Gilher. He is the founder. You probably, if you haven't seen him recently, you probably saw him on our 2026 10-year anniversary event. He gave a speech, Mr. Gil Ben-Hur, and then you have the CEO, which is Sol, and then you have managing directors, which is Nora. And then obviously there's many sides to the 5ers. There's a legal side, there's a branding side, there's a marketing side, and so on and so forth. There's a bit of everything.
Yes.
Okay, so for anybody asking about payout issues, the best thing for you to do is to reach out to the chat, or not to chat, to the support. Reach out to support either via the hub or via the help@the5ers.com. I cannot assist you, nor can Will, or any of the hosts assist you with payout queries. We can just direct you to the right people to go and assist you there.
Exactly.
How can I enter the 5ers Discord? Very simple. All you need to do is be registered with the 5ers and have purchased a 5ers evaluation account at some point in your life. You get lifetime access to Discord. Once you've purchased one, it can be the cheapest account. Like I said, a $19 5K bootcamp. You can get that. And, well, in this case, it's a 20K bootcamp because it starts off at 5, then 10, then 15. Anyway, you get the point. You can buy the cheapest evaluation account, and then you'll get access to join the Discord. And the Discord in of itself, it's its own community. It's its own ecosystem, basically. There's a bunch of stuff that happens there. I don't think that there's a better Discord community out there. I haven't been to all of them, but it doesn't matter. I full-heartedly believe, or wholeheartedly, maybe foolishly so as well, believe that the Discord is the best. Well,
She's the best.
yeah. All right, if I haven't gotten to your comment just yet, give me some time. Will and I are going to look at the markets a little bit, have a little bit of a chat, and then we'll get to your questions. If there's any queries, I'm going to star your question, and then we can bring them up a little bit later. In Hawke's Bay, about 6 hours from Auckland. Okay, so wow, that's quite a distance. It's 8 p.m. Yeah, I thought there was like a 2-hour difference between yourself and Brisbane because LJ's in Brisbane. LJ should be here in about 45 minutes or so, and then you guys can have a little chatty chat about it.
Yes. How are you, mate? What's the news?
Dude, not too shabby. Not too shabby. Woke up this morning. Did not go to the gym. I am taking a rest day today. I will be going tomorrow. I seem to have, I wouldn't say injured, but I have a little nagging complaint with my right forearm.
Nice.
Struggling to grip. I'm struggling to grip things and to lift things with my hand. So I'm just going to give it a rest day, and then we'll try again tomorrow and see how I feel. It's a little
give it a rest. Give it a rest.
Little annoying.
Give it a rest and just give it a massage or something. Get the wife to just like get both of her thumbs and just push through it.
Yeah, so I do my own like massaging. So I try and press the muscle to see where it is and feel if there's any knots or anything like that. And then I also have something called Transact on, which is I don't know if you have these kind of like things, but it's I don't know, it's like a pad that you can put on that sticks. And then it helps by sending some anti-inflammatory stuff into your body.
No, I've not heard of that. Yeah, no, I've not heard. No, I mean, you had a rest day today as well, so hopped in the shower. I'm going to have a haircut today because my hair's too long. And then, yeah, it's been a pretty chill morning.
Dude, what are you talking about your hair is too long? Have you seen mine?
Yeah, fair. Yeah. Your hair is pretty long, to be fair. You need a haircut, bro.
I'm actually thinking of growing my hair out.
Are you? Like,
yeah,
your brother's length, or?
No. 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 It's just a little bit, and then I have some stuff that I want to try with my hair. Obviously, I'm gonna be coloring my hair as like platinum, basically.
Yeah.
So we'll see my head like blend into the background at some point.
It look like a silver fox, mate.
Yeah. I'm from Pakistan, currently funded with 100k high stakes, but in some drawdown. Dude, drawdown is normal. It's a normal thing, but congratulations on being a funder trader.
Yeah.
Just try and replicate what you did when you were in your evaluation phase, and try not to be too hard on yourself. If you take a loss, you take a loss. It's one of those things. Just try and work your way again through good processes, good practices, and if you feel like you are not in the right mindset, consider taking a step away. You have 30 days basically for every account where you don't need to trade. So just you can have a minimum lot size trade entered, and then your minimum days will, or the, what do you call those days again? Not forgotten. The 30-day activity. There we go. The activity.
Right. Yeah, your minimum, your maximum inactivity days.
Yes. So you have 30 inactivity days that you can not trade at all, and then you can put in a minimum lot one, and then it will reset. So the nice thing is then if you are struggling with psychology or whatnot, then you can sit back and you can work on your psychology a little bit and not have to worry about the account itself. All right. Yeah, let's get into the market.
Let's get down to business. Got no time. What is this? Must be a circus in town. Anyway. Euro, pound, all pretty bullish at the moment. Gold is looking kind of bullish. I think I want to be buying this. Depends what happens next. We've put in a lower high. I kind of wanted to see this. Kind of wanted to see this close above this zone here, because then we would have had gold. Gold. So we would have had high, low, higher, low, and then potentially look at higher low, and then a continuation higher. We haven't seemed to have gotten that. We seem to have actually quite the opposite. We seem to have this higher high here, higher high, sweep of the high, lower high, higher low, lower low, pull back. So now we're in that sort of medium stage of this range here. So for confirmation up, I need to see a break and close above, pull back, continue. And then for that sort of break, confirmation to the downside, I need a break and close under this zone, pull back, continue. So gold, I'm in the middle of nowhere at the moment. Kind of wanted to be buying this a little bit earlier, but it just doesn't seem like it's going to play out that way right now when it comes to validation. Euro looks okay. I haven't looked at the news that we've got coming out yet, so I haven't quite been able to identify what's coming out. Go away. There we go. However, we are clearly in this downwards trend throughout yesterday and today. And again, it's not hard to identify that. You literally just put a trend line, go from top to bottom, and if you put a ball on the top and you find it rolls down, you're in a downtrend. So hello, personal crypto trader or trader crypto.
I don't remember if I brought their hellos up, but
I see.
Hello to everybody that I haven't.
No goof. Anyway, like I was saying, so we have swept Asia high. So if we get some form of continuation to the downside, like some form of consolidation, break, close, pullback, continuation lower, then there could be some sell opportunities. However, it seems like price wants to be shifting to the upside. We came down beautifully into this area here, and then we've just started channeling up ever so slightly, breaking above high, potentially coming up and chasing this high here, but we've also got this consolidation range here. That was awful. Let me try that again. Let me get a box up. We've also got this consolidation range here. So perhaps we're going to try and head up to there. If I move up onto the hourly, could a pullback before continuation lower be valid? Potentially. I want to see sells because, like I said, we are clearly in that downtrend.
On gold, on euro.
On euro. However, we seem to be channeling to the upside quite confidently. And if I wanted to sell this, I couldn't find an area where I wanted to sell from unless we were to completely consolidate, break and close, and then continue.
We are bullish on EU, on the 5 minute at least.
On the 5, yeah. The minute you start going a bit higher than the 5, you start questioning it's, it would be a counter trend trade.
On the hourly, it is having a little bit more bullish movement on the hourly. I mean, if you go to the hourly and you zoom out a little bit and you look at, what was this? Thursday, last week? That low. And then the high of the 27th, which was Monday. You've broken that high of Monday with Friday's price action.
Yeah.
And Thursday's low was the most recent low apart from today's low. So if we do start picking up from here, if we do, then there is a potential for us to maybe come and test again, I don't know, somewhere around 17.67? 17.67 to 17.85?
Okay, yeah, fit that high up. I'd like to see what happens around this zone here. Because like I said, we came beautifully into this zone, We came into that area absolutely perfectly. Which, like you mentioned, was the low from Thursday. And we've reacted off it, which is nice to see. Like I said, and that's probably one of the only reasons I could see this being that continuation pattern bullish.
And then we do have a area of interest around 1720 to 1716, which was Friday's low that got broken through yesterday and then rejected off of during the New York session. So so a very nice area that we could potentially come and retest now if we continue bullish. However, it does look like it's slowing.
Well, that's what I mean. What would and that's what I was thinking. What would I want to see if I was to see sells on EU? What would I need to see for that confirmation? And I can't think of anything. Like I said, I think it would have to be some form of consolidation, break and close, pullback, continuation, pullback, or break and close, pullback, close below again, pullback, continuation for the confirmation.
Yeah.
Lot of Asians.
A lot of them. So many. Gold is doing the same thing as what EU and GU are doing. Well, GU is more bullish, if I just remove this.
Gold I want to be bullish.
So you had the low of yesterday. Come now. There we go. You had the low of yesterday, which we've missed. But if you take that this is a 5-minute outside bar engulfing, so from there to there, you've reacted off of that area nicely. So you attempted over here to break through and then actually almost equaled that high point over there. Reacted again, strong volumetric reaction, and you have since then broken the highs of the day, which were the highs at that point. So this move down here has resulted in you breaking the whole day's high point. So GU to me is definitely more bullish when compared to EU, because EU, we swept the previous day's lows. That is a horrible drawing. We've swept the previous day's lows, and only after sweeping it did we try and react again, and then took the highs of the day so far. So even though this was all consolidative, this does look like it wants to break out. However, I'm not the biggest fan of this reaction here, because that is
it sort of holds, flows up at the top.
Yeah, whereas if you look at GU, you've broken quite well. You've only wicked it still, but in general, you still have this upward channel. I think GU, I think GU is way more bullish than EU is right now. EU to me is, I don't know. I feel like we can potentially come back up here to that area that I was talking about yesterday, where we broke through, retested again.
Don't forget as well, we have got an area of interest for GU around 35.65.7.
35.65.7.
Yeah, that's sort of that consolidation area.
Oh yeah. So you're taking this whole section here. Yeah, we can definitely come and test that. But the reason why I'm saying like it's definitely better for me is even if you pull a trend all the way from the high of, what was this, of Friday, and you do that, you've already broken through. So you are moving below this trend, and then you slowed down significantly down here. You made a low and then basically two equal lows, and then you're starting to break higher. So funny thing is, we can potentially come back to retest and then start pushing up again if we wanted GU bullish movements. But this already to me is quite bullish. I mean, you know how I like to trade. So I take an established area. So in this case, we take the high of the day, which was this whole section here, which was the establishment. We've had a breakthrough and a retest. So there's the break. There's the retest.
Yeah.
So a trade on that closure of that candle aiming for up over here. Not that I trade GU and EU anymore, but you get the idea. And then looking for a stop loss that is decent enough, something like that, or maybe even slightly below. But I would definitely have it below this candle here, because that was the strongest attempt
It's like
to
the
try and
break
push break.
candle. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would definitely have it. So there plus a little bit. So that's 7. Let's say 2 pips. So let's make it 8, 9.3, something like that. That's what I would have been looking for. So established area, a break, a retest, continuation.
Yeah, I don't hate that idea. I mean, I don't know if the trade is pulled back enough for me to have that sort of continuation button.
No, I mean fair.
But I do
the only reason.
Yeah, no, I get why you'd have entered that trade. Like, that does look a nice trade. It's an aesthetically pleasing trade. Like, you can look at that and be like, yeah, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, that's what I would have done in that moment if I was paying attention to pound, but I wasn't. Like,
Yeah,
on
yeah,
on EU, it's a little bit different. Like, you have
Even I
this.
don't like.
You have this slight upward pull now, but if you looked at how it wasn't the most flat price action, because you are making lower lows and lower highs on your way down. Whereas with GU, I don't think you did. You did. Lower low, lower low, lower high, lower high.
Yeah, ever so slightly, though. It was like slowly channeling down.
Yeah. Where you have the same price action, it's just I did not like the break that we had all the way over here. You didn't have a break and retest of the highs of Tokyo. Yeah. So EU a little bit more flat than GU, in my opinion. And I'm also not a fan of the fact that we broke through and did not like have a crazy strong reaction on that. Whereas GU, you respected previous day's low, and then had a strong reaction off of that respect. Oof.
Yeah, so, dude, I'm just looking at gold now, and you've got that attempt to still push up. But now we're not having a 3-wick rejection, we're having like a 5-wick rejection.
Dude, look at UJ.
Oh, wow. What is that? Talk about identical price, though. Talk about price repeating itself.
Okay, obviously this was that news event where they spoke about if things keep going the way that it's going to go, they're going to need to intervene. This led to a massive sell-off. If you consider from there down to there, that was 3.22%. So that's quite a lot. That's a match from 160.72 all the way to 155, which does feel like intervention. Anyway, very slow during New York then, an attempt at a buy up during the next day on Friday, and then massive sell-off yet again, just wicked lower than that 155.57 down to 55.40 or 55.50-ish. Again, flat, tried to buy up, did not even break this high point of Friday, tried to go back down, again back into this area. Me, myself, and I'm not touching UJ with a 10-foot pole, mate.
No,
I'm not participating in this.
No. If you can somehow manage to find tradable price action okay, I know you're on the 1 hour, to be fair.
Yeah, this is just the 1 hour. I mean,
Yeah,
but
so
what is the range?
You could move down, to be fair. But if you can find tradable price action in that...
22 pips, mate.
Bravo. A, it's flat as a pancake. And B, we've got those absolute dip, pullback, mitigation, and then back into flat as a pancake.
Yeah, I don't like this at all. So the idea then would be we need a break and then a retest. And maybe there's a way for you to have a carry trade over to the next few days, that kind of like thing. You did have higher low, absolute low. This is the first morning.
Go on.
This is the first morning where the Tokyo session did not have a massive sell-off.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, fair, actually. Okay, so for me now, if I was wanting to trade UJ, I'd have to be looking at the fundamentals on this.
Yeah.
I'd have to be looking to see what Japan's doing, what the yen's doing. I'd have to see what's happening with the US. But truth be told, even if something isn't happening with the US, it probably is. So I'd take that into consideration. I'd have to be looking to see. I'd have to look to see what's happening, because I couldn't trade that solely on price action and technicals alone.
Yeah, no, for me as well. I think UJ, I have no interest in it at this point in time. I will wait for LJ.
The idea of a mitigation of that massive sell-off. It's weird. My Forex factory didn't open. Okay, yeah, it's a yen bank holiday, Japanese bank holiday.
Yeah. But I mean, still, you would like to have some of this at least taken back.
Yeah, literally that. I reckon there could be buys coming through.
Maybe this section here. Anyway, yeah, I'm just going to not keep an eye on UJ at all. Nasdaq, yesterday's all-time highs. We're heading back towards all-time highs yet again. I'm not the biggest fan of trading around all-time highs, because generally when all-time highs are created, there's a bit of a pullback, and then all-time high, pullback, all-time high, pullback, all-time high, bit of a pullback, all-time high, pullback. So whenever we get close to all-time highs, most recently, there tends to be a bit of a pullback. So what I'm going to be waiting for price to make an all-new all-time high, slow down a little bit, and then have a bit of a pullback, and then I will try and get in on this pullback, something like that. That's what I would be looking for. Most of the pullbacks have been strong enough for long enough that it can, I can get in my full TP. Okay, except for here. This would have been a losing one regardless, but you're gonna lose some of them here and there. I mean, I can go ahead and try and buy in here. The problem is, for me to get my full movement, we would have to be so much higher, 27, almost 28k. So 27,964, where the all-time high is at 27,846. So I don't really want to participate here in trying to buy into all-time highs. Not a fan.
I always worry about buying close to all-time highs.
What do we have here? It's not.
Yeah, gold. I gotta wait to see what gold wants to do, because I'm staying out of it completely. If we can break below 45, 43, then I think I'd be selling. Unless we can break above 45, 58, then I may be buying. But dude, gold's right in the middle of a nowhere area for me. In the no sphere. It's like, no, don't trade me here. I'm in my nowhere sphere.
So let's think about this. On the hourly, okay, so we had a new high that was created, a failure to push up on Friday, so with rollover. So on Monday, we started pushing lower. So this is a base. This is a 1 hour base, okay. Price volumetrically continued pushing out from that point. This area down here is already mitigated. So this base area here, we've already closed above this whole base area. So not the same reaction as what we had over here. So this area, to me, even though it is in line with the 50 EMA and we do have a reactionary point here, this is a bit of a decision as well. But overall, this is not the strongest of positions on the hourly. May be able to find a base on the 15 minute. Go down to the 15. Yes, this does look a little bit better, but it's not a base, and that's the problem. It's not in a downward trend. It is with a new upward trend that was created, a lower time frame trend that was created, and then a failure to continue lower on the 15. So I'm not the biggest fan of this area at all. I would much rather want to get in at this area up over here, which is then basically yesterday's highs. So the highs of yesterday's is what I would be aiming for. 4.5, let's say 4.6. 4,600 is what I would be aiming for if we were continuing buying. I don't know if we have the continuation in buying now. I'm not sure. Where we had this reaction down here was a nice little zone. Little bit of consolidation coming out of yesterday. Tried to push higher, rejected, and continued going up, but very subdued, very slow. So, not all that interested in gold either, to be dead honest with you. Not really much that I can see that I want to participate in.
I kind of like the pound. Yeah.
Pound is having a bit of a pullback.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm going to have a look and see if there's any questions from people in chat.
Let's pick the brains of chat.
There was
Dive on over the lovely lane of Trading Conversation Street.
Excuse me. I'm just going to call you USA. What you suggest, trading after a news on a news day or look for trades anytime on that day? So, personally, this is going to be a personal trading. This is what I would do. This is my own advice for myself. I don't trade news events. What I would do is I would trade long before the news. Probably not get my full, let's say, 1 to 2.5 hour trades. Probably 1 to 2s, that kind of like stuff, or 1 to 1s, depending on how it moves. But I would wait for the news event, and then I would wait for the impulsive movement to happen, and then after that impulse happened, I would wait until we start getting the actual directional movement, because you get impulses on news events. Where can we... When did we have a news event on pound?
We had GDP...
Yesterday.
Yeah. No, it wasn't yesterday. It was Thursday last week? Friday last week? Or was that CPI? In fact, let me get I've got my Forex factory up. Let me just have a quick look.
Yeah, just check for us when we had a strong reaction. Or it doesn't even have to be pound.
There you go. So, yeah, Thursday, I thought so. Yeah, Thursday, 30th of April, we had the Bank of England, the bank rates. So if you go back to Thursday, we had a lot of news around 12 to 12:30. So afternoon, that's GMT plus 1.
So GMT plus 2 would be 1 here.
Yes.
Not really much. Okay. Okay. The point just being that if you have a volumetric reaction after a news event, I don't think that is the most... I'm going to look for another news event.
Let me have a look. We've got... In fact, same day, we've got 1:45, so 2:45 your time. You got the ECB press conference.
So that would be Euro.
Or 2:30, we've got GMT plus 2 for you. We've got dollar, which would be unemployment claims. Let me try and see. Let me scroll back, see if I can find it.
Anyway, the point being this.
You wait till Friday. You got, wait till Friday. We got NFP.
So the the idea is simply this: is assume that this was a news event. Okay, you have a volumetric movement and then a bit of a pullback and then a continuation. So the idea is that you have a strong reaction, and then you need to wait to see whether or not that impulsive reaction was actually what the market wanted to do. It wasn't just a, oh crap, the news came out, let me quickly put it in order kind of like thing. It's not an impulsive decision, it is a follow through of what that massive move was. So you have the impulse, you have the correction of the impulse or the retracement or the pullback or whatever you want to call it, and then the continuation. And it's on that continuation that I would much rather want to get my buy in or my sell in, depending on which direction it was. So when it comes to this question, I do not trade the news purely because of this, because of the fact that you have impulses and then you have corrections sometimes on those impulses and then continuations. I would much rather be in on the continuation. You get better entries because it's volatile, but it's not as volatile as the news event would be, so your spread would be less, and you're not prone to that sudden drops with the news event and then a continuation if you wait till afterwards, and that's why I would wait with news.
Yeah, no, same as that. You know, I don't trade news. I try and stay away unless it's. I don't care about yellow folder news, so zero impact news, pretty much. I'll trade through them. Doesn't bother me whatsoever. Medium impact, I'll try and stay away from. I try and give medium impact, like orange folder news, about half an hour space. But red folder, I'll try and give about an hour each way.
Yeah. In general, I don't trade news at all. I will wait until the next day if I have to. I don't care.
100%. Yeah. I believe higher in actually protecting your account and not trading that entire day and having an account to trade next week, next month, next year, than trading a news event because you're trying to itch that scratch and then end up fumbling it, potentially blowing it, or being in drawdown. And then instead of enjoying the profits the next few days, weeks, months, years, you're going to be clambering out of drawdown.
Yeah, true.
You know, so it's psychology. This comes under massive amount of psychology, and people say, "Oh, this is the boring side of trading. Psychology sucks, etc." Psychology, all it is human intent to risk management. You can have a risk management strategy when you're like, if this breaks and closes above and below here, I'm going to move to break even, I'm going to take out, I'm going to hit TP1, etc. You can have physical risk management strategies, or the best of three is me strategy. It's a mechanical strategy when it comes to risk management. Psychology is also a form of risk management. And that's what people have got to realize. And that's why psychology is so important, is because it is a form of risk management. And news trading, unfortunately, comes under the psychological risk management category.
Yeah. Brad Trade saying, Guy, when a payout is sent, does your account get inactive? Because my payout says it's approved, but my 10K is inactive. Technically, you should still be able to trade the account, even if you have a payout pending. So it shouldn't be inactive. So I would go and just talk to the support team just to ask about that. In general, whenever I do have a payout with any prop firm, I don't trade that account until the payout is completed anyway. Yeah. So
I literally, I'm like, payout, I'll leave the account alone. I'll take it off the trade copier. I'll completely forget about it until I get the notification saying it's into my Rise account, Otherwise, I just completely don't touch it. Because
I don't even know if it's supposed to be active or inactive, because I just don't trade it.
Fair facts. Like I am a bit weird that way. I don't want to tamper. I'm like, no, just back away really, really slowly, and be like, I'm just gonna leave it do its own thing now. I've done everything I need to do. All the hard work is done. I'm just gonna leave it alone. because if I end up trading it, or I do something, or break the rules, and I risk blowing something, or potentially, like, I don't know, if I end up invalidating rules or breaking practices. I was trading for a prop once, and I put in a payout, and I traded throughout that payout, and I ended up not blowing the account, but I traded against their rules, and they ended up actually holding the payout, and they were like, sorry, this is all invalid now, you've broken our rules, and it's crap like this. And I was like, oh damn. I was like, they didn't actually pay me either, because I'd broken their rules, even though it was post payout. It was a dodgy firm, they went under. But nonetheless, ever since that day, I was like, as soon as I put in, the minute I click apply and it says pending or processing or submitted, I just walk the F away. I'm like, nope.
Yeah, I think whatever you can do to ensure that you don't screw with potentially the payout.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that there's any hidden rules. I'm just saying as a means to, like, for my own sanity, I would just not at all.
Yeah, exactly. Like I was just to justify, this wasn't with the 5ers. It was with the firm that's no longer with us. So the 5ers.
Yeah, I mean, we assume
just
such because
anyway.
the 5ers is still going.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Garden Design Pictures saying, what does the volume profile tell you? So I have the volume profile here that I was playing around with this morning because I watched Griff's new YouTube video. So Griff was backtesting his mean reversion strategy, and it is pretty much all related to the session volume profile. Now, the session volume profile basically just shows you the tick, like when price was ticking around that area. Because it's CFD, it doesn't show you actual volume. It just show you where price was ticking during a specific period of time. So if I hide everything and you see that, okay, the coloring and whatnot doesn't really matter, but let's make this 100 ticks. Might make it a little on the hourly. Why does it seem like it is so large? 1,000 ticks? 20?
Alex,
One.
what have you done there? Whatever you did there, that looks a bit more normal.
Dude, I don't know what's going on here. 25? Anyway.
That's what I do. I hate trading. I hate the volume indicator. I hate all indicators. That's stupid. Other than the moving average, I just don't use them.
No, okay, but yeah, so what this tells you basically is you get two areas. You get a grayer area and you get a more vibrant area. You can set this however you want to. But generally, what it shows is if you have this black line that you see here, which is the point of control, which is technically the area where during this day, during this whole segment here, where price was at the most. So it's where the tick data, or in this case, not actual volume data, but like tick data, the amount of times that it hit a specific price point. Each one of these bars show you where those areas were the most. So the idea is you assume that because this is an area of control and that price was at this area for quite a bit of time, that at some point, price, when it comes back down to this area, you might have a similar reaction of sorts. So you have this grayed out area, like this area over here, where you didn't have a lot of price movement. But that is because if you look towards the right, you'll see that it was an area where price moved through very fast. So the amount of tick data that was at that area wasn't all that much. So every area that has a lot, so this section here, you'll see that price was at quite a bit of time. This whole segment like this, price was at it quite a bit. So all it does is it just shows you a area where price moved a lot through or stayed within. I don't use it to trade at all. I was just curious this morning to see Griff's video, which he'll probably explain when he gets on later this afternoon. He can explain his...
Griff's on today.
Yeah, he is on today. So I just had it here. I didn't actually remove it, but that's what it basically shows you. It's just remember that because this is not futures, this is CFD, and the volume here is not actual volume. It is just price at point. That's all it is. It is just what the price was at that specific time. It's not actual volume. So technically, it doesn't show you anything. It is just I mean, you could with
unless you're on a futures chart, it's a bit different. But
yeah, I mean, you can clearly see if I just take this day over here, you can clearly see where the price was at most. So you don't even need that indicator. You can see that, okay, this area over here, price played around that area quite a bit. So just take that into account as well. You can visually see it. However, this is just a very quick way to show you without you needing to go and, okay, what's the price? Okay, it was there quite a bit, but then it moved out. But yeah, overall, to me, it doesn't really...
It gives you a high volume of price action at a particular point.
Yeah, at a particular price point, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't use it. I'm very interested to see Griff's strategy play out because he did a mean reversion away from that point of interest, which was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Which CFD charts are you using, Awanda or FXCM for the 5ers? I use the Awanda charts mostly because they usually show the closest price action, unless I'm using US Tech or NAS 100. I use the IC Markets one because it is the closest to the 5ers. So here is the 5ers account. So right now you can see the price is showing 27,812, 27,811-ish. So 12, 11-ish. If I go to here, you'll see prices 27,812-ish. Now it's on 13. This one should be on 14-ish. Yeah, it's 13, 14. So it's very close. So between the IC Markets, US Tech, which is NAS 100, that is the same as the 5ers' version.
Yeah.
So that's what I use for that. And then you can have
the only Awanda I use gold. I use
gold.
Yeah.
So euro right now is what, 116.88-ish, and then euro here is 116.888. So the Awanda chart is as close as you can get to the 500.
So what did you say it was? Because I'm using Vantage chart at the moment. I got 116.888 now.
Yeah, so 116.887, 116.885, and the
so
one
Vantage is pretty close as well. That's right.
So it's currently dipping now.
Yeah,
I'll you're going to get a bit more volume.
I'll bring up my chart real quick and show you what I'm seeing on E. Now, I don't think I would have been tapped in on this. Oh no, I would have been.
Why didn't you take it?
Because I don't like it. This is more of like a forward test.
Okay. All right.
I'm not convinced that we'll take the Asia low. Because if you look at gold, I kind of want to be buying gold. Oh, look at that beautiful leg up. Okay, we didn't break and close above the previous wick high. But look at this. This is beautiful. But then you look at EU and you're like,
dude,
we've equaled highs. We've broken and closed below this area. Broken and closed below this low here. Pulled back into a nice little ish double confluenced area. But I'm not convinced. Part of me, I think we're going higher on EU. And if we're not going higher, we're going to consolidate within the same area before moving lower. So I'm bullish bias on EU. But I thought, you know what? Technically, we failed to break. And yes, we have pulled a little bit lower. So let's just see what this would look like if it was a short. But I don't know. I don't think this will hit TP, but I want to draw it out anyway.
Yeah,
GU looks nice if we can come down to maybe here, or ideally in the perfect world, we'd come down to here on GU and then we'd be long. Gold looks really, really nice at the moment. Like I said, if we can hold this area here on gold and then start moving up, that would be really, really nice.
sounds good. Martin coming in saying, good morning, Rich. Did you get the move on NQ? What I sent yesterday on the Discord? Dude, I had a look at it. I did not take that trade. However, I'm seeing that you've also adapted that for take profit idea of mine.
I noticed.
Very, very interesting. I mean, if you had taken it, I mean, I'm looking at your risk to reward. It's 1 to 2.5. I don't know if you were going to follow it exactly the same way that I do it, where I take, once it reaches TP2, I move my stop loss to break even. But yeah, that would have been a very, very nice trade that you marked up there.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Martin, if you are using the position sizer, you can deselect the quick trade buttons on. I'll show you here quickly. You see this portion up here. If you have the position sizer, you don't have to show the quick trading buttons. You can switch that off,
Okay.
because you're not going to use it, and then you're giving yourself a little bit more space. So if you don't use them, you can just remove them.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah.
I'm just looking through chat now. Raphael, William, come pick me up on your private jet here in Stansted. My flight is delayed. Ah, bro, that's
Yeah, he said that. I giggled at that. I was just like, oh, shame.
Dude, I can't come pick you up, but I will send my jet for you. Don't worry. You just make sure you're nice to the pilot and the stewardesses.
Yeah. Khalid Ahmed is asking, hey, did I not click this? There we go. I have a 100k account. All my payouts are approved. Does there will be any issue in review of scaling it to 125 when the risk team reviews it? If they approve payouts, it means no issue. If you're worried that you're not going to get scaled, I don't think that should be a problem. If you reached the 10% scaling for whatever account it is, I'm assuming this is 100k high stakes, which is 10%. If you've reached 10% in equity on the account gained, so 10,000 on a 100,000k account, and you claimed a payout, the payout itself has no impact on whether or not you're going to get scaled or not.
Yeah, on the scalability.
Yeah,
dude. Hey,
no impact.
Dude, big congratulations on the potential scaling and all those payouts. Big kudos to you, bro.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, well done. But yeah, as long as you followed the rules, dude, there should be no.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any issue. But like I said, the payout itself has no impact on whether or not you get scaled. So you can have a payout, and let's say this. Let's say you made 5% and you request a payout. That 5% is not going to take you down to 100k and then you need to make another 10% to get scaled. No, they remember the 5k that you've made, and they know that you are now only 5% away from doing scaling.
It's like an imaginary target. It's like an invisible target.
Yeah, it's not like I'm going to remove 5% as a payout and then I need to remake that 5% plus another 5% to get back to scaling. No,
I think that's what a lot of
people
like sort of worry about. I think a lot of people, because that's a lot of questions we get here on the stream, is will I still get scaled if I pull out 5% profit, or will it go back up to 10%? So yeah, no, 100%. As long as you get to 10%, doesn't matter if you get paid out before, during, after.
Yeah, and the thing is, you can take a payout at 2%, so long as the minimum payout is $150. So you can take 150, but just remember that there is a delay between when you can take payouts. So if you've taken a payout, you can only take another payout 14 days after that previous one. So I would suggest, and this is how I would normally do it, I would just trade until I get into that 14-day cycle, take a payout, and then trade until I get into, wait for my payout, and then trade again for the next 14 days. Because I don't always get the best movements in that time. Like sometimes get like a 1%, sometimes I'm down. Give yourself some time to take a payout.
Yeah, dude.
Henry saying, itch the scratch or scratch the itch.
I suppose you scratch an itch because you don't say, oh, I got a scratchy back. You say, I got an itchy back. Can you scratch it? So I suppose you scratch an itch. So I don't know which one I said, but
it's one of the two.
One of them.
Big D Guy 666. Richard, remember me? How can I forget? Legendary name, mate. I am that legend. Yes, you are. How do you mark the volume profile? It's very easy. When you go to your indicators, you can literally just search SVP and it will give you the session's volume profile. And then you literally just click that and then it will mark it on the screen for you. So it will then pop it up like this. And the session, it's saying session, but basically what it means is, okay, now it has a runtime error. So let's try again. Let's remove it. Let's put it back. Let's give it a second. There we go. What you can do is you can change. You can have all session, meaning the whole day, or you can select it for each market that you want, or you can have it as a custom one. So in this case, custom would be, in this case, the exchange time 09. So if I then just wait for it to finish, there we go. Then it moves it to 9:30 exchange time, or I can have it whichever, like let's say Africa Joburg, which is my time, then it's going to be 9:30-ish my time. So you can go and change that however you want.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna have to skedaddle. I thought I'd give it until at least 10 past, given that I was 10 minutes late. So, Rich, I do apologize, my friend. I'm sorry that I was having all those technological difficulties. But nonetheless, it shouldn't die now. I'm seeing all green lights on the router, and it's literally right next to me. So hopefully it survives for the rest of the day. But anyway, guys, I'm going to love you and leave you. I shall leave you in the fantastic hands of Pedro and Doc Lock LJ. What's good, bro? How you doing, boys?
Morning.
Morning. Dude,
Good on you. Good on you.
Pedro, that's a really nice mic, my friend. You've got taste.
It's the same as us, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think that's why he's mentioning it.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm going to love you and leave you. I shall see you in about 2 hours' time.
Cool.
Awesome.
Thanks, Will.
Peace.
I'm also going to be heading out, but before I do that, I just want to say this. Martin is saying he cannot change the line color. I have to go into the code to change it. If you go into the position sizer information, you should have the fonts and the lines, and you should be able to change it here so that you can have these line colors and the text color as well. So in this case, line entry color, just double click on that and then make it whatever color you want to. I want to make it blue. If I say okay, it's going to change it blue. So you'll see it's struggle to see it, but it's blue. Double click there again, scroll down, change it to black again, and then it's going to go back to black. So you can change that. If it doesn't work, then I'm not entirely sure why it doesn't want to work on yours, but that's how it works on mine. So you can change all of the colors. So if I go short, it's going to change it to red. I've changed my trade color to white as well. And then all of these colors as well. Like all of them, you can change. That's it.
Very nice.
Pedro and LJ, how are you guys?
How we doing? Morning. Happy Tuesday.
Morning.
Happy Tuesday.
I think I'm done trading.
Are you done trading?
Yeah. Dude, before I was just putting, tidying some stuff in here, just before I jumped on. I just saw my dollar yen trades just got hit. Just hit TP.
Oh, what?
I came back. I thought like my account was like disabled. I was like freaking out. I was like, wait, what do you mean? And then I realized it's because it crossed the profit target. I was like, oh, okay, that's fine.
Dude,
That's so
What a spike.
what the hell? What is this?
Yeah,
What is this?
but I like full freaked out for a sec because all the
You
trades.
thought you
were
lost your
fast.
account.
Yeah, that's like what?
Was this a news event?
I
I don't know. I haven't looked at. I think it's just. I think we just broke the sort of tops that we've been capped at, and then we just exploded. I think that was it. Because on the top side, I'm targeting like 158.50 to 60. So that's a bit further. But yeah, basically just repeated the same stuff as yesterday. So
I see what your problem is. You're using a Mac, my friend. That there's your problem. Anyway, guys, I'm going to love and leave you. I am going to go and have myself a bit of lunch, and then I will see you guys a little bit later. Have fun. Enjoy. LJ runs off. The moment I say have fun, he runs off.
There you go again.
Alright.
Okay, cool.
I'm here, I'm gone, I'm here, I'm gone.
I'm here, I'm gone, I'm here, I'm gone. All right, guys, I'll see you a little bit later. Have some funsies, and yeah, we'll. I put some music up. I don't know if you want to change that. It's up to you.
No, it's good. It's good. You can keep it.
I can't hear anything.
Oh, you
I
did?
can.
We'll switch off again.
No. I think you just need to switch off the just above the main screen. There's a little red blue button.
Red or blue button? Wait, what?
Yeah, if it's red, it's not active. If you click it, it becomes blue, and then it's active. Then you should hear it.
Oh, the volume thing. No, I've got that on. Yeah, that's fine. Is the music's not playing?
It
No,
is
it's
playing.
No,
You
it's
can
fine.
see music and it's moving. The waves are moving.
Yeah.
moving.
LJ's just being funny.
I can't hear
Anyway,
it.
guys.
What is this?
Anyway, guys, I'll chat with you guys later. Cheers.
No
Okay.
problem. Cheers.
See you, Rich. Dude, I have no idea. I'm so confused because it says in the tab there it's not playing. I don't know. Anyway, go figure.
Yeah, it's all right. We kind of had a discussion like that, like 2 weeks ago or something like that. That there were some people were saying that there was background music. I couldn't hear anything, whatever. But now I
Yeah.
can see. I can hear something, and I can see that the music is waving. All right.
So weird.
How are you, man? Your best friends announced another hike. How are you feeling about it? And what do you think about these yen pairs? Since last week that we had the kind of intervention, auto intervention, who knows?
Yeah, we
but-
did.
but-
Yeah, so we had the comments around it, some threads. That's why we got the initial drop. Then the big drop, they did intervene. They did report that they spent 34.5 billion intervening on the Thursday. So about 4.5 trillion yen, 3.5 billion in dollars. Pretty clear they did again on Friday. They did warn the market just before afternoon close in Japan that they would do it again. It looks as though they also did so yesterday. But yeah, the market's definitely going to fight them on this. Obviously, because of the current conditions in Japan, it's not going to be just a one-way shot all the way down. So hence, since we basically got those multiple failures down around that 155.50, which is a critical level, decided to start running this higher because we just weren't dropping, right? It was being bought up each time. So for now, I think we need to go retrace back towards 158.50 or so before potentially rolling off again. And they go a second round of intervention. I was also speculating as to why Trump didn't really comment too much last week after Iran started kicking off again. But Ministry of Finance did say they were talking with the US directly, so they were probably like, oh, can you hold off on any tweets? Because obviously that's going to send the dollar the other way. So I'd say, given the current sort of escalation with stuff, it would be prudent for them to hold off on any other further intervention, because it's just not going to have the effect that they want. So I think in the meantime, that sort of reversal, that carry trade sort of back in play until we come a bit higher again. Then we'll get more of that talk, and then potentially more threats of sort of starting to hard confirm interest rate hikes if they have to. So yeah, it's been interesting.
Yeah.
Go on, Jen.
That's basically the beginning of the initial potential big move on the end, right? So start with the intervention. Market's going to fight it. Most likely they will need to do another one. Like they did a few years ago. They didn't just do it once. They had to be forced. I think it even went a little bit higher than the initial intervention. Maybe this time can maybe just be at range around the same level. Maybe get closer, who knows, to 59s, and maybe just touch slightly 160 and go back down again. But it's interesting the way price is holding that 155 that you mentioned. 55.50 prices, which we're not managing to move below it, which just creates quite odd price action overall. But you can get TPs just like you did right now, as well as like if you're on the wrong side of this, just use your stop loss, because you never know when price may just jump quite a few pips all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, last Friday's dip, I was short last Friday to see if we get like a deeper close. We didn't, and where we spiked down to though was like a pip and a half shy of my TP, and then we snapped right back up, and I was just like, God damn it. So, but yeah, once we didn't manage to close lower on the Friday, we ended up a bit higher and then sort of consolidating up into that 156, 157 kind of area. Yeah, coming into this week, I was like, okay, we're turning around up towards 158 before we get that pressure back in. There's a bunch of options levels around that 155.50 kind of area that's sort of lifting price. That starts to hit another wall at about 158.50. So that's why I'm looking up there for that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's going to be an interesting move from now on. Now I'm on the waiting side. I was quite eager to look for the shorts last week. Now I'm a little bit more waiting to see what may happen on the ends. Just waiting for a bigger retracement. If it happens, perfect. If it doesn't, then it is what it is. And the price action is quite similar across all the end pairs. Right? So you can look at euro yen, can look at pound yen. Can look at CAD yen, Aussie yen. Basically, every single one of them are making weird spikes along the way, which is going to be interesting. Just looking at the dollar yen, though, like if this was any other type of maybe move, this could be an interesting one, because this could actually just be correcting liquidity above these highs, and then price actually could potentially resume the move to the downside. But this doesn't look like that's the type of a move. It looks like that maybe price actually just wants to try to push a little bit more to the upside. If this was just maybe one low and not kind of three holding already this level, it looks like more of a accumulation phase instead of just a small spike for price to jump down again. But this could be one of those patterns of collecting liquidity quite aggressively, and then slowly starting to move forward. But at this point, I'm looking
Have you been trading at all?
Huh?
Have you traded it? Because I know you were looking at the yen index in general, right? Like sort of waiting for that.
Yeah, I was. I missed.
And
the one I wanted to trade the most, it was this move in here on the euro yen. I missed it by a little bit, unfortunately. I had a savvy limit in there, and I didn't get filled. That was the one. Yeah, I talked about that on Thursday. I already kind of cried.
Oh yeah,
yeah. That's right. Yeah, that's it. That's over. Just move on. Just move on. Now is another patient move in here. But yeah. So what about Aussie? What do you make of Aussie? They hiked again, right? Another 25 basis points or something like that.
They did.
It looks like it's going to be maybe the last one for now.
That's the tough part. So talking about it yesterday with Henry as well on stream, and yeah, basically looking for the rate hike. We were not fully priced in, so about 86%. So therefore, once they hike rates, we'll get that slight pop, but then probably come off. because then it is a question of, one, this is very well telegraphed, everyone knows it's coming. Two, it is then the question of whether this is already a policy mistake in general. Just like I've been saying, I don't like the fact they're hiking rates. I think it's a bit ridiculous at the moment. And then so that leads into the next question of, is the hiking done, or are they actually going to go to 4.6%? So that's kind of the number that they've been shilling, right? Which would imply basically one more rate hike. Now, I don't think they should. I don't know if there'll begin to be some kind of pushback saying that they shouldn't. And there'll probably be more criticism saying that, well, other central banks are holding off. They want to see where the war actually ends up. Because just like we've heard from the other guys, they don't want to hike rates. And then, a couple of days or a week after the war ends, and now they look ridiculous, right? Because that's going to flip those pressures completely the other way. So that's why I don't like them hiking, because of these larger than normal energy input prices. It's a bit silly. I think for now, people might start calling it into question. We also did have revisions on GDP. So they hiked rates while also revising lower their calls for GDP. So the whole thing seems a bit backwards and a bit silly. And at some point, I think this is going to bite. So yeah, I would prefer sells overall for the Aussie for now on any kind of further rallies. I don't think we're actually going to push back towards 72.50, especially after last night's news, where obviously we got those risk-off flows, which put us in like a lower band already. So yeah, any moves back towards just a touch above 72, I think we'll start to see a bit of selling pressure overall.
Yeah, I could see that. Just on the higher time frame, which we just, and by higher time frame I mean really higher time frame, because I'm looking at 2022s, even basically all these last top that made all these move down. Which maybe this move to the upside is maybe a correction towards something in here. To be honest, I think I would like to see price going a little bit higher just to get into this fair value gap, or maybe kind of reacting a little bit towards that next level. And we'll be looking at 0.735. But this is something with patience. It doesn't really mean that's going to happen next week. Maybe it just happens in the next 2 months. And before that, maybe price actually could drop back to 0.69s and then try to regain again. Because I do like a lot the fact that we have potentially this move to fill. I'm going to a little bit more into the lower time frame just to explain a bit more the price action I see there. But eventually, I would like actually to see the end of this move that we have seen to the upside. Not exactly to stop there, but maybe to stop a little bit higher. And we have also previous kind of structures in here as well that price kind of respected in the past around that level. But now in the lower time frame, yes, in the lower time frame, I like that, and this is what I want to see. So I noticed that price is already, at least managed already to start breaking a little bit of a few lows. That one, this one also managed to break it. Now we fake out slightly the top. And eventually, I think next time we do break below this level, I think we can feel all this maybe until close to that 0.698 or whatever, and that may be a great trade to take. Now you can be a bit more aggressive, which is start anticipating it, and you maybe get a better risk reward, or you can actually maybe wait for price to break below it, and then find whatever continuation pattern you want to see, and then you go with it. Most likely, maybe you have some moving average as well, that maybe price cross that moving average, and maybe you can try to enter under the test of the moving average, whatever. But I can see just the same way that we talked about. I think it was maybe gold or something like that. I think I'll see that as price is creating new highs, it's getting rejected quite immediately. Like there's no follow through on the break of a high for price to create momentum, and it usually starts to see that there is a little bit of weakness or a lot of weakness, and price is struggling to create momentum to the upside. Yes, price is still reacting from an interesting supply level at the point at this moment, but eventually I'd like to go a little bit higher. Now looking a bit more into this top. yes, I think I would like maybe two levels in here that price could eventually come back to. Maybe one would be here, the other one would be there. That I'll be interested in trying to short. Preferably for me to be actually the most closer to the top, and that would be quite interesting to try to trade from. Now we do have potentially this liquidity in here that we can maybe collect, and price could maybe fake out that, react from this fresh level, and then go, or just go a little bit higher. So yes, I'll be looking at this one in here and then the other one over there. So just to conclude in here, any target that we're looking after the break of this, it would be for price to, personally for me, to be for price to come back into this structure, and price already got really close to it. Okay, so this is basically the first demand zone that push price higher. We break this low, then price most likely wants to fill that space. So that will be the first initial target of any sell from this top. And then, as I mentioned, eventually we will need to see this level being broken. And if that's broken, then I think there's a high probability that price will just go all the way, most likely go until this low in here. Just collect more orders at the bottom. So that's going to be, yeah, that's my take on the Aussie. And I think when you're looking then at the other Aussie pairs, I think the move is quite similar as well. Okay, I think if anyone already managed to get long on pound Aussie, could have been potentially an interesting trade. Just fix my scale on this one. Price is approaching also a nice level of support or demand zone. Price already broke a little bit of a structure. Price came back all the way to the origin of this move. So that could also incentivize eventually for price to for this pound Aussie go higher, which means Aussie dollar to be going lower, and the Euro Aussie, the Euro Aussie, it could also be close to a potential turn or coming all the way back closer to these lows as well. Price, as you can see, is slowing down a lot, compressing, finding buying pressure as it continues to go down. And let's see if you do have that follow through that potentially could push this Euro Aussie to the upside, and then again, just because of the correlation, that will push Aussie dollar as well to the downside. So yes, I do like the idea of looking for shorts on the Aussie dollar and potentially moves into here to the upside on the other Aussie pairs, basically.
Yep. Everything you said on Aussie dollar, yeah. The levels and everything basically exact same that I'm looking at. So that sort of sell area that you had identified, then it's down to 71, then 70.50, and then down into those 69s, just like you're saying. So it's about 71.70 to 71.80. That kind of area that I'm looking to potentially short. Because the thing is, above like 72 into that 73, 74 area, Aussie struggles with that. It's kind of the same as the 120 for Euro dollar right now, especially with the Aussie dollar. There's all sorts of other effects with like commodity prices, because since we sell so much stuff, so it hits like inflation and hits demand, these kind of things. So yeah, I think we'll definitely see that incremental pullback. Not fall out of bed, but it's just kind of like consolidation up in the higher range. Yeah. So
I would like to see that. And the other level that I mentioned is more of a higher time frame, whatever. Maybe if the dollar continues to move to the downside, maybe that can push a little bit more Aussie eventually to push towards those levels. That's more of a higher time frame, more time frame, or kind of maybe this week or even next week. I would like to see that price pushing to these 96. 69, sorry, those levels.
I agree.
Anyway, guys, go ahead.
If we see dollar yen back into the 140s, right, actually cracking on, then we could see Aussie dollar up there. But that and the end to the war as well. Right? But I don't know if we're getting there yet. So I did just want to answer this as well. Cades, I'm from Australia, so I live in Brisbane. Pleased to meet you, man. Dude, New Zealand's great. I haven't been there in ages. It's been, more than 10 years now, I think. Last time I went there, I went and toured for rugby. So, yeah. But yeah, no, we've got quite a few Aussie and New Zealander friends around the place here. So,
yeah, we do.
But yeah, sorry. Go on, Pedro.
No, I was about actually to comment on the comments that everyone is making, which is great. I've seen many people talk about the pound. I've seen many people talking about the euro. For example, we have Rose. What do you think about... Where is the comment? By the way, welcome, Rose. It's great to see also females traders around here, and you kind of incentivize and kind of pushing for more women to be trading. I think they better than men in trading. Who knows? That's a big conversation to have. But definitely we want to see more women into trading. Maybe they do manage to control their emotions better than us, so be more calm, more logical. So that's maybe an edge by itself that you guys maybe have over us. But yes, what do you guys think about the pound for our time frame? Is going down or up? Please, thank you. Okay, that's a good question. And then after that, we have a few comments already mentioning about the pound. So we have Caibs saying, I would say GU is for our 1 hour pullback, and then most likely try to push for again into a 1 hour fair value gap. I think more people are also bearish on the euro and on the pound. So for example, we have Raphael here mentioning, I'm short in EU and GU. I expect price to go much lower. What is your opinion? Shorting these pairs. Also, the XY seems to be bullish at the moment due to the not so positive news on the Iran war. Yes, then you have Favix as well. Welcome, Favix. I'm just going to read through quickly, and then we're going to analyze all that. I'm bearish in January for the day on GU and EU. JOLTS job opening at 10 Eastern time. Could amplify moves and stronger print reinforces West gains, while a miss could trigger temporary rebounds. That's true. I just entered short on GU, targeting above 55 pips. Could be a long short, but I have expect you to go much lower after this pullback. And then you have someone looking at the opposite. We have Akash saying that he's long on euro dollar. So that's the market. That's beautiful. Someone needs to buy for someone needs to sell. That's why price moves. Then someone asking about Jonathan and Anastasia. As everything, they carry on into new projects, as everything in life. It was amazing to stream with them and to have them around. But they decided to go and look for other projects. You can most likely still find about them on their own socials. And big hi to both of them. Am I the only one short on euro dollar? I bet you are not the only one. I think there's more people, if not on the live stream. I bet someone else is short, almost for certain. I actually could bet all my money that someone else is short on euro dollar right now. And yes, that's basically it. Pedro, am I cutie? I'm from Portugal. I'm Portuguese. I'm in the UK, but I'm Portuguese.
Welcome back, dude.
Pedro, so you're going to ignore me. Sorry, Pedro, so you're going to ignore me and reply to women. I see. Yeah, I go up and then I need to go check the previous comments before I go to yours. And Raphael saying that yes, women most likely are more disciplined than us. Maybe. Okay, so let's take a look at. 1 second. Let me just see Favix in here. What is the tension? Okay. With the war tensions, it will push oil prices higher. This actually hurts the euro and the pound, since they are among the high net importers of oil, pairs with high inflation, which weakens both. I think that's more of a long-term view eventually, but I think the market is still not pricing in that situation. I think anytime there is a little bit of an issue in Iran at this point, it's just dollar strength. Just because of kind of, I don't know, the strongest currency, whatever it may be. It looks like the market is still not pricing in long-term outlooks or scenarios. I think that's going to be maybe the next phase if this war actually stays for longer. I think then the market finally is going to start pricing in the reality or the real impacts of what may happen and the consequence for the other countries who actually is being more affected with all this situation and so on and so forth. At least that's a little bit my take. But LJ, you can reply to it and then we go through this euro and pound that everyone are looking at and the dollar index as well. Well,
yeah, sure.
What will be your comments?
We've already sort of digested most of that. The war's been going on, we're past 60 days now, right? Like 2 months. We've digested that. We've come back a bit. We've got about like 10 million barrels missing right? At the beginning it was 20, now it's about 10 because we've got other channels like the East-West pipeline, that kind of thing, working their way through. So yeah, like for now, everyone's hoping it'll, come together. Obviously, it's such a big risk for everyone that eventually it becomes, there's such a pressure cooker from every single country that eventually everyone will be forced, whether they like it or not, to sort of come to the table. The big thing we're pretty much waiting for now is what's going to happen with the Trump and Xi meeting. So if that somehow doesn't go well, or there's more conflict or disagreement or something like that, and then we get towards the end of this month and still no progress, then I think the market will start flipping out that this is not going anywhere, and we'll start rotating back into that risk-off type environment. But for now, everyone's staying pretty calm. So the main thing to focus on with oil is basically the futures contract going out to December. So not the current like spot price or the most immediate contract. It's basically where do we end up, because it's only to those later dates that we actually see real problems that will actually ripple through the whole economy. Right now, it's inconvenient. It's a bit annoying. Your petrol prices are up, input prices are slightly up, but things aren't like completely getting shut down. All the tangentials still have enough run room, things like helium fertilizer for another couple months. If we start pushing those barriers, then it becomes an issue. But not there just yet. So for now, it's chill. So, as you go on, Pedro, I might just grab some water because coffee's drying me out. So give me a sec.
Okay. No problem. Okay, so let's take a look at. I'll start with dollar index. Okay, guys, I'll start with dollar index, and then we'll go into euro pound. Into euro dollar and and the pound dollar. I'll just see if there's any last questions. 1 second. Daniel is saying, "Hey, I have a question. I'm really struggling to focus on my backtest strategy when live trading due to heavy backtesting and due to heavy backtest a second strategy, banner entry model at the same time. Any tips?" So if I understood correctly, Daniel, basically you are saying that you have a strategy or an entry model, but you are backtesting a complete different or more advanced entry model, and you are struggling to trade your current entry because you are too focused now on your new second strategy. Is that the case? Just answer your just if you could reply to me, that would be great. Now let's take a look at dollar index. What we have in here, if you guys remember last week when the dollar was moving to the upside from these lows, moving upwards, I mentioned that I was still a little bit concerned that price could eventually go back to this level. Actually, that's why I have this circle in here. That's when I made it, that I'll be much more bullish if price had already managed to come here and make this move. Okay, if that had happened last week, I would have been way more bullish and then expect this price to continue to move to the upside, because this level was still left behind below this low and kind of back into the structure. I was a little bit concerned that price could eventually move all the way back down to come and pick these orders at around this level, at around these 97s, 80s, whatever it may be. And we did that. Okay, so we did that. Price after Thursday just moved all the way down, corrected, and now reacted from this level quite amazingly. This is one of the last demand zones. Just to give some perspective on the left side, we are still reacting from an interesting level. Now, one of the tricky ones is this candle. Okay, I've been ignoring this candle. This was the opening from last week. The reason I'm ignoring is because it's only visible on this server. If you move to another dollar index price kind of server, it's not visible. There's a little bit of a spike like we did on the euro as well and so on, but nothing as big as this one, even though this is the one actually I usually tend to analyze. So this is a bit of a tricky one, because this could give me personally different signs. It's either kind of already collecting liquidity from this level and price could go down, or it's maybe an engulf and price actually wants to go higher, just correcting to move to the upside. Or it didn't happen at all, which means that price hasn't even managed to break above this structure. Maybe there's still that liquidity, and maybe there's still this gap that price eventually wants to fill. So there's a little bit of a few scenarios in my head when I'm looking at this one, and I hate when this happens, because it just gives me false information, or maybe it is real information which I don't consider it. Now, price reacted quite nicely, so and the way price reacted from this over bottom makes me a little bit more bullish, which means that for anyone that is looking maybe for shorts on maybe on the euro dollar or pound dollar and so on, I'm a little bit more inclinated towards that side. However, you can see that price is starting to slow down, and maybe for today's session or something like that, we could correct a little bit just to try to go higher again, or at least maybe try to get closer to this level. We did manage to go above this structure now, so price could correct a little bit before trying to go and aim a little bit maybe higher towards here for now, and then eventually price could continue to move higher. Now, is there any chance that we could see a deeper retracement back into this level? Maybe. Okay, maybe. Actually, I would like to see that. I would like for price to actually come back into this level again, but maybe that's not necessary. This would be more of a wishful thought because I'm still not in any trading here. So the deeper the retracement, better for me to look for a better entry. So personally, I may be a little bit more into a bullish scenario. However, now that price took this structure on maybe on immediate lower time frame, may have a little bit more of a correction before trying to move higher. I don't know if you guys draw Fibonacci's or not, maybe waiting for some kind of retracement at around this level, potentially trying to go higher again. Again, I'm more of a trader that trades extremes. Price is literally in the middle between this high and this low, which makes it a little bit complex for me to be so, or to look for trades at this point. Yes, this is a little bit my dollar index. Before I jump into euro dollar and pound dollar, LJ, what is your expectation on the dollar right now?
Yeah, similar deal. Similar deal. So I'm looking for a bit more downside, first of all, before then coming higher. So basically retracement into here and then a move back up towards these tops. So pretty similar to what you were saying. And then corresponding with that, basically euro dollar, which we're about to talk about, similar deal there, some kind of move up into here, and then a move back down, right? And then hence the same deal with the Aussie, that slight tick higher, move down, etc. That seems to be pretty concurrent across the board, and then that also lines up with dollar yen making that push back up towards that 158.60 or so, and then eventually coming back lower after that. So I think that's our next port of call. And pound, I mean, everything's showing pretty much the same kind of structure. So pound dollar, same deal, find some kind of resistance up here, then rotate back lower. So yeah, that's pretty much me across the board. I was just going to mention this whilst we're on the Dixie. So when you guys look at the Dixie, like you might see this kind of a gaps on the Dixie, but that's not actually really a gap per se. It's just because the actual index, when it's tracked, is closed for a certain time, right, during the day, just like through early Asia. And so when it then opens again, it'll show like a gap. But you've had the underlying assets that make up the Dixie already been moving. So if we go to dollar yen and go back to the 8th, which is right here, right? We just had a nice decline. So it's not really a gap in the same way as like the Dixie, as in like a typical currency. Like say you've opened from Sunday into Monday morning and then you get a massive gap through there. Not quite the same. But yeah. Back to you.
Yeah, I'm
reading that? Yeah, I saw that before.
Yeah.
I was like...
There you go, Usman Khan, cricketer. Okay, you may just find your one ghost. Okay, I'm not going to do it on here. On LJ is doing it already. LJ is doing it. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, we'll see. We can maybe guys agree or disagree if that's true or not. I've been compared with a few guys on the live stream, so it's just another one on the list. But thank you for the comment, my friend. Yeah, I'm going to take a look. I'm going to take a look at the euro and the pound as well, and then I'm curious to answer our friend's question, Daniel, about his struggles with backtesting, a different approach. Pedro Neto as well. No, come on, no.
I can kind of see it, but not quite. Like I can see the loose but not really.
Okay. So it's a no then. Okay, so let me take a look at the pound and the euro. So basically, MJ, what you are saying is most likely we could try to retest last week's high on the dollar and basically lows on the euro and pound and so on. Something like that. We could do that. Okay, so let's take a look at the euro. Euro dollar. I like this high. Okay, if they had gone a little bit higher, it could have been good as well. But overall, I think this is kind of a good correction, and yeah, I think you can at least try to retest this level. Okay, and then if you do manage to break this low, perfect. If you don't, I think anyone that is short at this point eventually could try to get some kind of targets at around here. I know that many people likes to look for targets kind of below the structure, just try to collect that liquidity. Sometimes I do think that's a little bit too risky, and on the other side I think that's actually cutting the potential of a bigger move down, because usually price, when it breaks a low, especially more of in the continuation, can actually continue to move lower and not just kind of reverse as everyone expects. But yes, at this point, well, the difference in here is that euro already got really close to this move, while the dollar hasn't really moved as high. Like basically the euro is already here. The dollar is still way far away from the top when you're comparing from previous weeks low. So euro may bounce a little bit more in here. Let me just take a look at the euro index as well, because the euro index also looks a bit bearish to me. Okay, so euro index made a beautiful continuation kind of a setup in here, so managed to break the structure, move to downside, and now just retested the previous zone, this kind of support, resistance, and potentially could continue to move lower and could eventually start targeting maybe these lows or something like that. But again, it could go a little bit higher. But overall on this euro index, I'm expecting price to move a little bit more to the downside, which could help also euro dollar to follow through with that type of a move as well. But at this point, euro, just because it's so close already to these lows, I'll be a little bit cautious in looking for shorts. In secondary, it's euro dollar. In looking for shorts, maybe wait for price to go a little bit higher before trying to aim to look for lows again. Let's see at the pound. Yeah, pound is a little bit, or at least has a little bit more room to move to the downside. I think there's a little bit more room until it gets there. So maybe waiting for some kind of retracement before trying to look for shorts could also work. But I prefer at this point on the pound just because there's a little bit more space to the next structure opposite to the euro. And the move on the pound, yeah, it's okay. Eventually could have gone higher even. I think for a bigger move on the pound, in terms by bigger move I mean proper completely shift and price reversing, I think we do need to see this structure being broken, because at this point price is just correcting without breaking any previous low. So we still need to see a proper low, at least on the higher time frame, for our time frame, daily time frame, for price to confirm that maybe that market shift to happen. Because otherwise price can actually just retest this low and try to squeeze again one more time to move to the upside. Yes, that's a little bit of what I'm looking at. So for anyone that is short on the pound, I think I'm with you, LJ. I think I'll prefer to see a little bit more move to the upside before price moving lower. Again. Yeah. Again, when price is in the middle, it's a bit tricky.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's the most likely sort of play that we get. I think everything's kind of appropriately priced right now. There's not too much to price in, markets wise, right? Like, I'd say this is pretty fair price for the euro, fair price for the Aussie, for the pound, dollar yen, like across the board. So I think we're sort of waiting for that next catalyst. Hence, the trading ranges are starting to consolidate. Same deal with the any news headlines or whatever. We're not getting these massive reactions either way. We're sort of waiting for larger, broader change in the current narrative. Pedro.
There you go. You see, that's why woman wins everything. You see, we may not have replied properly her answer, and she's just persisting. Okay, that's women's characteristic, just right here. So I'm sorry if you haven't replied, Rose, yet, or you replied with some doubt. Okay, we're not clear enough for you. So if you want us to tell which level you are looking at on the pound, because literally what we said is yes, maybe you are on a higher time frame, and you mentioned 4 hours. So 4 hours we could see more downside. However, we may need to see a little bit of a pullback to the upside before we go down. Okay, and we basically talked about around 1.357, something like that, potentially for price to move lower, to go higher, to then follow through to move to the downside. Yeah, maybe. There's a little bit of uncertainty. Our price can actually just keep respecting this supply level and just start moving to the downside from here. So that goes a little bit more into your strategy, what kind of opportunities you like to trade. And if for you, this is the level, based on your model, your system, your entry, then just go for it.
And don't forget, we got non-farm payroll this week as well.
Yes, wait.
So people will be sort of building into positioning and, thoughts around that as well, which from every indication, all the US data this week should be pretty good, including payroll. So hence why I'm leaning on one final little, touch higher and then probably down for the rest of the week. I will show you this as well, Pedro. This is actually where some of the options levels for the euro are, right? So basically, this is a little indicator I found the other day. I can't read any of this, but
Jack strike.
All I need to know is this, right? And it makes sense.
Okay.
But yeah, so beyond here we have positive GEX, which basically means, let's not, without getting into a full options thing. Otherwise, I'm going to start saying one thing, and then people will be like, "Oh, what's this? What's that mean?" Point is that these are sort of each of the incremental levels that basically will tend to cap euro. So this is where we've got a bunch of options points through here. So you can see as well with this area just up here where we basically tapped right under, and now we're struggling to get through that. So if we do get any slight push into that, it'll probably be met with more resistance, come down to this key level, and then you've got down there towards that 116 again as the base. And it's only below that, once you get down to 115.50, that you accelerate to the downside. So you should see buying come up through 116.
116 is 116. Yeah, I kind of like that level. And I think if price does break last week's low, I think price can just follow through towards that 116. Yeah, I think price could go all the way through. So basically, though, that work kind of a level of support resistance, kind of at least where you're expecting some bounce.
So it's sort of positioning where other players, institutional players, trading options, that kind of thing, they're already marking out the same levels, and we're seeing that through. So
okay, that's perfect. That's great. So let's just go into reply now to this question from Daniel. What's comment? So Daniel mentioned that he's struggling. So I think Daniel, based on what he mentioned, I think he has a model, he has a strategy, but he has been backtesting a second strategy or a second execution model, and now he's a bit kind of confused or trapped into kind of focusing way too much on the second one and struggling to trade the first one. I think that's the point that he mentioned, because then he said, yes, correct, I'm getting tunnel vision. I think that's normal. Okay, I think especially if the strategies kind of diverge a little bit. I remember when I was transitioning from doing one thing into this naked price action, whatever it may be, I was still trying to trade my previous strategy while my brain and my focus was totally into a new thing, and that didn't really work that well during that transition period, because you start not even trusting yourself, especially after, like, if you have a loss from your previous strategy, and then you're kind of, why am I still doing this? When literally my focus and my attention and kind of what I'm trying to build now is literally on a complete different spectrum. It's completely different new approach. But I think that's a bit normal. Kind of, you are a human being as well. Like, if you, whatever you spend your time on, it's normal that you're going to start focusing on that. I think the pattern recognition that the way our brain works as well, it becomes normal. now that maybe you're going to start paying more attention to that second entry model that you are working on, or kind of doing the back testing, and then you maybe stop unconsciously, you are not trusting so much your first entry. Maybe that's why you also started to work on a second strategy. Maybe you're not satisfied enough with your first one, and again, either reduce your risk or kind of stop trading a little bit into your live accounts during this transitional period, and maybe just try to forward test now that second entry model with either a demo account, or kind of just reduce your risk, or open a new challenge account, kind of maybe a smaller account, 2.5k, 5k, whatever, 10k, and test that on your new entry model. Okay. Again, I think this shows the evolution of trading. You're not going to be doing every single time the same thing, especially in early stages when you are still kind of discovering a few things and not really satisfied maybe what you are doing. And it's important to recognize when you are in those transitional periods. Okay, don't keep risking as much as maybe you were before, especially when you are in this phase. And I think it's just normal. You are just adapting into a new reality that hopefully is going to get the results that you are looking for. Hopefully.
Yeah, I'd say kind of like what you were saying is probably I'd get like a second account and test them both side by side, right? And then that way you're scratching the itch. You're not going to be pulled to do one or the other because it looks better this time, or the last couple trades have worked better on that one, and then they stop working on this one, and maybe go back and forth. I'd run them both side by side, and then as well, now you've taken that back testing into a forward testing situation with both of them, and you should be able to cross compare and actually find out which one's better. Because sometimes when you do the back test, stuff will look good, go into live markets, forward testing, not so good, right? Because the regime can change, that kind of thing. So yeah, I'd probably try run them side by side if you can. Either on a new fresh account, like Pedro was saying, if you can forward one, just one of the small ones, that, or if not, just get a demo account with like a broker that is connected to live markets or something. There you go.
Yeah, I think that would help. But I remember being in that phase. I think all of us, right? I've always go through transitions of different strategies, and it's hard, especially if it is a complete different thing. For me, it was a complete different strategy. Like eventually, I had to kind of stop doing this, start focusing on this one, and eventually come back into live markets again. And by trader Pedro, Rose may not be a female. That's true. Okay, I'm just focusing on the name and the picture. Okay, again, who knows? I just trust what I see there. If it's not, it's not. That's the reality.
It'd be worse if it was, and then you said it wasn't, right? That's probably worse.
Yeah, there are some comments in here all of a sudden. I don't know if this was a follow through from previous message. All of a sudden, starting to mention about quitting your job. Most people watching this thing don't even have a job, and then quit your job when you're already consistent profitable trader. I don't know if there was a follow through before that. All of a sudden, I just read this comment. Was there anything else before?
It's the title of the I think this.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I didn't even know. I think for this topic. Okay. Sorry for this topic. Okay, so I think Rich is about to join us maybe in a bit, and I think he's going to be able to. We're going to start on that topic when he joins. Okay. That just as how prepared I am that I don't even read the topic of the live stream that I'm joining. Quitting your job. Okay, perfect. Someone asking about gold. What can you look at gold? What can we look at gold? What's your take, OJ?
Gold. It's similar deal to the currencies, right? I still want to see us coming down. We were talking about this yesterday. About some, pushing through here. I didn't think we would. I think it'd get capped by that, basically the underside of this prior range up here before we fell through. And then we also had the 200-hour moving average up here, which is that yellow line to combat with. And yeah, figured we'd make a play right down to the lows again, just like we did on various currencies on the majors. And for now, I think we've still got more downside. This was basically the kind of level area I'd be scoping out more too. So about that 4,400 before we actually get some kind of bounce. That's sort of what I'm looking at. So yeah, in general, I just don't really like the gold chart at the minute. It's been here and there. I think trading it on like the 5 minute occasionally when we do hit some of those sort of ATR lows or ATR highs for the day has been pretty good. But in general, as far as like full direction, we're kind of wafting around sideways, point to point, gradually lower. Pretty similar to currencies right now. So just like you were saying, Pedro, I'd prefer to see the kind of, more extremes of the current range before taking firm positions. I feel like the Euro, Aussie, Pound, Dollar, Yen, Nasdaq, everything else looks much better than the gold chart right now. So, but yeah, overall downside still. So any of this higher cluster from today, I'd probably be looking to short. So about 45.94 to 90. That's probably where I'm looking at, like the top of these wick highs and just below the bottom wicks through there. Possible further extension 46.05 or so, but that's probably about it. No.
Yeah.
Have you been trading gold at all, or no?
Yeah, so when I'm looking at it, I actually, in terms of direction, I think it has been a little bit clear, to be honest, since we topped mid of April, and then we broke this low and we just start moving to the downside. And to be honest, there were two levels in here that I was expecting price to react, and price reacted from them, and now I'm waiting and see. Okay, one of them was which we had to base. Okay, when price got to these 4,500s, I think on the daily time frame, this was still a great demand zone, and you had this previous structure that price reacted quite nicely, and we reacted from it. So from here, actually I was about to go long, but price didn't manage to break this small structure in there. It never gave the confirmation, so I skipped the long, and the target was back into this structure. So we went there, and now it may look like a little bit more of as a downtrend still if you just follow price at this point. We did manage to fake out a little bit, so price maybe, just as you mentioned, maybe price could go a little bit more higher and then just resume the move lower, and who knows, maybe filling out this. I think that would be quite interesting, maybe get close to 4,400s or even actually target this low altogether. That would be maybe my idea. For the reason I already have this drawing at around this structure. But for now, yeah, a little bit more of waiting and see. This would have been a bit more. I didn't trade on Friday just because of the bank holiday. Again, I think these bank holidays have been quite interesting. Because anytime I kind of ignore the charts, price either tops or bottoms at around those bank holidays. So yes, I could see a little bit more of a downside move on gold. But if you start ranging a little bit, I wouldn't be surprised neither. Okay, because this structure hold price for a while as well. Looking in the on the left side, and the price just wants to continue now to be trading within this range for the week or for the next couple of days until we get more news in terms of the situation in the Middle East, or eventually more data regarding the labor market in the US. Then maybe we can have a continuation on gold. So that's
so much war currently, war headlines. So again,
yeah. Richard, welcome.
Welcome.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing?
Oh, good. Morning.
So I see we had a couple of comments in chat a minute ago, and I don't know if you've touched on it yet. And it's the header in today's conversational point: quitting your day job in trading. Have we gone into this? Have we already spilled the beans? Catch me up. What's happened?
No, I just read the comments. To be honest with you, I didn't know the topic of today's live stream, so I didn't really know what you were talking about. But then LJ clarified to me, okay, this is the topic of today's live stream, so at least I know what you're talking about. And we're waiting for you. We're basically waiting for you to join, so you can, we can start this chat. Yeah.
Okay. I've got to be a little bit careful because I'm right in the middle of a slightly bigger project that we've been doing in the background. This morning, we interviewed a trader of over 15 years. We sat down, we went through all the community's questions. Inside the Discord of the 5ers, we had an opportunity to sit down with the whole community and said, look, if you could sit down with a $1 million trader, what would you ask them? And we collected a huge amount of questions. And this morning, I've just got off an interview where, like I say, trader of over 15 years, and we've gone through all these insights. And One of the ones that come up, and this is the spoiler, this is the only spoiler I'm going to give. I think on Thursday or Friday this week in the Discord call, we're going to go into this in details. But one of the only spoilers I will give is we were talking about what was the one thing that gave you consistency in trading. And one of the topics that did come up through this conversation was potentially not relying on trading to be your sole source of income. So I felt that was pretty interesting because today we're talking about that idea of, quitting your job. What would it be like to transition into trading? And yet we're speaking to a trader of over a dozen years, and the trader's saying, well, actually, there's a bit more pressure around it when you do it solely as an income. What about you guys? What's your experience with that? Have you found that trading creates a bit more pressure when you're... Because I see, and I want to address this. I don't know if you touched on it, but I did see it just before I hopped in. There was a comment in chat, and this is where we want to be totally transparent and honest with you guys. If you got any questions, now's the time to ask them, sorry. But I saw something in chat which prompted this. I'm just scrolling up slightly, and it said, hold on. There we go. This one. Now, I don't know the full context of it, but it said, so you guys are 5ers funded traders above 300K and paid to do this stream. Now, I don't know if you guys touched on this. I did see it, and I thought without context, this kind of flew away from, or this just kind of jumped out at me from nowhere. And I thought, where did that come from? Was there a conversation around kind of building multiple income revenues and the business side behind it? Or was this just a random comment that was just like, have that?
Yeah, no, it was random. Dubico said this before, which is where, we brought up the stream name today. I don't think there was anything else. Did you say anything else before that?
I don't think so. I think
the
comments.
I think that was it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was a long.
Yeah, Dubico was just saying so he's saying he's just curious and was saying trading should be a hobby until you've made enough to quit your job. Yeah. Interesting. Well, that basically kind of leads into what you're saying, Rich. So I don't know. You take the floor with that.
Sure. Okay, so the trader that we're talking to, and I don't want to give too much away because I want to actually save this for a special webinar that we're going to do. But one of the things they lent into is that if you're trading solely as an income, then you will feel a lot more pressure. Now, what would it look like if you were to do something within the trading environment, or it could be totally on the side, that supported your trading? If you're not solely dependent on trading to pay your bills, would you actually trade better? And I think a lot of the evidence we need to answer this is going to sit within demo accounts. How many of us in chat here can trade a demo account like an absolute boss? Because there's kind of no pressure on it. But when it comes to now trading an account that, hey, if I get this funded, I could get paid out. If I get paid out, I could pay my bills. If I could pay my bills, maybe I could get out of debt. And all of a sudden we humanize and we emotionalize all this trading experience. And the next thing we know, we're starting to just focus heavily on the P&L as opposed to the process. And this was one of the really interesting things. And I actually commented on this in this interview. I said, some of these questions I'm throwing you, I'm trying to get you to adhere to the idea that there are, different ways of approaching different size accounts, for example. And the trader was relentless to their process. Absolutely relentless. There was not a deviation which led me to believe, okay, the trader would do this under this circumstance or this under this. It was very much, I know the process is the thing that's going to get me to the place that I want to be. But is it easier to follow the process if you're not dependent on the process producing profit? That was kind of where and I can't go into it in any more detail than this because I'm as fresh on my mind. I'm going to go and give away too much juice, and I'm going to save this very specifically for one of the Discord sessions, probably this week. So a little bit of a shout out, if you're in the 5ers community, in the Discord, and you're a 5ers trader, you have the opportunity to jump in these sessions, have a chat with us about it, and we're going to be sharing some of these insights as well. We covered everything from realistic expectations. I got thrown an absolute curveball on this, And it's so hard for me not to go into details with this because I want to talk about this stuff. So I said, okay, what would be a realistic expectation for a trader? Are we talking 5% a month, 2% a month? And they threw me an absolute curveball that I didn't see coming, which is why I love having these kind of conversations with traders. So what you'll find, to answer the question in chat, what you'll find is a lot of us who are on the live streams, we're not specifically going to go into too much personal detail. Some of us will be managing larger allocations. It could be private, it could be personal, it could be prop, it could be all sorts of stuff. And it's probably something that's better kept a little bit more a more closed door on. I wouldn't want to give that kind of insight into my trading because it isn't just myself, and it does end up becoming like a bit more of a portfolio. So that said, I do have multiple live funded accounts, multiple payouts, but I'm on a journey to build my allocation up to over 2 million. Am I there yet? No, but I'm well on my way to that journey. And I find the more I talk about the P&L side of it, the more I become focused on, this month I'm in a drawdown. I'm moving further away from my goals. And before I know it, I'm starting to feel the pressure. Then I'm starting to think, maybe Pedro's got a strategy he can teach me. Maybe LJ knows something about price action that I'm just that I'm just missing. And it's very easy to start thinking on, I need something outside of what I've got. When in fact, what I've learned about being a trader of 8 years is I don't need more than what I've got. I just need to be able to follow it consistently. And one of the things that absolutely helped me with that is knowing that on a monthly basis, I do not need to have a profitable month to pay my bills. Initially, when I got into trading, I built that from savings, and then I built a bigger trading pot so that I didn't need to hit over 10% a month to hit my targets. But then it got to a point where, what if I went break even for a month, break even for 2, break even for 6 months? What kind of pressure is that going to put when I watch savings drop and drop and drop? Because the idea with, and I want to challenge this, we get this cliche idea of, if you're going to become a trader, a full-time trader, you've got to save up 6 months worth of income. This is something that we hear a lot in the trading environment. And I feel like it's really good information, but it's not complete information. Because if you save up 6 months worth of income and for 2 months you go break even, nearly half your pot has just disappeared. And that adds massive pressure watching that balloon start to deflate in front of you. So I found that it's not how much money I could save, it was about streamlining my expenses and knowing that I could cover those expenses. So Pedro, I've got a question for you. Let's say, we'll put random numbers out there. Let's say it costs you $2,000 a month to live. Would you rather have $20,000 in the bank, or would you rather have $2,000 a month coming in? Where would you put the importance of those two things? Ideally, we'd want both, but if you could only have one, what would be your priority?
I'm sorry. So 20,000 is a saving, and
yeah. So you're going
2,000 is a regular income.
Yeah, you could either have 2,000 a month as a regular income, or you could have 20,000 sitting in a savings pot. Which one would you prefer to go into full-time trading with only one of those things to support you?
I know
my expenses would be 2,000. Like basically everything I've earned is going to go towards my expenses. Those 2,000. Is that the case?
Well, you've either got the 20,000 in the savings pot, which you can use to pay your 2,000 expenses each month, or you've got $2,000 coming in each month, which you could use to pay for your bills.
Exactly. So basically, that will give me around 10 months of survival until I run out of money. Like if I was just spending 2,000 per month for 20,000, I have 10 months to survive, and the other one would give me. To be honest, I've been a little bit in both scenarios. Okay, in early stages, while I was doing more of a part-time. While I was literally just working to cover the expenses, and everything else was dedicated to trading, and basically in that moment, because you mentioned really well about the expenses, right? So one main thing that we need to think about when you do want to eventually transition into full-time trading, or actually want to make it in trading, is we need to be honest with ourselves and actually really clear about what are our goals and to reduce the downside. The downside in this case are expenses. Okay, we've really have a humble kind of life in terms of we are not going to be out every day. We're not going to be like spending again ordering a food or night clubbing or whatever it may be. You need to reduce and live quite below your means to not add that extra pressure, and you need to be comfortable doing that. So basically everyone around you, maybe your friends, and mostly because you are, most of us, when you're jumping into this trading journey, we are on our 20s or slightly around that moment where everyone else is partying and enjoying life, and you don't have the means to do that because you want to trade. You are spending the money by losing trading accounts or losing money in trading, and you need to be comfortable with that. So that comparison and kind of that acceptance is really important, because if you do want to continue with that lifestyle, it's going to be hard for you, because then just makes even more pressure into your expenses. So first of all, it was that factor where I had to kind of reduce a little bit my expenses on a monthly basis to focus on the goal that was eventually to make it in trading. And in that moment, yes, I was basically just working a certain amount of hours to cover my bills, and with that dedicate my time to trading, to learn. That was a period where I was spending many hours in front of the charts, still a little bit inconsistent in that moment, making a little bit but losing it as well. And then when I started to build up and to grow a little bit into trading, that's when finally savings started to grow and to increase, and then in the future, and then along the journey, that's when actually there was a period where I stopped doing what I was doing, and that's the moment where I had savings, and it goes into the second phase where, okay, savings can also disappear quite quickly. Just like you mentioned, a few break-evens or a few months in a few negative months, and all of a sudden just see money going out and nothing coming in, and the psychology impact that creates it's a lot of pressure, because all of a sudden you see that, and in that moment, yes, maybe I already had a little bit more comfortable life as well, so my expenses are a bit higher comparing with where I was before, and all of a sudden, hold on a second, this is extra pressure for my own trading on a daily basis. So I had to balance a little bit with that. I had more than 10 minutes of savings. It was more than that. Okay, I was fully covered for a little bit longer than that. But at the same time, you could see the money just going out, and that's not comfortable. That's not comfortable at all. To just see that, it creates a lot of pressure. Any mistrade, it becomes a big thing. Any loss becomes a big thing. And anytime you are close to TP, you start actually taking profits earlier than you want, just to ensure and make sure that you actually make money. So actually, I was in both scenarios, on both examples that you mentioned. I've been there, and yeah, both are tricky. I think maybe the first one where actually start covering your expenses, you are certain that you are going to be covering your expenses, and maybe you can start to save up a little bit. But in that moment, you need to split your attention to two different places, because if you are earning £2,000 from somewhere else, means that you are not trading full time, or at least dedicating full time of your time to trading. And on the other side, you do have all the time in the world to trade, but there's a little bit of pressure as well to just trade, just based on trading. So yes, maybe instead of savings, if you then start having other type of investments, other type of cash flows that can actually bring the money in, then it's a different story. Okay, that would be maybe the ideal. Bringing those 2,000, let's just say, from passive income, let's call it like that. That's a more healthier way to then keep building up your.
So if you had to pick, you go the 2K a month rather than the 20 lump. Is that what you're saying?
I kind of said it depends. It depends. I'll just add. It depends on how much time you are dedicating to earn those 2K. okay, or what we are doing in terms of for 2K. Because if to earn those 2K, you are actually spending a lot of time, a lot of pressure, and it's removing a lot of your attention from trading, that can distance the potential of making it in trading. Okay, but if it is something allocated to, or doesn't really occupy much of your mind, or kind of it's maybe something related to trading as well, that you maybe can actually earn maybe something similar to maybe working with 5ers or whatever it may be, and then if you can combine both, then it's perfect. That's even better. Yeah.
So Rich, were you saying like it's like 2K free? Like say you're not working, you just get 2K, right? Or you get 20 like lump. Was that basically what we were saying?
Yeah.
Or
It's
are you
either,
yeah. So it's just 2K,
no,
just
it's
deposit into
20K. Yeah, 20K straight into your bank, no strings attached, or 2K a month just coming in, no strings attached. What would you rather? Would you rather
So
the big
no way.
cash injection,
Yeah.
or would you rather say, yeah? So you're not, and Pedro raises a really good point here, because if you're, and the reason why we're using 2K is because let's say for argument's sake, 2K was a monthly expense. That's what you needed to break even to sustain your life. So this is why we're just picking a random 2K number. But Pedro raises a really good point here. If you were earning that 2K and it was external to trading, now you're working two jobs. Now you've effectively got your attention somewhere else. And then when that's finished, you've then got to put your attention into trading. And when you think about it, if you're diversifying your income, I would want to diversify my income in a way that complemented where most of my attention was. I don't want to be running from one side of the town to do one job and then run to the other side of the town to do another job. I would prefer to do all of my business, all of my activity under potentially the same focus point. So this is kind of where initially I came in as Pedro with a lump sum of savings, and I was like, I'm gonna figure this out, and when I do, I've got this huge amount of money to invest. I kept putting this money in before I was ready to invest. And chat, I want you to think of trading as, imagine you've got an apple seed and you get to plant that seed and you get to grow an apple tree, but you need to eat 5 apples a day. And this is a really good way of thinking about trading. That tree needs months, if not years, to grow to a size where it can sustain 5 apples a day without it getting smaller. Now, for most traders to become profitable, they're not going to do it inside a year. Most traders are going to go probably above 2 years before they start reaching that profitability state. Now, if you're trying to prune and eat from that apple tree when it produces like 1 apple a month, it's never going to grow. So part of complementing your income and allowing your trading skill set to truly blossom is to take that pressure away from saying, I need these apples from trading. I need that tree to grow. And the more pressure we put on it, the more we keep chucking water on it and fertilizer on it, it's typically not going to grow. And what I found for me, and I see it in chat, someone said, why 300K? Well, actually for me, that number's 400K. I recognise that to have a really good crack at supporting myself through what my expenses were and what I wanted my income to be, I needed 400K's worth of funding. That was my number. I said, that's how big that apple tree needs to be for me to be able to say, hey, I can take 5 apples a day off this and it can still organically grow. So it was important for me to understand that whilst I was learning to trade, I needed to supplement my income in a way that took the pressure off allowing that apple tree to grow and become a massive, massive tree that could knock out 30 apples a day, 40 apples a day. And at that point, it wouldn't matter if I took 5 a day off it, I could still feed myself. But this isn't what I did. I came into trading and I planted that tree and I every time, like Pedro said, every time a trade would go near to take profit, I would grab that apple before it had ripened. I was constantly robbing from my trading account, trying to support myself, but my account wasn't big enough to sustain because I hadn't given it enough time. And effectively my savings started to dwindle down, and we're talking tens of thousands of pounds that just went lower and lower and lower and lower. And it got to a point where I'm like, well, I've still got enough savings to make this work, and I'm now earning from my trading, but I'm earning 2 apples a day and I need 5. And I looked at my trading and I said, well, to quit now would be ridiculous. I'm in year 3. I'm now becoming profitable. I've got a good track record of making a bit more than I'm losing, but I'm only making 2 apples a day and I need 5. And I looked at my savings and I'm like, oh, it's a lot of pressure just watching it drop and drop. And I was like, what if I went somewhere else to get them 3 apples a day, that 4 apples a day? And that's where in year 3, I started to supplement my income external from trading. And then it was actually completely external from trading. So I would trade and then I would just work a part-time job. And I started thinking, how nice would it be to work a part-time job within the trading environment so I don't have to keep taking my attention away from trading. Now, this was about year 3, and by the end of year 3, I was earning 3 apples a day, and year 4, 4 apples a day, and 5, and it started growing and getting to a point where I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm kind of above that 5 apple threshold, and I can make trading work. I can sustainably rely on trading to pay my bills. But then I asked myself a core question. Do I want to? Do I really want to rely on trading to pay entirely for my bills? As our family started to expand, and we were starting to make plans and go on holiday, and you start thinking about, like, maybe you change your car or you might go into a bigger house. And I was thinking, what if trading went break even for 3 months? And what if it wasn't just me who was dependent on 5 apples a day? And as Pedro says, you move to a different place. Now you need 6 apples a day. Maybe you expand your family. Now you need 7 or 8. And before you know it, that trading still needs time to grow and get to a point where it's earning enough money. And one of the misconceptions in trading is that when you become profitable, you will have an abundance and an endless supply of apples. You will earn 50 a day. But it takes time to build up. You might get to 10 a day. And when I say 10 apples a day, I'm talking about your allocation might be 500,000. And you get to that 500,000 and you hit a massive mental block because you've just pulled your first $10,000 trade. And $10,000 is enough to suddenly throw you off your game. And now you're grabbing profit too early. And so it takes time at each stage of the journey to allow that to grow from 10 to 12 to 14 to 20. And it doesn't just go from nothing to an abundance of money. It takes time to develop all these core areas of trading, which isn't just learn a strategy and place trades. There's a relationship between how you feel about money and how you're going to interact with the charts, and finding a way that you can make trading fit you as an individual. And it's such a personal journey of, even if I taught you my strategy, it just wouldn't fit another trader because I've customized it so much to fit my needs and my wants. And to have time to figure that out, I found it was better to approach it with a additional income as opposed to having just a pot of savings that got smaller and smaller, because that just felt like a rope around my feet that were getting tighter and tighter and tighter. So I would definitely encourage anyone who's looking to make that transition, first of all, is to look at your track record honestly. Have you got 6 months track record with trading where you actually just made a bit more than you lost? And was it on a quarterly basis? Was it on a monthly basis? Maybe on a weekly basis? I don't make money every week. I even have down months as well. I think last month I had a couple of % down month. And then just build that track record to a point where it's large enough to say, you know what, there's something here. And then naturally scale into it and do so in a way with an income that supplements and takes the pressure off your trading. Not many traders I know went into trading full-time, relied on trading full-time, and continued to do that for the rest of their trading career, because trading has massive ebbs and flows. It has ups, it has downs, and when we're on an upswing, you feel invincible. I'm earning 20 apples a day. This is great. It's never going to end. Then the drought season comes in, that winter comes in, and then all of a sudden it's not even like I'm earning none. You could be earning negative. You could be going minus and actually losing money. I was speaking to a friend about this more recently, and he was saying that, he said, trading is an interesting one. He said, because if you're self-employed, you might earn really good money. And then you have a couple of jobs where you don't earn as much, or maybe you break even on the job and it just didn't play out that well. Trading isn't like that. Trading is one of them jobs where you can earn really good money. You also can go negative. You also can lose. And this is one of those core skills, is building a relationship with losing and being wrong that doesn't cause you to emotionally react and tilt and revenge trade and do all those things which long term don't really have a place in building a sustainable career. So definitely something to think about holistically. And just another small seed. We were talking about blind spots in this interview this morning with this trader, and they were saying that you don't know what you don't know. And I am so conscious of 8 years of trading that I've discovered so many things I didn't even realize were a thing, that I'm conscious that there are going to be so many more things that I'm yet to discover. And each one of these could act as a massive level up or a massive stumbling block. I've just accepted that in my trading career, I have not figured everything out. And that's purely based on the track record of what's happened in the last 8 years. But you can get to that chapter where you're still learning new things and making a bit more than you're losing. But to do that without protecting your downside, that's a very difficult thing to do. So that's kind of my two cents on it, and kind of how I transitioned into trading. And if I could do it again, I wouldn't change a thing in the sense that it made me who I am today and gave me the lessons that I hold today. But could I pick them lessons up in a bit more of a friendlier way? I think so. I think so. And that's where I would always encourage traders to, most people quit trading not because they've earned too much. It's just because they've lost too much. And if you can give yourself a bigger window to learn, then surely that would be the focus point rather than just trying to get rich tomorrow. Because it doesn't happen that way, regardless of what Instagram tells you.
Yeah, no one tends to quit trading by their own choice, unless you've made like $1 billion, right? even normally when people have made 10 mil, 50 mil, 100 mil, they're like, I kind of like this. I'm just going to keep going. They might drop their total like commitment to it, like being on stuff all the time. It might be they'll still do it until they're like 80 years old. They might go to investing, that kind of thing, do other stuff. But yeah, normally people don't drop out altogether because they made too much money. It just doesn't really happen. So I was just going to answer this as well for you, Dubicor, finally. I was just waiting for the other guys to finish. So with all the traders that come on here on the stream and everything, we have a huge mix of everyone. Some people will be at higher levels, other people at slightly lower levels. Some people have had, they've been training for a decade or more. Others have just started in the past 3 or 4 years. And the idea for that is to give you guys like a well-rounded thing of traders sort of a bit earlier in their journey, in the mid game, the late game, or the beyond the late game, like institutional levels and that kind of thing. So for instance, like, I've been trading 13, 14 years now. I've been doing it full time out of uni. That's what I've always done. Dirk worked for family office running a couple $1 billion, trading options, doing all institutional stuff, that kind of thing. So we've got like that kind of range. Then we've got other traders who have started the past like 3-4 years. They do really well. They've kicked off. Yeah. It's meant to be like a kind of a mix to also accommodate for everyone here on the stream and in the community in general, whether you're a beginner, intermediate, more experienced, that kind of thing. So we try to cover like all the bases. So exactly how much capital people have will be dependent on whatever they're doing. Plus a bunch of the guys go into like stocks. They might buy real estate, might buy other things as well. Not all your capital is always going to be in trading. You're going to have some prop firms, some personal accounts, that kind of thing. We also spoke about that for the 2026 prep. I actually did a panel on that with how you guys can get your prop accounts, earn through there, and then also funnel that into personal trading accounts, personal brokerage accounts, retirement accounts, all that kind of thing, and build up your sort of wealth stock and wealth profile going forward. So yeah, but to your question, Rich, I think I would take the 20K. I'll take the lump and run it there, right? Now, I will say that with context, though, I think that's more just how I more naturally operate and naturally lean into, is very like business entrepreneurial. Give me the stack and I know what resources I have. And then I always find like the absolute maximum I can push these resources to, right, to produce something, and I can scope that out. And it puts more of a somewhat semblance of, I guess, the kind of thesis of like burn the boats type thing. Like, this is your stack. That's what you've got. You got to make it work. I don't like the kind of the churn of knowing like, oh, I've got another 2K later. Oh, another 2K later. Like, I can try again or something like that. I prefer having that kind of sort of more like pressure cooker back up against the wall, and then you got to make it work, make it happen, type thing. So that's definitely my way. That's what I did for myself in the past. Now, eventually I started doing other stuff just because I thought it was interesting. Like for a while, I sold like iPhones. Used to like flip them or buy them off Marketplace, repair them, sell them for an extra $200-300. I sold, more than 6 figures of just random iPhones, like doing that, right? For instance. So there's a bunch of random bits and pieces like that, or other consulting work, or done fashion modeling stuff, whatever, they'll pick up along the way. But that was, again, not for that reason. But it was always still something that I thought about. Say if somehow I blew up in trading, needed to go back to the drawing board, I did have something that I could do. So I'm still scoping it out. And it's also something I find interesting and sort of breaks up your trading day, or just that pure focus. So then it would complement my trading in that way. I'm not just doing the one thing all the time and just, you lose your brain like an animal in the zoo or something, and they start just running around in circles, So yeah, I would take the 20 though, personally, and just give myself that run room. So, but yeah, that's me. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good one. Now I think I understood a little bit more the question. It was not regarding to having to do another work. It was kind of, you are being paid 2,000 to trade. I think that was more of the situation. You are getting paid 20,000 in one tranche, or you are getting paid 2,000 to trade. And I think actually that's a little bit of many prop firms may do. Prop firms even in New York and something like that. Basically, they just pay a small amount to make sure that the traders don't need to worry about their basic expenses, rent, food, whatever, so we can just allocate that time to trading. And in this case, I think I'll be different to LJ. I think I'll take the 2K per month just to give me enough time to be relaxed and to actually work on my process. A little bit like Rich, that he said that yes, maybe it's going to take me more than 10 months, and the problem with just getting 20K is that, and imagine that you cannot earn any more income. Okay, we're pretending that we don't have any more income aside from the 20K. Is that after the 5th month, I'm not thinking about my process anymore. I'm just thinking that in 5 months I'm run out of cash and I need to find something else to do. And that's a little bit of the process. And actually, one of the main things that I also mentioned to new traders is the lack of expectations. Like, and they do this mistake many times. In this particular case, it's a specific dollar amount, but sometimes they are telling their parents, they're telling their friends, you know what? In 6 months I'm going to be funded with 200K account. 3 months in, is in a drawdown, and now he's no longer thinking about the 200K count or the process. No, at this point, he's not even thinking about his trading anymore or his system. He's just thinking about, I'm behind my schedule that I set up that for myself. Now I'm rushing into trades. Now I'm going to be doing something erratic. Now I'm over trading. Now I'm getting too emotional anytime I lose a trade, and so on and so forth. So that lack of expectations, it's a big thing, and in this case, it will be also allocated to the $2 amount. I prefer to get paid 2K. I cover my expenses, but at least I know I can just literally dedicate my time to trading without caring about my base income, and reduce my lifestyle, and that's it. Yeah, I think that's actually shows exactly the two types of personalities, which is great. Which is actually quite great. And I think not even to mention kind of another prop firms, but actually SMB Capital from New York, from Mike Bellafiore. I think they kind of did something like that, or I don't know now the amount, but I think that's what they do for their interns. I think they give him maybe either 12 months or 24 months. They give him a basic salary, like really low salary, so they can survive. And then, of course, they are gaining bonuses if they make profit. But at least that's those first 1 to 2 years you have this time to focus just on your trading. I don't want you to be worried about anything else aside from trading, because it's a completely different scenarios as we have been talking today. If you are worried about your basic incomes and kind of just survival mode, it's really be difficult to make a lot of money in trading. Like it's a completely contrast of mindsets. You're trying to survive on one side, and the other side you're thinking about managing or trying to trade 100k accounts into 100k, 300k. It's like your mindset doesn't deal with it, and it's kind of a ladder, kind of a little bit of a slow process to be able to do that. So yeah, that would be my choice, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. If I had a recommendation, I would recommend exactly what you said, Pedro. Right? Like I don't think how I operate or think is like normal, right? So I definitely recommend what Pedro was saying. I would say 90% of people will not be doing what I'm doing, right? And I think it would also probably, on average, have better success rate doing what you're doing. So even of the few people that would choose to do it the way I would, I think the overall success rate, even if we just look at it as just a percentage, ignore it's 90, 10, whatever. So not the raw numbers, but percentage, I think your way would be more successful.
Yeah, it's good to say that. Go ahead, Rich.
Let's lean into biases, because correct me if I'm wrong, Pedro, but didn't we both take longer than 10 months to become profitable? But I seem to think that LJ took massively less than 10 months. So doesn't this also influence our decision on kind of how we would approach something because of our previous trauma or lack of trauma? Because LJ got there pretty quick, whereas for me it was like 2 years of losing, a year of break even. So maybe our decisions are actually built from like a subconscious experience that we had from many years ago, and we're still potentially playing it safe. So if there's wrong, I was answering it from a perspective of the trader I was when I started. But if I'm the trader I am today, $2K a month to pay my bills, and I've got no disposable income, and I've got to hustle to get $40 to start on a small account and build it up, or $20K just to say, right, we've got a timeline to work to, a bit of spare cash, let's start going. So I think if I was to lean into my experience of a trader today, I'd be like, right, let's go with a 20K. But the trader I was when I started would immediately go, take the 2K a month. And the 2K feels safer to me because it was what I needed at that time. But the trader I am today should be, no, take the 20K. It's a better use of leveraging your skill set. Just quickly before I forget, I think it's the high stakes account that when you get to 350K, you get $4,000 a month being on 350K. And then as you scale to $500,000 worth of allocation, I think it goes to $10,000 a month as well. So there are, but I mean, by the time you reach 350K, you have probably scaled half a dozen times. You've probably made about $100,000, if not more, in payouts. So what might feel like, wow, $4,000 a month, but then even at that point, maybe that $4,000 a month would help the trader sustain their process and just trade the process of their account as opposed to the P&L. I just want to quickly touch on this. I see it's been asked a couple of times in chat. What do you guys think about scalping using the 1, 3, 5 minute time frame for trades? I'm going to give you my quick watered down version for 20 seconds, then I'd love to hear what you guys think. What do I think to scalping? I think exactly the same to scalping as what I do any other time frame or style of trading. I must have a process. I must apply risk management, and I must be willing to go through drawdowns and upswings. All I would be looking for is a repeatable, reoccurring pattern that I can trade on any time frame, and then I would just trade it with consistent risk management. So if that was on the 1, 3, and 5 minute time frames, I would typically call that scalping because I'm going to be in and out of trades much quicker. If it was on a higher time frame, I believe the process remains the same, only I have a little bit longer to make decisions. So providing I felt that I could apply my process on a very quick trail of thought without kind of jumping in to trades that weren't valid. Providing I had time to follow my process, I would be happy to trade any time frame. I traded the 1 minute chart for over 2 years, and that's all I looked at for 2 years. But what do you guys think? What do you think to scalping?
I like scalping. I definitely like scalping a lot more during New York, in particular. Personally, I've always found so like my general approach and that kind of thing tends to fare better during Asia and London, at least as far as like the big hitters and like the kind of setup, build up through that. New York definitely still runs, but the thing is, within New York, you have a lot more volatility, a lot more back and forth. Especially right now, of course, we've got Trump in particular. So, at the end of New York, I'll set up for the Asia session the next day and run things that way. But during New York, I'll tend to go to more of a scalping type approach rather than intraday or intra-session. One, we're already kind of towards the end of the day as far as the whole trading day. And then, yeah, I find it much better to kind of shoot from the hip, bang, 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 right? Get in, get out. So that's where I prefer scalping. I think it's more, one, it goes to the style of your personality, just like we were talking about before, like how Pedro and I had like those different choices, and yourself, Rich. But I think also different, at least I've always found that different trading sessions sort of complement certain approaches better. I feel like most people that swing trade as well they always find the best entry points and such through Asia, which is interesting too. So yeah, I've always considered like Asia a bit more of a swing. Even if I'm doing like an intraday swing, it'll be from there into London. London is more intra-session or intraday, as we call it. And then New York, I'll like scalp a bit more in general. That's kind of the breakdown. But I think everything's good.
Yeah, in terms of scalping, in my opinion, it depends if it is kind of a long-term situation or kind of more a quick money. Quick money, I mean, it's not quick money, but something where you make money a bit quicker and then move on. I think it would be kind of a situation like LJ, where there's maybe a few percentage of people that have the ability to stay consistent and to make money long-term scalping, where maybe for the majority of people, I think they'll be better off trading slightly higher time frames, maybe a little bit of a slower pace price action move, where they don't need to make so many decisions so quickly. I think the majority of people have more success like that. But in terms of then personality, if you actually tend to be more fast thinking like LJ, maybe like Rich as well, that you know exactly what you are looking for and you like those quicker moves. And I know another kind of a few scalpers that literally suits so much their personality. That's perfect. So I think you need to get in touch a little bit with who you are to see if you actually can do it long term and to generate actually profit from it long term. Otherwise you could transition a little bit more into high time frames. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I think a lot of people scalping, they like it because it's quick, it's very reactive. You get a very quick or almost instant response sometimes, right? But at the same time, yeah, people that do really well scalping, they're still very strategic in their scalping. It's not just like, because when you're looking at those shorter time frames, you can see entry points everywhere. Like stuff looks good all over the place, and I think people get like overload. It's almost like going into like I don't know, an arcade or a nightclub or something, or a casino, and there's just noise and sound and lights and stuff everywhere, and people are like just trading stuff all over the place, just sort of for the sake of trading, and not being as thoughtful and considered, and really taking those select punches or select portions within scalping, because it is obviously much more. There's much more noise. But it's very high, what's the word? I was going to say fidelity. It's the opposite of fidelity because it's noisy. It's higher velocity, I guess, right? Higher velocity, but lower fidelity. So there's more noise. So it seems like a lot of stuff is good, but then, yeah, if you're not checking those higher time frames, you'll get blown out. So as long as you're scalping, if you're scalping on those time frames, I would still say the people who do it best still check the slightly higher time frames to sort of confirm that they're moving with the market, put it that way, and then being selective in those scalps, not just taking every 5 bars here or this there, or I don't know. Did you have anything else
the
for us?
lower time frame advertisers. Sorry?
Sorry.
I was going to say the lower time frame advertises all the time. Like you can watch 1 minute charts and you can see 30 setups a day. Doesn't mean to say the 30 setups have edge to it. And one of the things I found hardest to navigate when I solely traded 1 minute charts was how do I differentiate the difference between a quality setup and just a random entry criteria just because the 1 minute moved in a certain way. And what I actually found was I would look at the 15 minute for context. So every trade I took had to have a 15-minute structure break for me to go, right, I've got the right context here. But to realize that, I ended up trading for 4 months on the 1 minute chart, and I was making money for those 4 months, but it was lumpy. It was like a 0.13 expectancy, and I'm like, dude, this should be like a 0.3. And so if you understand expectancy, the higher the expectancy, typically the higher the strength of the edge, just on a very, very fun, like basic basis. Obviously, you've got to factor in risk to reward and stuff like that. So if I had a 0.3 expectancy on a one-to-one trade, it's going to be probably about a 65% win rate. Now, if we had 3 trades a day with a 0.3 expectancy, that means that on average, I'm earning about 0.9 of an R. So if I'm risking 1%, I'm earning about 0.9 of that 1% a day, which would be brilliant. But if I'm a swing trader, I might still only have a 0.3 of an R expectancy. But now I only get 1 setup a week. So I was drawn into the lower timeframes knowing that I still need an edge on the lower timeframes. I've still got to find the right entry criteria, but the lower timeframes now offer me 3 to 5 good high quality setups a day. They advertise about 20 setups a day. So I had to figure out, well, of the ones that were advertising, I mean, we've all seen things advertised that were probably not in our best interest, right? And it was like, well, what's the 3 to 5 things that I want to get involved with? So once I learned to figure out kind of what was noise and what was value, then I was able to find edge 3 to 5 times a day. And that fitted me much better because as a trader, I want to trade 60 times a month. I want to execute on 60 single opportunities a month. And the reason I say that, and this is just my preference, I have 60 opportunities for my 0.3 expectancy to play out, which means I've got a bigger sample size and I'm more likely to end up in profit instead of, say, executing 6 times a month. In 6 trades at a 0.3 expectancy, there's a much higher chance that I will end up break even, or maybe I have a prolonged drawdown. So I know as a trader who has an edge in the market, I need quantity of trades. I need a huge basket of trades, and that's how my edge plays out. So do I want to take 60 trades a year, or do I want to take 60 trades a month? Well, I want to take 60 trades a month because, again, it gives me more, it gives me a smoother equity curve because
it compresses that compounding. Right, essentially, you're doing a month's work in a week. Is it right? And so, therefore, after 3 months, you've done a whole year's worth of progress. Therefore, you can fast forward now after a year, you've done 4 years progress in what would have otherwise been a year. And when you compound that,
now I'm going to get. And now I'm going to get funded quicker, and now I'm going to get payouts quicker, and now I'm going to scale my accounts quicker, and I'm going to retire quicker. And that's how it was advertised to me. But the problem was that wasn't the reality because I had to learn to navigate the lower timeframes just gave me so many false signals. And so there is definitely a skill aspect of lower timeframe charts, knowing what's the difference between an old mutton dressed as lamb or something that's actually genuinely got some value to it. And so I said, right, I'm going to sit here I didn't plan on it, but I sat there for 2 years and I just traded 1 minute charts for 2 years. I mean, one of my accounts that I trade now is, I think, 3 years old and has got about 6,500 trades on it. And it's 6,500 opportunities for that equity curve to smooth out. And it has, and it does. So it's, and you know that, LJ, you know that thing, you smash Alt and E on an MT5 terminal, now you bring up a big statistics page, you've got your most profitable assets, your long to short ratio. I showed you the other day in the group, maybe a week ago, as I was rolling over 6,000 trades, there was only something like 2 trades different between long and short ratio. And I was like, how random is this? I've taken like 2,998 shorts and 3,002 longs. But it comes with a an element of noise. It comes with an element of figuring out what's the exact signal you need on a lower time frame. And for me, that took a lot more study to figure out my edge. But the good thing, if I only had 3 years worth of data, I could look at 6 months worth of data on the 1 minute and get so many trade opportunities and sample size. Whereas if I'm a swing trader, I might only get a 200 trade sample size over 5 years. So I like to build a big sample size. I've just finished a couple of studies. The first one's over 1,000 trades, and it tells me very clearly, is there an edge here that I can repeatedly execute on, or is it just noise? And sadly, 1,004 trades later, that one was just noise. But that's a part and package. That's a part and package of developing edge as a trader. So yeah, definitely enjoy trading lower time frame charts. But once you can figure out kind of the difference between a good quality setup and something that's just random, and just know that you'll get some rubbish looking setups that are valid and they'll still play through. And that's where you've got to say, well, I need to look at 100 of these particular setups to figure out whether or not there's actually edge. Because on a, you know what it's like. Okay, this trade doesn't meet my full rules. It's a grade B. I'm going to skip it. That one steams off to 5R in profit. Next trade comes up. Hey, this is a grade A. All my rules are met here. Let me execute with 1 unit of risk, and it's straight to stop loss. And you're like, yep, that's the life of a trader. But when you can take 100 trades in each camp, and one shows you their break even over 100 trades, and the other one shows you it's made 30R, you can very clearly see a difference between the two. So reminding ourselves that as a trader, our career isn't built on a trade by trade basis. And maybe if you are a massive risk to reward trader, then maybe it is. But I wouldn't want the stress of knowing that I need to land that one big trade every 3 months or every year to make my year, because what if it never come? You know, I just couldn't do it. What if you were just not at the top?
The only way to do that is like options trading, right? There's heaps of people that do it with options trading, but yeah, doing it with like spot sort of trades, that's going to be tough, right? You know, that kind of thing. That's more hedge fund options trading, running a full quant profile, and you know, you get those nothing for 6-7 years, those kind of funds, and then you get COVID, and then they make like 83,000% on certain trades, right? And it pays for 15 years worth of profits and that kind of thing. But it takes a very again, that's almost like how we were talking about the differences of people's temperament, that kind of thing. It takes a very specific type of person to do that and literally sit there for 6-7 years, whatever, half a decade or more, until the business cycle rolls over and you get those massive returns. Definitely can work, but it takes the certain right type of person. It's crazy. Also, two guys in chat, like perfect example, like Rich is saying he's got over 6,000, trades of trade data, and he's got other sample sets of 1,000 or 2,000 or whatever. These are the kind of sample sizes for you guys to get like proper sort of data, proper information. Law of large numbers type situation. Running your trading account for like a month, like 4 weeks, is probably not going to really give you that. Even if you're running pretty high number of trades, 5 to 10 a day, your numbers will be higher, but that's only for that 1 month. And if you traded for any period of time, you'll know that 1 month can be really good, next month really good, next month bad, and then good, bad, right? And so certain periods of this will skew the data. You might think you're onto something, or think you don't have to tweak something, or whatever it may be, but you need that longer sample set. So often, like if you guys are just running, say your prop accounts, and say you hit max drawdown, or you hit the daily stop or something, you're going to probably lose that data. I think a good way is always to have, say if you can get a demo account, link it to whatever your prop accounts are that will just continually take those trades the whole way. So even if you start a new prop account, you then link up the demo account to the new one, and it will keep logging that the whole way, right? So if you want to be in the market with potential to actually get returns and not just trading demo the whole time, link the demo up so that you can get some kind of proper data log the whole way through. That, or else you can do the manual work of doing the Alt-E or using some other kind of logbook service and track it all. And then if you start a fresh account, you're going to have to add it together, that kind of thing. But that's definitely one simpler way. Connect a random demo account that just runs the whole trades and do that for a year or 2 years or however long, and you'll have that long set to actually look at, even if you've been running new accounts for whatever other reason. So
yeah, I'll just say a little bit one thing a little bit against what I just said in terms of just quantity, because what you mentioned in terms of, yes, if you do trade
personal attack, what is this?
If you trade quantity, right, and you go and yes, you do in 1 week what you could have done 1 month, you do in 3 months what you could have done 1 year, and so on and so forth. That's great for most businesses, as we all know. When you do get into trading, sometimes quantity doesn't mean more money, right, as we all know in this particular scenario. So yes, that's where, as Rich mentioned, being able to filter, being able to actually be, how do you call it? Yeah, to filter your trades. That's important, right? To know exactly what you're looking for. And just my misunderstanding all the time. Someone asks me about scalping on 1, 2, or 3 minutes time frame or 5 minutes time frame, or it may be. Anytime someone asks me about scalping, I always imagine that the person is opening several trades per day. It's not just 1 trade or 2 trades and switch off the PC, because that's basically what I can do in terms of, yes, I execute trades on 1 minute time frame. I'm nowhere near a scalper. I'm more of a content trader. I wait actually for a level on the higher time frame, but then my execution is on 1 minute time frame, but I'm nowhere near a scalper. Yeah. I always imagine someone that is actually trading quite a good amount of trades per day, big quantity, in a short period of time. Maybe they have 1 hour, 90 minutes of intense trading, and then they move on, and that's when they trade, right? So at least after working with a few guys, that they were actually kind of opening 30, 40, 50 trades in 1 session. That changed my definition of scalping. Those guys are scalpers. I need to find a new definition. If it's just opening 2 trades in a 1 minute chart, they are no longer a scalper in my definition. Those guys are. So yeah, that's a little bit. And to do that, to open those 30 trades in a day, in a split of a 90 minutes period, you need a specific mindset and approach that's quite difficult. But if you are that trader, that's perfect. You can, in this case, scale your account, make a lot of money in a short period of time. You can also lose a little bit, but you did then to work on your downside, right? Actually having a big risk manager behind you, or yourself creating those rules to avoid to derive and to lose that money in a bad way. Griff, welcome, and I have to go.
Thank you. Change over.
Welcome. Yeah, exactly. Okay, let me just bring James. Number 7 goes in, number 5 goes out. Just finished. Rich, great topic, great conversation. I'm loving these sessions on Tuesday. Okay, I'm actually loving. I think in theory I should have left way earlier, but I just enjoy so much these conversations that you're having on Tuesdays about whatever topic you want to bring into the live stream. I think everyone on the chat also appreciates our insights and our honest opinion about our journeys and everything. So thank you very much, LJ, as well. Thank you.
Of course, man.
Sorry, I didn't realize you had to go earlier. You should have said.
No, I enjoy. I know that I should kind of, but I'm enjoying it. I want to stay until we finish the session. Bye, guys. Thank you very much.
See you, Pedro.
See you, Pedro.
Good to see.
How are we doing, Griff? Good to see you, mate.
Hey, Griff. We have the.
Hey guys, good to see you both as well. I'm doing good. How are you both doing? And hi, Will.
Will's back too.
Hello.
also, just before we go, Dubicor said this 28 minutes ago. I was going to answer. Look, if you've been doing well and you're getting some good funding, man, if you want to come on stream for a bit, that's fine. You message, Richard Butler, or send a message to myself. I can forward it to him either way. But yeah, if you want to come on and share your approach and how you trade and that kind of stuff, then you can at least come on and we can see what's what. There's definitely always opportunities. So yeah, hit me up. There you go.
That's how I ended up here, just being like an amazing trader.
Yeah,
like the best ever. And then Richard was like, "Please, Griff."
You gotta change it from Griff trades to God trades. That's it. Just God mode, you know.
I think that would be really cool if we were able to bring more people on from that watch the live streams, you know, see some more trading strategies. Would be interesting.
Yeah, definitely. If you guys have something, there is always like kind of a look. I'll put it this way: a bit like there's obviously going to be sort of a screening process per se, that kind of thing. But if you guys message us, we can definitely get in contact, talk to you, and see what we can figure out, that kind of stuff. So Discord
one of the
or
ways
whatever.
we could do that is reach out to us on the Discord as well. Because I think it was about 3 weeks ago, we actually had a trader come join us on the one of the live calls. Trader was funded on one of the bigger bootcamp accounts, and the trader was talking about their risk management approach. We actually recorded the session, haven't finished editing it. When we do, we'll upload that inside the Discord. I see we had a question in chat a little bit earlier about payouts. Didn't want to ignore it. If you're in the 5ers Discord, there is a recording under the recording section. It actually covers in detail. Kind of Sol, the CEO of the 5ers, was in there. We had a chat about kind of an open Q&A session, covered a lot of that stuff as well. So even if you don't feel comfortable putting your face out on the YouTube stream, if you did want to just have an audio conversation, this is something that we could potentially do within the Discord. I see that you spent 3 years to become profitable, much the same kind of journey as myself. So those kind of journeys develop, I would say, some interesting stories along the way. So best way is reach out to Richard Butler, who heads up the YouTube stream, or inside the 5ers Discord, you can see I'm in there. You can always reach out to me via DM, and we can see about having you on one of the Discord sessions, just as kind of a dip your toe in, see if there's something you wanted to share with us or anything like that. But I got to pull this comment up before I fly, because this is so fitting for Griff. I'm just scrolling up so I can find it out, mate. One sec. How do you feel about... Hold on. We're like 3 seconds
The
away.
anticipation.
How do you feel about this comment here?
Dude. Oh my God.
Wow. I hope I was just looking in the chat. Manual trades as well. He said that those are 8,000 manually placed trades.
Oh, damn.
That is crazy.
That's commitment. That's got to be like a long time. What time period was this? Because
2 weeks.
Just yesterday.
Well, today alone I've done 230.
Yeah.
Okay,
Wow.
so you're layering heaps of like small incremental trades. Okay, I see. Because I was like, dude, god damn.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But yeah, if you're layering like stack on stack, I can see it. I can see it. But yeah, what do you think, Griff? Sorry, I was like, wow.
I mean, he's taken more trades than I've taken in my whole life. So,
Or ever will do.
or ever will, probably, yeah. I think I've taken like 3 or 4 trades this year. So, literally the opposite approach. But I guess if that style works for you, it's interesting because like, I feel I'd rather make fewer really, really high quality trade decisions. But, you know, if you're taking hundreds of trades every day, it all averages out, you know, and then your inner tradability is transferred really effectively because it's over a larger sample size, you know, whereas me, who's just doing, you know, one trade really infrequently, each individual trade or trading day or trading month may not be a really accurate reflection of how good I am as a trader. Like for me, you really got to look at my trading performance over like years to see how good it is. But for Khaled, you can literally look at like two or 3 days and see how good of a trader he is because he's got hundreds of trades in that data set. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think I would struggle to do that because like if you're just having a bad day or an off day, then you know, you could have hundreds of trades all go wrong Whereas, if I'm having an off day, I might just lose one trade. But then it sounds like he's doing really, really low risk. So I guess that's fine.
Yeah.
But
I guess it's kind of like, it's almost like one trade, but it's split into 20 components per se.
yeah. So perhaps
like a
he's
trade
manually
idea,
trading, but like an
hypothesis,
EA
yeah.
split. Sorry, I spoke over you.
No, it's all right. That's all good. Oh, before you go on though, Griff, how many trades do you normally take? Like, I know you were saying like 4 or 5 this year, but typically...
Yeah, if you look over since I started trading, it's probably about 2 trades per month.
2 trades per month, so 12. Okay. So it'd take you what? Dude, 12... It'll take you 1,000 years, dude. All right, we'll see you next millennium.
It would literally. But like, I don't even know how. I mean, you got to press the buy button and sell button so many times. I'm assuming that it's like, I like this trade, and then he clicks buy, and then it breaks it out into 20 positions with like an EA or something, rather than clicking buy 20 times.
Maybe. But I guess you go bulk operations,
imagine
close
how
the
much-
trades at the end,
How much
So
of an
fascinating.
effort would that be to drag and drop a stop loss 20 times and the TP 20 times? You must go through like a mouse a week.
Yeah, that's so true, because mouses, they say they've got like 500,000 clicks before it breaks. So like for Khalid, I mean, he must be actually going through a lot of if it's 3 mouse clicks per trade, 8,000 trades. I mean, he's only got 4 more challenges before the mouse breaks.
He needs to get a sponsorship. He can be a tester for like Razer or something, like a mouse hardware company, and just do all the testing. Just there you go.
That's funny.
Oh man. All right. I will come back in a sec, guys. I just have to run downstairs. I'm meant to be going already, but I might hang around for a bit. I just got to run down. I'll come back up. Got to go to the mailbox. I will see you guys shortly.
Sounds good, yeah.
Let me get a
What do
screenshot.
you guys need to share your screen?
There we go. I don't know why I haven't got. There we go. That's better. Oh, I'm gone.
See you guys. See you guys. I'll just leave my screen up until you figure.
There we go. There we go. That's all good. That's all good. What's good, Rich and Griff? How we doing?
Doing good. I've got roofers working on the
How we
roof
doing?
right
I'm going to
now.
have to fly off as well.
We're just missing each other, Richard, because the beautiful conversation that Pedro describes is exactly what I want to be a part of, You do bring the most interesting topics, it's true.
Hey, now that's facts. That is so true. Maybe we'll drag Richard Wells onto our session, Griff.
Yeah, we've got to come up with such an interesting topic that he goes into his lunch break to be a part of it.
Yeah, maybe he's like, you know what? I'm gonna stay.
One day we'll get you on your lunch break. We'll find something interesting.
You're not dragging Richard Wells away from me, right? You guys can turn up earlier, and you guys
Next week, guys. Okay.
right? Richard Wells is the boss. Okay, so.
Sounds good, Richard. Thank you for.
I'll catch up with you, gents, on Thursday as well.
Sweet.
See you later,
Richard.
guys. Take care.
Bye, mate.
Stuff.
Okay, now I'm going down. I'll be back as well.
Sounds good. See you all, Jake.
Yeah, nice one. So,
Yeah, I've got roofers working overhead right now, and they're like blasting. It's so funny because I think they just put the radio on, and sometimes they have to work to the girliest tunes. Like I swear, there's like Katy Perry playing on the roof right now, and they're like doing really masculine, heavy jobs, working really hard with, baby,
grunting around listening. Yeah, the firework like.
Yeah, exactly. It's so funny. But yeah, sorry if you can hear that. I think it should be fine.
We can't hear anything, to be fair.
Good.
I remember when I was having my roof done here in the office, and you could hear them drilling through, and it was vibrating even the boards, like the ceiling boards, and it was awful. Like it was literally all the time, and I was like, "Will you
Oh my
shut
gosh,
up?"
that's annoying.
It was so annoying, and like
I'm
to try and
still-
trade and concentrate was so difficult.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, don't think about that actually. I'm on the ground floor still for now, so I think that helps because I can hear the floor above me there, all walking around.
Yeah, nice. Also, guys, I've got a fresh trim. Let me know what you think.
Looks
I've
very
managed-
smart.
Yeah, I haven't managed to shower it, so it's still a little bit sort of like peacocky. But yeah, in between, I jumped down and had a haircut. In fact, like the missus had FaceTime me as well because she was bored. So I was like, oh, I'm going down and having a haircut. So she actually FaceTimed me whilst I was chatting to my barber because she didn't want me cutting it too short. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I always feel a bit funny getting my phone out of the barber's. I don't know why. I feel like it's not allowed somehow.
I know what you mean. Yeah, I know. But like, I've gotten to know this guy now over the past few years. So I was literally just Cece's in now. She was bored. She was literally saying to my barber, and yeah, his English is good, but it's not amazing. And Cece was like, "Not too short now. Don't do it too short. Don't cut his hair too short." And the barber was like, "Will, what's she saying?" I was like, "She's telling you not to go too short." It was so funny, man.
It looks great, Will.
Cheers, man. Yeah, so I'm feeling proper fresh today.
I've been trying to encourage my wife to cut my own hair. She needs to do the top, but she's done the sides for me like 2 weeks ago and the back. But yeah, I got to do the top now. That's the scary part.
Yeah, do you know the one thing? Cece is a very talented girl, but she's not a hairdresser. And I'll say this in front of her, I love her, but I don't think I'd trust her to touch my hair with a pair of scissors. I'm not 100% sure I'd be comfortable with that.
You see, it's great for me because the stakes are really low because I'm going bald anyway. My hair's thinning, so like worst case scenario, I just shave it all off. I've already accepted that I'm going in that direction. So I'm like, if I'm going to be bald in the next 5 years anyway, it doesn't really, if anything goes wrong, I'll just skip forward to that. That's my logic.
The good part, right?
Yeah, I've got a fallback plan.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I rate that. No, that's fair. Back in lockdown, I had my brother cut my hair. So I ended up having my fringe was down to the bottom of my nose, and he would basically undercut scalp with like horse clippers or like dog clippers the side of my head. So it was like a proper Peaky Blinders sort of look. It wasn't great. That's the only person I've known to actually trust them enough to touch my hair with something that could scalp me.
That's great. I was thinking actually, because like I said, I'm gonna be losing all my hair at one point. I could do a YouTube video where the stake is if maybe there's like a challenge or something, and if I don't pass, then I shave all my hair off. And I'm not, it sounds like a big deal, but it's not that. I'm not that opposed to it because I said,
just there, like,
it's happening anyway. I'm just accelerating it. Yeah, I thought that could be a good idea. Let me know if I should do that.
Well, what you should do is get your wife to cut your hair, and then if I don't know, you don't look. I don't. You don't look bad.
I'd look crazy.
I reckon it'd take a bit of getting used to.
My dad's bald, so I'll just look like my dad.
Oh, there you go then. Yeah, there you go, sorted. Yeah, but yeah, what you should do is say, if I don't pass this prop firm challenge in 2 weeks, I'm going to shave my hair off. Get your missus to cut your hair, and if you don't like it, be like, oh, well, there you go. There's the answer. I've now got to release this challenge. And if you don't do it, you shave your hair off because you want to do anyway.
Yeah, it's true. I could do that. The stakes are low.
Yeah, exactly. Raphael saying, my girlfriend always wants my hair her way, and if the barber goes, and I go cuts different, she goes mad. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Same with my missus, man. She'll say, oh, your hair looks really nice in this picture. Can you go and have that again? I'm like, right, okay. So I'll show the barber, and I'll be, bro, like, this. She wants this. Like, it's no longer your hair. Like, once you get a girlfriend, your hair belongs to her. Your hairstyle is now up to her.
It just accumulates.
Yeah.
So
I was like,
a woman's head.
I want this picture here. And he was like, okay, bro, yeah, no worries. He'll cut in. You'll go too short, or like you'll scalp me. And I'll go back and she'll be like, what have you done? That is not what I wanted. Good idea there. Anyway, charts today, guys. Let's jump straight back into the trading. Let's not digress on talking about hair for too long. Have you been in the charts recently, Griff? I didn't manage to watch the podcast, but I saw a couple of clips from it, bro.
Oh,
big congrats on that. Dude, what an awesome podcast that was.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a cool opportunity. It was mainly talking about the big payouts I've had previously, because like you guys know, I've not had any payouts recently because the last year there've just been no good trades with my strategy. So that was just talking primarily about, you know, the payouts I've had in the past and stuff. But yeah, it was really cool to be in like a proper studio, and there's like 6 very expensive cameras pointing my way. It was interesting to see the whole process and how that kind of production is made, you know, because I've not been a part of anything like that before. But yeah, that was we recorded that a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, dude, that was really cool. I saw it there and I was like, hey, it's Griff.
Yeah.
Yeah, my man.
I was the same. I was like, what? That's me. That's so funny.
Like, no way, that's me. Yeah, dude, that was sick. I commented, I was like, yes, bro. I was like, yes, my man.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciated you commenting on it.
Yeah, I probably look like a right nutcase. I probably look like I probably look like your biggest fan, because most of the comments were like, well done, Griff. Yay, Griff. Yeah, Griff, go Griff. I was like, yes, Griff, my man, absolutely. Yeah, I was like, come on. Big up my boys, like.
You were the only one I responded to, because I was like, thank you, Will. Go on.
No way, dude, literally, I get so many notifications, I didn't even see the response.
I just said thanks. Yeah, but that's a thing that happened recently. But yeah, in recent price action, I've not been trading too heavily. I've not even been monitoring the charts, if I'm honest. I've been really busy with work, and yeah, I've just not been able to pay attention to the charts too much. But what about you? Have you had any interesting trades? Any standouts?
Nothing much. I recovered a lot of April, so I had a break even for April, so that was quite nice.
That's good.
I managed to recover it, literally most of it, and then had a couple of losses. Then last week, I've decided, you know, on one of my accounts, I'm going to up the risk a little bit, and then as soon as I upped the risk a little bit, I took those losses. So trying to psychologically sort of move around that now, because I've not seen that large of a loss in a while. So I thought, oof, you know, how is that going to make me feel? Like, you know, how am I going to combat this? Because if I lower my risk now, I've just taken a massive loss, lowered my risk. So then if I take a win now, I'm going to take a lot smaller win than I would have. So it's going to ruin the whole risk to reward mitigation. So I thought, no, I'm going to trust the process and stick to my risk. You know, if I wanted to take that risk and I took the loss, I know what I was getting myself in for. So I've been editing one of my accounts' risk strategies and risk parameters, just to, you know, there's a couple of things I want to buy over the next few months. So thought on one of my accounts, I'm going to up that risk a little bit, and if it all goes well, then I don't have to dip into, you know, my actual pot, my actual pot of funds, like my bank account pot of funds. Instead, I can use my payout funds. So yeah.
Cool. We've already got an approach for this. We talked about this before.
What now, LJ? Go on. Give me
Mongel. Just Mongel.
I thought you were going to go like screw it. Martingale hedge. The ultimate Martingale.
Dude, you're down bad? Make it worse. Come on. Just keep stacking. It's fine.
# risk of ruin. Oh, man. I thought you were going to hit me with some
kidding, guys. Don't worry.
Full margin.
Yeah. That's, even better. But, dude, Martingale...
you could full margin.
That's more
full
risk.
margin.
No, look, Martingale is proper risk management, right? Full margin, you've only got one shot. Martingale, at least you've probably got like 2 or 3 before you bin it. You know, so you've got a higher chance, right?
To be fair, having said that, the way the markets are going at the moment, I don't know if I'd want a martingale. Like, if you martingale today on Euro, you probably wouldn't have actually done that bad. Like, you imagine if you're martingaling shorts, you'd be like here, and then eventually you would have like gained some decent return.
I guess it depends if you martingale like both directions or like
Yeah,
one
fair.
direction. you know?
Yeah. Whereas I think if you're going to martingale, for example, Monday, in fact, same time as an hour earlier than we are now. So Monday price action. If you were to like martingale longs, you wouldn't have massive long.
And yeah, just in case, because we always get someone that's like, what are you guys talking about? This is a joke. It's been a running joke for a while where
we're not actually
laugh.
martingaling. It's also actually against the rules, so you will potentially lose the account anyway, even if you martingale profitably. Please don't martingale unless you've got like multi millions and you're only risking like 0.3%, and then you've still got a strategy behind it and it's a personal account. Then there may be a strategy in it, but even then, please don't do it.
Even just don't ever.
Just stay away from martingaling.
I started off and I remember I had a martingale EA, and
I think everyone's had a martingale EA.
Yeah, it would literally make like 30% per month, but then twice per year it would blow the account. So it was so exciting because you were trying to withdraw profits before the account got blown, and you never knew when that was going to happen. So it could work out.
You could have a strategy around that. If you put £1,000 in, and you know that you could risk £1,000, and then you put like £1,000 into an account, martingale the hell out of it, got 30% return, pulled it out, or got earned a full month of 30% return, pulled it out, and then you're lowering your initial balance, and then like after, how long would it take? You'd still have to be 3 months deep before you're like 10% away from break even.
Yeah, it all balances out. It doesn't. It never works.
That's what I mean. Even then, you couldn't do it. You couldn't do it.
Yeah, because like you'd do what you described, and then you'd put it in another account, and then you'd try and get as many accounts as you could, so that if one goes down, you still got all your other ones, and they're all taking buys and sells in different directions. So you might lose one half the accounts, not the other half. And that was the idea, but obviously it never works. But it's fun.
It does work.
It's fun. It's exciting.
It's a laugh. Yeah.
It is exciting. And to be fair, if you have
right?
Yeah. If you're having a full margin martingale as well, and that's why I always say to people, if you're in trading to have a bit of a laugh, bit of fun, dude, go martingaling. Like, try and edit the martingaling risks to full margin, so you'll blow the account within a day. You've got like one trade, and what I mean by one trade opportunity is like one full trade is you probably have like 10 stacks, 10 martingale opportunities, and then whatever your stop loss is, you're gonna hit that, and you're gonna ruin your account. So like, full margin, one trade martingale style, and then potentially you could have like 200% return. You'll have the most fun you'll ever had in the trading industry. It'll be so fun and exciting. You'll have heart flutters. You'll be like, bro, I'm like the Wolf of Wall Street on this £100 account. You'll bank $200, you'll pull it out, you'll do the same the next day, you'll blow an account. If you could do something like that, yeah, cool, that's going to be so much fun. But if you're willing to take your trading career seriously, stay away. Yeah. I've never known anyone to be consistently profitable with a martingale.
No, it's what made me start wanting to learn to trade manually. Because after using martingale, I was like, nah, I can make these decisions way better than the martingale.
Yeah, I think I went from signals to EAs to then trading manually.
Yeah, fair. It's like meme stocks or like crypto. And some of the people that did make like good money by chance, and they made like really good money, not just, they chucked in 1,000, now they've got 15 grand. Like some of the people that did that maybe a couple times at the right time ended up putting in 10, 15K total, and then ended up at like 500 to a mil. But then they went back down from like a mil to like 400 or 300 or 200. Now they're still up, but they're like, oh dude, what am I doing? And then they got
literally that.
How to properly trade. Like, thank God I've still got like enough to sort of, run at it again. And then, they sort of become good traders. But
I see. I
out in between.
Yeah, I've experienced the opposite. I've watched people go from, literally like what you're just saying, especially when meme coins they were like the gassed up, you are the ultimate trader if you trade meme coins. And, especially in the crypto space, it was just, I know so many boys, they'd make like 10 grand on a meme coin. And then they'd go buy Bitcoin at the right time. And then there's like boys sitting on, like you said, like 500K to a mil. And then they think they're great traders. So they'll go into like the futures market, the CFD market. They'll go into actual trading like a real trader, not just, gambling on, fart coin. And then, they'll realize that they can't trade. And they'll realize that their analysis is garbage and they don't know what goes on and how to trade the markets. And they go, like you said, they go from like 500K to a mil, and they end up having to like give their family the money or give their family their card to manage because they can't handle it. They're like, oh my God, I've just blown 40% of my entire net worth just trying to trade gold.
Yeah. Exactly. And yeah, no, this is definitely not allowed. Just to confirm, definitely not allowed. Okay, definitely not. Do not do this at all.
Yeah.
Any firm, anywhere, just don't do it in life in general.
No, literally. Yeah. Trade, and so I'm not going to divulge too much information in this, but recently, for a close friend of mine has been trying with trading, and they've found some struggles. Turns out they've got a bit of an addictive personality, and they've not made it quite how they thought they were going to. Fair play to them, they're not giving up, and kudos to them. However, you've got to remember, guys, trading is a serious game. Like we all laugh like degenerates, LJ baits me into full porting and martingale. Griff, we wind up all the time for having a lazy strategy because he places like one trader every 10 decades, every decade, like, and then so we all bait each other in, we all wind each other up. Guys, look, without sounding cocky, we're the pros. We're profitable traders. We've been in the game a long time. We
Just
know
you will. Me and Griff don't know what we're doing. But
yeah, I'm just closing my eyes and pressing buttons
over here.
Yeah, I've got a coin, and one side it says like long, the other side says short. I'm just flipping.
I just roll my face on the keyboard. Like,
yeah, I just start playing piano on my keyboard and see what I just get my cat. I just get it to walk over my keyboard.
Dude, my cat's not very good, so yeah.
Your cat's no. Yeah, your cat is no.
Roll the face on the keyboard is a much better strategy than the cat. Okay. Yeah. I've tested this. Definitely higher performance.
Yeah, literally. So yeah, guys, take this stuff seriously, especially in the beginning. Have a laugh, but take it seriously. Raphael, William, I don't need your private jet anymore.
Waiting.
Dude, I've just finished fueling it up. Are you saying that I've just wasted all that fuel? That's all right, bro. No worries. But 7-hour wait. Oh, bro, that's rough. I remember on the Funded Freedom episode when we were coming back from Italy, it was either leave now and go to Naples Airport. No, it wasn't Naples Airport. Yes, it was Naples Airport, or end up waiting and going later, and it was going to cost us an absolute fortune, and we didn't have that money. So we had to leave 5 hours early to the airport, and me and you were just sitting there for like 5 hours in the airport doing bugger all because we were too early. And that felt like a long time. So a 7-hour wait. Raphael, dude, what happened to that airline? Who are you flying with? Bro, I'd be complaining. I'd be getting some compensation for that.
Yeah. I mean, that's big. That's what I mean. I wonder, like, where are you going? It's that delayed.
Flying directly over Iran. Straight over the Strait of Hormuz.
Question here as well. I have a question or more of an advice question, I guess. How to manage trades better, meaning winning trades, not closing winning trades early. Would you suggest opening fewer positions, like 2? Because at the moment I open 1 position. So do you mean so that you don't close your trade early, split it into multiple trades and you can take profit at one point and keep the rest running? I think that's what we're saying.
I
right?
see. That's one approach.
Yeah, you can either open it in split trades or just the same trade that you have. If you're on MetaTrader, you can double click it and you don't have to close the entire trade. Like say, hypothetically, you've got one lot, you can close half a lot, like 0.5. But the thing is, you'll just have to double click it, then enter in 0.5 and then close the 0.5 rather than, clicking on the bottom toolbox to close the entire trade. But yeah, no, in general, I don't know. I still close trades early all the time. That's probably one thing I do. We've talked about this in the past where I don't see it, at least for myself, as a bad thing because it's sort of taking those chips off the table, and I'm not closing it like too early, like not extremely early. It's just maybe a couple points before. It's more solidifying that I actually got the trade in, right? So hence sometimes, especially depending what period I'm trading, or if it's New York or something like that, you can get the rip higher, then the market can pull back before it actually hits the TP. So you miss out. Comes a little bit early, stalls out, comes back down, and you miss out that profit portion. So I'll often still take a little bit early, but I always see it as a picture of like, if the same setup is still valid, I can probably find like some kind of pullback or retracement, like a retest, and then re-enter if I really need to. So that's the way I see it personally, but I don't know what you guys will and Griff. Do you take TP too early? I mean, especially Griff, like you wait for trades for so long. Like surely
Griff
it would be
doesn't
tempting
take anything early.
Right?
I'm not even setting a TP.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, I guess there's a couple approaches. I think partially closing your trades. If you have the urge to close your trades early, the best thing you can do is introduce partial closes into your system, because that will kind of satisfy that urge, but it will make you less profitable than if you just hold and close it at TP. The only way you can maintain the same profitability is while closing partially, is if you then use bigger targets. So if you're doing 2R right now and you're struggling to let it run to 2R, well, you can do partial closes and you can close half at 1R, a quarter at 2R, and then the other quarter at 4R. And I think that probably works out as about the same. That could be one approach. Personally, I use a trailing stop loss. So I'm not trailing based on pips, I'm trailing based on high and low breaks. So I have a really mechanical management where it's all kind of predetermined. I don't have to do anything. I don't even think about it because I have an EA that manages it for me. So I just enter the trade and then I forget about it. And then I can check on it later, see what it's closed for, because I have an EA that manages that for me. And I think it's ideally you want to have the same process when you're just setting a TP. If you can just think of your trading as just executing, and then you're setting a TP and then you're leaving it, you're forgetting about it, you don't close trades. Don't manually close trades. Let your TP close your trade for you, or your stop loss. Yeah, I think it all comes down to discipline, really. And yeah, to go back, if you're struggling with that, try partially closing your trades, or practice discipline a bit more in your personal life, because you've got to be disciplined in all aspects of your life to be able to be disciplined in trading as well. Those are the tips I would give.
I think the other thing, before you go, Will, I would say as well, normally when I'm looking at a trade, say you're long, right, and you're going to close the trade. The other thing, if I am uncertain about it, normally I'll take the profit early because I'm just trying to bank, and I'm probably going to take another like 3, 4, 5 trades throughout the night, so I'm not too fussed, right? There's going to be more trades. So hence, like I was saying before, I'm not too fussed about taking something early. But if I am contemplating it and going, am I taking it too early? I always think, essentially, if you're long and you close the trade, it's the same as taking a short, right? Because essentially you're reversing the trade, so you have to now get short the opposing currency. So I always think like, would I get short here, right? Now, if I wouldn't get short at this level or be comfortable at all getting short, then you probably want to hold the trade longer, right? Now, if you would be potentially comfortable getting short, probably close the trade, right? Because that's what it is. You're taking the inverse side, right? You entered long, closing the trade is actually shorting the opposing side that you entered from. So that's another way to think about it. So if you wouldn't short at that level, or inversely, long if you're short originally, maybe that might help. That's what I would say. I don't know about you, Will, though. Like, you tend to just leave stuff to run. Like, it either hits or it doesn't.
I tend to. Predominantly, I will just leave things, just do it, take its course. However, it depends on the account that I'm trading. So I got a couple of different strategies, and I'll over risk, or I'll risk more than I usually do, and then I'll take certain TPs. And that's why you'll see me talk about, here could be a TP1, here could be a TP2, here would be my my final TP, my TP3. If I'm risking the appropriate, what I want to risk, then I'll have just standard, I'll let it hit TP or stop loss, and then I'll manage the trade through discretion once I'm in it. Or if I'm swing trading, a bit like Griff, 0 TP, I'll just trail my stop, and it'll be trailed along the EMA. Now, if you're finding that you're closing too early, there's a couple of things that's at stake there. Either your mindset is, you're not quite confident enough in your strategy and therefore go back and do some back testing, or that you're putting too much money on the line that you don't actually want to hit stop loss. So therefore, when you see a big sum of money, you're like, boom, I'm going to take that because that's what I'm happy earning. That's what I'm happy taking for what I'm risking. If that is the case, then yes, you can either divide your order and then have TP1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, however many you divide that order by, or just lower your risk, man. Lower your risk and develop more confidence through back testing, forward testing in your strategy, and build some confidence. That's and building on Griff, what Griff said as well. Confidence doesn't just come from trading. Confidence comes from what goes on in your everyday life as well. You need to build that discipline and confidence in yourself as a person before you build it in yourself as a trader.
Yeah, perfect.
That would be my best. Yeah, you're welcome, Jim. But that would be my best advice for that.
Yeah, I've always thought that that's a good way to think about it. Like with your TP, if you wouldn't short from here, then why TP, right? If you're long, right? Like we were saying. So I'm glad that that might have helped, and give it a try. There you go.
Yeah, explore different ways that work for you. There's ways.
Sorry, Will. Go on. I was just going to say, Raf was saying Ryanair. Okay, bad weather in Madeira.
Fair. In Madeira? Oh, wow. Okay, fair. Yeah. Nice. Yeah,
damn, son.
Damn, son.
That's a long stopover, like 7-hour delay though. That is quite long.
That must be some seriously bad weather then, because 7-hour delay for bad weather. I know it's you're not going to be on a massive plane, so you're going to feel the turbulence a bit more. But goddamn, 7 hour. That's rough. Yeah, that's rough.
Those are rookie numbers.
Rich is there like, I wait for like 24 hours. Oh, you're gone. LJ's there like, go away.
All right, he can come back. No, he left on his own. There we
go. Windows power down. Oh man.
Okay, all right. We can go back to chat, or I assume Griff, basically with what you were saying before, no trades. Again, I don't know if I missed anything when I disappeared for a bit. I don't know what you guys were talking about. Obviously, it's the classic. Griff, have you taken any trades? Are you looking at anything?
No. I've taken a little step back from trading for now. I'm not too focused on the live market because things are going good with my regular job. So I've had to focus on that, and like personal life is just so crazy. I don't want to mess up my trading, so I'm just staying at break even as I have been.
Aren't you doing like renovations and stuff as well?
Yeah, we're getting a new roof right now, so I'm having to make coffees and coordinate with them. There's just a lot. There's a lot. I figured I'm checking the charts, but yeah, I'm not being too like religious about it like I normally am.
What was the? Because I did hear just when I came back that what was this podcast thing that you were on?
Oh yeah, I got invited on a interview for this YouTube channel called Funded Prop Trader, and do you know what Words of Wisdom?
Yeah.
He's got that channel and also Chart Fanatics, and then they've basically made another channel which is just for prop firm traders. So they invited me on that a couple months ago, and then that just came out yesterday, the interview, which is cool. And there's actually another video coming out next week as well, where it's like a whiteboard sit down going over my trading strategy. So there's 2 videos. There's another one next week. But yeah, it was cool because it was like a proper studio with, you know, loads of cameras and lights, and it was fun to be a part of because I've not done anything like that before besides, you know, just on my own time, I guess.
Yeah, of
my
course.
one camera.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's what I was asking. I was like, oh, that's cool. I'll check it out. I didn't know you were on there. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably nothing you guys haven't heard before, to be honest.
Yeah, but still.
Yeah, I appreciate
checking out like a mate doing something, that kind of stuff. Like, it's cool.
Yeah, you know? Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's been strange to see because normally, because I edit all my own videos and my own reels and stuff when I have made reels. And I've never had like an editor or anything. And then I was just on Instagram, and then it's me, and it's like super high quality reel. I was like, what? It's so strange. It's really shocking.
That's what I look like online.
Yeah, and it's like crazy editing. It was cool.
Yeah.
It was cool to have somebody edit for me like that.
I know what you're saying. Like, at least for me, like I've never had like a big even just like personal like social media, not, you know, like it's the occasional photo once a year or now and then, or I think I had like a gap for like 5 years, and people were like, dude, you need to put something up.
Remind us you're still alive.
You're still alive? Yeah, you know. Yeah. So yeah, I know what you mean from that sense, and obviously since jumping on the 5ers, like still it feels like weird for me. Even back when I did, because I used to do a bunch of stuff for like ads and all sorts of things, sort of, you know, photo shoot. I always found it.
He's trying to be coy. He's trying to be all humble. The man's a model. Right? Just say it as it is.
Weird. It just feels
this
weird.
This gorgeous man was a model.
It always just feels weird, like seeing yourself later. I think.
Yeah. I didn't know that you were a model. That's cool.
Yeah, it was after that it's like when you see like actors say like how they don't watch back their own films. And I'm like, I understand why. Like, it just feels, I don't know, it feels weird.
Dude, it does feel weird.
Same with me.
I've not watched that video. I don't watch my
own
videos at all. No.
So me and my partner used to watch the podcast together. You know, so if I like because I went on a few podcasts when me and my partner first started seeing each other, and so like the first 6 months of our relationship, it was every time we see each other and like spend the evening together, instead of watching a movie, she'd be like, "Oh, can we watch your podcast?" I'm like, "If we must, we have to." And so you never get used to it, and it's even now. So like, I used to try and push social media. I used to try and push my trading on my social media, and I was always one of those. I want to try and be like a guru, and I want to try and blow up. You know, back when I first started trading, and I never used to get views, and no one used to care and watch me. I had like bloody 600 followers, and then all of a sudden now, you know, I've got like 20,000 followers, and I got views, and people are like commenting, and people are loving what I post, and you guys are loving it at the 5ers, and every now and then I'll wake up, and then the 5ers are posting of like us chatting away. Like this right now could be clipped and put on the 5ers Instagram. And I'll wake up one day and I'll scroll through Instagram, and I'm like, oh my god, it's me! It's me and Griff! Oh, it's me, Griff and LJ! No way! Oh, sick! And you just—it's a weird feeling to see yourself on other people's platforms. Like I remember I made a reel and like so many people put it on their story, and I'd be going through stories, and then next minute I'm seeing my face on someone else's story.
Yeah,
That was
dude.
one of the weirdest feelings on planet Earth. I was like, dude, what is
funny.
this?
Because I forget you guys will be able to relate to this, because sometimes you sit down at the end of the day, you got your dinner, you put the TV on, maybe go on YouTube, and then there's the 5ers stream. It's your face right there. So what the hell?
Your face like yeah, dude, it's such a weird, because like, look, we're all humans at the end of the day, and like most of we're young people as well. LJ is the oldest at 32. You're still young. So to us being like in our 30s, being in our 20s, Griff, I think you're 26, I'm 24, so to us, we're still young people. We're still human beings. We still go out for a coffee with our partners. We still go out and take our family out for a meal. We still go out and do normal human being things, sit down and binge watch a Netflix documentary or a Netflix show, or we still have human being things. But every now and then you see yourself on something that you haven't created, and you're like, oh, that's sick. You're like, yeah, that's so cool. Because we get excited about those things, and I think so many people forget this. And like, I've spoken now, obviously, thankfully, due to who I've become with social media and with trading, I've been given some awesome opportunities, and I've met some seriously awesome people, like some big people as well, and they're no different to us as well. They are no different. They also get excited when they see a movie come out of themselves. They also get excited when they take a model shoot, like LJ, for example, they take a model shoot and they see themselves posted on Gymshark, and they're like,
I find it weird. I'm like, get that out of here. Like, what is that? Like, that never happened, dude. I don't know. For me, it weirds me out. Like, I've always been sort of more under the radar, a bit of an enigma. Like, I just do my thing, pretty quiet, not very like, I don't know, boastful, that kind of stuff. So doing this whole thing is weird. But basically, the point of this, what I was going to say is, for you guys in chat, is there any like stuff you'd want to see? Because the other thing is, I keep getting slammed with messages to put stuff out or whatever. And as you guys can see down here, the handle, like, I created it a while ago, haven't done a thing because I'm just like, what do I put out here? It's weird.
Trading
It is weird as well. It is really weird. And in fact, what? Same goes. Same goes. I'm gonna piggyback up off LJ here. Same goes with you guys. I post a lot of content. Some of the stuff that I do post is for comedy purposes. Some of the stuff I do post the odd controversial now and then.
You post so much rage bait stuff now.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like, sometimes some of the stuff that I do post is rage bait. But my brother said to me, he's like, Will, you should really post more trading related stuff. And I have, because a lot of what I post is mindset related. Because again, I travel around the world talking about mindset and psychology and stuff like that. If you guys want to see more trading content instead of mindset content, just message me. Like, message me on Instagram and say, like, Will, post more psychology stuff. Because I've noticed as well, a few of the guys now I'm starting to do more like questions and polls on my story. Because so many of you guys are asking me fantastic questions in my DMs. I want to be able to answer it online as well. So I want to be able to make a story and say, guy, because it's all anonymous. I want to say, this person has, asked this question. And, if you're thinking it, other people are thinking it. So, if we don't get a chance to answer a question in the chat on YouTube, guys, go over to the Instagram and, DM us, ask us a question and say, Will, can you talk about this next time you're on stream? Because, dude, like, guys, we love that. We love that interaction with you guys.
Yeah, because I was also trying to think of a way to bring this in with the 5ers and the 5ers stream and all that kind of stuff. Like, I'm not always active all the time on Discord. There's certain periods, like, there's a bunch of guys in the Discord where we have chats and that kind of stuff, and in the open chat and that kind of thing, or you guys DM me, that sort of stuff. But then other times I'm like working. So, but normally I will still have my phone around, so it's like an easier bang through.
Literally.
Discord, I get flooded with a whole bunch of other stuff. It's harder to curate, that kind of thing. But yeah, I was just trying to think around that. But at the same time as well, markets wise, if you guys have anything to throw at us or questions for myself, Will, Griff, anything, go for it. Markets have definitely quietened down quite a bit. We've not really been moving too much. We're just gradually creeping up. Aussie dollar, pound dollar's kind of sitting around.
Pound dollar's done
Euro
nothing.
dollar's sitting around.
Euro dollar's doing what the pound dollar's doing, just with a larger range.
We're not moving too much. Dollar yen still riding higher, right? We're going back to that spike high that we had. But yeah, it looks like we're waiting till New York. So perfect opportunity for you guys to ask us any questions you have or scope out, I don't know, market structure, whatever asset you're looking at, we can go through it as well.
Yeah, no, literally that. And like I said, we're all on social media, and we're all on the 5ers social media as well. You know, so a lot, because you guys know that I do the trader interviews for the 5ers. So there's trader interviews being posted on the 5ers Instagram all the time. I'm there in the comment section, thanking the person that I've interviewed for coming on, or actually like interacting and engaging with those posts. So, even if you want to start a conversation in the chat, in the comment section, go for it. Like I said, a bit like LJ, I've always got my phone on me. My phone is always accessible at some point. It does blow up every now and then, and I do, like I said, I'm human. I've got a family. Family is my whole motivation. I'm going to pick them. So I'm going to go off. There's going to be times where you can't access me because I am going off and being a human being. But when I'm on Instagram and when I'm actually going through my socials, yeah, dude, like let's interact. Let's conjure up a topic of conversation that we can bring onto the stream the next day.
Yeah, indeed. 100%.
And like I said, if you guys want to see more trading content on my Instagram, because it's mostly lifestyle related and a little bit of rage bait, a little bit of trading, but mostly like sort of mindset and motivational stuff. If you want to see more trading stuff, guys, give me some ideas. What do you want to see? Same with LJ. What do you want to see him do?
Yeah, so also from there, we've got 2 questions here. We'll run through them in a sec. First, I'll go to this one, easy to bash out. So a bunch of you guys over the past while have been asking about the one-sided betting stipulation in basically the rules. Don't worry, that will not be considered one-sided betting, right? Yeah. One-sided betting is basically if...
It's almost like martingale.
Yeah, typically it's almost like martingale. So say gold is dumping, and you go long, you get stopped out. It keeps dumping. You go long again. It dumps again. You go long again. Dumps again. You go long again. That is one-sided betting, where clearly the market is going against you, right? Clearly, whatever analysis you're doing is clearly wrong because the market is showing you time and time and time and time again, you are incorrect. Now, if you are moving with the market, right, and you just have momentum in a certain direction, that's not a problem, right? Say, like, for instance, the NASDAQ has come up, 15% since the lows from the war. And if you've been, running that long side, thinking that, yes, tech stocks have been undervalued, just like we've been talking about, PE ratios are very, very, very low. At the same time, revenue is high, therefore NASDAQ should go up. We've got some kind of reprieve from the war, de-escalation. You keep going for that upside push, that's completely fine. That is a considered and thoughtful trade. It's normally when you're going against everything that the market is telling you and you keep trying to force your own personal opinion rather than taking in what the market is telling you. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah, it's almost just ignoring all the obvious. You know how they say on, like, again, if you're going through social media, you're scrolling through reels on Instagram, and you see like a POV Instagram, and it's like POV, your best friend has started dating a girl, but can clearly just ignore all the red flags. She's clearly...
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah,
ignoring the red flags.
She's clearly a red flag, like a walking red flag, and you should stay well clear. But your best friend's like, I love her. I want her. But just truly ignoring the red flags. That's one-sided betting when it comes to trading. It's ignoring all the red flags that the markets are sending you because you're ignorantly biased, for example, and you refuse to change that sort of that outlook.
And so
I've,
further with what
posted the
Rich
link
is
for
highlighting.
this. Yeah, for the FAQs. You can just go to help@the5ers.com prohibited trading practices, and then you'll get a list of everything with an example of what is it. So for if
You don't need an
anybody
example. I
wanted to-
just give you the best example on planet Earth.
Yeah, that's true.
It is a good example. But
But people don't believe you when you talk, Will.
Yeah, and the further context is, I would say, with something like gold, where for a long period of time it was ripping, and then say when we started to see it starting to consolidate or trade sideways or trade down a bit, and then sideways, then up, then down, but gradually lower, right? So the momentum stalled, and then you keep trying to go long, even though we're now clearly the momentum has stalled, and we start dropping. You're still believing that we're going to go up, just indefinitely. That is the other point where you could have been trading with the trend the whole time before, which is fair. But if you're not identifying when that trend shifts or changes or the regime changes, and you keep trying to just hammer the thing again, that's one-sided betting, because you're clearly not taking indication from what you're seeing in front of you on the charts or the broader market or cross-correlation, anything like that, right?
Yeah. The key being regardless of market conditions or contrary indicators, meaning that you believe it's going to continuously rise indefinitely regardless. So the market is showing it's going bearish, and you're like, well, I'm going to buy regardless. That's one-sided betting.
It's like if you were just treating your 5ers account like it's an S&P 500 investment account, buying the S&P 500 every month or buying Bitcoin every month. You know, that's not what prop firms are for.
Yeah, because when you're doing that, and when you're doing that though, you've got a very different time frame, and you don't have leverage, right? You're dollar cost averaging into a zero leverage asset, completely different type scenario, and you've got like a multi-year, decade type scenario, not the same.
You don't want to go dollar cost averaging into something like 1 to 100, 1 to 400, 1 to 500 leverage accounts. You know, that's recipe for disaster.
Yeah, if you're doing that constantly, and then you're down 1%, now you're down 2%, you're down 3%, you're down 5%, you're just blowing out your entire drawdown, just non-stop, just loss in one direction. That's when it's bad. If you take a couple losses, and then you go, all right, that's fine. That's 1.5%. I really had this view, and I got stopped out on 3 or 4 trades that were 0.5% each, and you're down 2%. That's okay, right? But if you keep trying to hammer it,
yeah, I think
I feel like it should be pretty obvious.
Yeah, literally.
Don't find it obvious somehow, but
I think a lot of people will overthink it as well. I think a lot of people. They don't want to blow the rules, you know. They don't want. They want to make sure they're following the rules, and they overthink it. Let's just put it this way: if you want to follow the rules, and you don't want to blow the account, you don't want to go against the prohibited actions and trading practices, I can guarantee you're probably not going to. You're probably not going, because if you're conscious and you're aware of the potential of over trading or the one-sided trading, then if you're aware of it, there's a good chance you really are not going to be doing it. Because for you to be one-sided trading, you're really going to have to know about it. Like, you're going to be intentionally, almost addictively refusing to accept that you're against the trend, you know?
And also with the 5ers, like, if that is the case, like, they'll send you you'll get sent a risk warning, and you'll have a chance to explain yourself, that kind of thing. And often, if like you have made a mistake, maybe you're new to trading, and you just went on tilt or something, you're not going to get banned.
They're not going to banish you for a
lifetime or something. Yeah, but you will get a warning. They will try to explain it and that kind of thing. So don't freak out too hard. Like, there will be a process before that, you know, and you will have your opportunity to say your piece or explain yourself if otherwise.
Griff, I know you need to go. I know you need to go, but this question is perfect for you. It's perfect for you. How do you calculate your
Griff, you're not going anywhere, mate. We're keeping you here.
Okay,
those builders can wait for their tea and coffee.
I would look at your maximum drawdown, and then based off of that, decide whether you want to do 1% risk per trade or 2% risk per trade. So on my personal account, my max drawdown is around 15-20%. That's the worst max drawdown ever. So on my personal account, I do 2% risk per trade because I'm comfortable losing 40% of the account. But on a prop firm account, oh my god, can't do that. So I do 0.5% risk per trade on prop firm accounts because yeah, that's how I decide. But yeah, if you've got low trade frequency, you probably got high risk reward, which means maybe do larger risk. But yeah, depends how confident you are as a trader, which account you're trading, maximum drawdown. Yeah.
That was the most efficient answer I've ever seen. Now
Go, 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 go.
Bye. Thank you. I appreciate
Right,
you guys. See you, Richard.
Bye,
See you,
Griff.
Will. See you, LJ. Bye.
Have a great one, man.
Bye.
Cheers.
Gotta love Griff, man. What an absolute, what an awesome guy. Literally, he's such a. You know, Griff reminds me a little bit like Richard Wells. You know, you get these, you don't get these people very often, but they're one of those sorts of people that they're just truly a pleasure to be around every time you see them. So, and I feel like Griff is one of those guys. You know, what an awesome guy. But yeah, what an awesome answer to that question as well. When it comes to the calculation of the risk. Another one, I think Richard Wells did this when he got into a little bit of drawdown on his funded account live on stream. We were chatting about, you know, how many trades it would take him before he realizes that he's in deep doo-doo, like big trouble. And let's say, for example, 10 losing trades would be unprofitable for him. Like if he took any more than 10 losing trades, then that's unprofitable. And then if he was like, right, okay, I've got 4% left in this account, I'm going to divide my trades. I'm going to divide my 4% into 10 trades. And I know that if I lose all 10 trades, that I'm going to lose this account. But I shouldn't lose all 10 of these trades because that's the worst case scenario. I've only ever done that once, and that was when I lost profitability, for example. You know, so he was able to know almost for certain that he's not going to blow that account. And if he does blow that account, then he knows he's got to reflect on his strategy, not his risk management, not his how he's taken the trade. So as long as you're taking A+ setups and you've divided your risk and you know what's appropriate, then you can look at how much you can risk from then on. And then he actually adjusted and increased his risk as he started clawing back that drawdown. It's one of the best drawdown methods that I've actually seen someone implement, to be fair. And Richard Wells, and that's why he's the performance coach. Richard Wells is one of your top guy for that. You know, in fact, go actually ask him about it. I'm pretty sure is he live later in the Discord? Or is he live tomorrow?
He's live on Thursdays and Fridays, but he will be back on Thursday during the stream.
Yeah. So in fact, he's on with us again live on the YouTube Thursday. So if you don't catch him Thursday live on the YouTube, go over into the Discord as well, where you'll catch his workshops Thursday, Friday. Go ask him about his risk calculation, his risk percentage calculation when in drawdown. He'll explain it better and sort of like really simplify it and dumb it down. He has got an awesome method for this, and you know that's why he's the performance coach.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think isn't Rich live today?
I thought he was. I thought it's Tuesday, isn't it? I thought he was, but it's a Tuesday, and he usually comes on with us on a Thursday.
Unless Victor is not available.
Ah, got you. Fair. What if it's trending?
I'm not sure. I feel like Rich said he was earlier.
I think
maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
He's standing in for Victor.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Hightail,
Yes.
What if it's trending up bullish and I keep making long trades? Is that considered one-sided betting? No.
That's called profitable trading, my friend.
So, like I said, the operative portion of that sentence was regardless of the market conditions. So, you are trading in one direction, even though the market is showing you something completely different. So, in this case, the market is bullish. That's not considered one-sided trading, because the idea of one-sided trading is it's the absence of a strategic decision, or an absence of strategic analysis. You're not analyzing and risk management. You're not analyzing the market. What you're doing is you're just taking a trade. So you're going on the bias of hope. I hope price is going to go up, even though it is tanking. That is why we're talking about one-sided betting, not trading, betting. You're betting that the market is going to start going up. You're gambling. Whereas if you are doing your analysis, and you can prove that on your analysis that you at least considered certain aspects of what the market is doing, then you can claim that it wasn't one-sided trading or one-sided betting. So it's, like I said, it's the absence of market analysis.
And so the same way, if the market is running up and you're porting the account hard, that could be considered one-sided betting as well, because you're trying to port the thing all the way up. So there's definitely a risk management component with it as well. The same way on the way down, if you keep entering in, clearly you're ignoring risk management. So I think that's sort of where it shifts, right? If you've got appropriate risk management on the way up and you're taking normal size, measured trades with the appropriate stop loss, take profit, that kind of stuff, appropriate sizing on the way up, you do that multiple times, no problem, right? If you're full porting the account, trying to like stack it, no good. Again, that will just hit risk limitations as well. And then often people do it that way. They did really well going up, market starts coming off, they keep going long, it's going down, they get blown out. Not good.
Yeah.
So
there's also another thing to consider. Even though the 5ers doesn't have a consistency rule, there's no rule that's saying you have to risk a certain amount every single trade. Okay? But they are looking at how consistent you are. It's consistency in decision making. It's consistency in risk management. It's consistency in following your plan. They look for that kind of like stuff because that's the sign of a good trader. So even if the rules are not excluding consistency, they are looking at it from a risk perspective and seeing, okay, this person is full porting every time gold goes up, but they reduce to, I don't know, like 0.25% or whatever whenever it goes down. Now, it might seem consistent. There's discrepancy in your trading. It's the same thing as what Alger was looking at now and saying, well, you're full porting it every time we go long. That can also be considered one-sided trading. It's the risk management side of things that's inconsistent. Today it's 1%, tomorrow it's 0.25%, the day after that it's 0.0%, and so on and so forth. There's inconsistency in your trading. It shows that you yourself are not sure of your strategy. You're not sure of your analysis. You're not sure of your risk management. So if you're going to choose 1%, stick to 1%. Unless there's something happening in the market that indicates to you that you need to cut your risk. Pull back or something. And then you can say, okay, when risk... Yeah, or if risk is coming to you and they're saying, hey, listen, we're seeing that you're doing A, B, C, D, and E. You're jumping around with your risk management. Then you can say, well, during this period and this period, I chose to cut to 0.25% because we were going through this reason. And then you say Trump tweets as an example, and so on and so forth. You can at least quantify, or in this case, you can tell them, look, I'm justifying why I'm doing this. And then they say, this person actually did think about the risk.
It's shown it's thought out as well. Because, like with me, for example, I will jump between 0.5% risk, 1% risk, 0.5% risk. I will lower and jump and fluctuate within that because that is within my strategy. But I'm consistently jumping within that. Now, if I go from... let's say I'm consistently around 1.5-2% risk, and then all of a sudden I'll go down to half, or like vice versa. If I'm consistently at 0.5% risk, and all of a sudden I'll jump straight up to like 1.5-2% risk, there's a good chance that I'll have the team. Even now, I'll have the team being like, "Well, what's going on here, man? Like, what's going on?" They'll jump on a meeting with me, and I'll say, "Look, Trump, etc., etc. There's a reason why I've lowered down." Now that that's all ended, I've gone back up to what I was. And if you go back 10, 12 months, you'll see that was my initial risk, but I lowered due to the escalation. Once you can explain yourself, they're like, hot damn, this guy knows actually what he does. He actually knows what he's talking about. So.
Yeah. Essentially, the way to think about it is if this was your own personal capital, right? This was money that you had in your bank account, in your brokerage account, whatever it is. Would you do these same actions with your own money personally? As you would with the firm, right? If that doesn't line up, you're probably doing something wrong, right? If you're
I'm going to one up that. Treat it like it's your family's money. So literally what LJ has just said, because some people do have a disregard for their own money, whereas treat it like it is your wife's pension, your wife's, inheritance, her savings, or it's your family member, like your dad sold their company, your parents have sold their house and given you money, and you are now in charge. Your top breadwinner due to this inheritance money that your parents have given you. How are you going to treat that money? And if you're not treating a prop firm with that equal respect, why? Why not? You've got to have the same regard for money.
At the end of the day, what the 5ers are looking for, that's why it's called the 5ers, the 5%, top 5% of traders, that kind of thing. They want to put you to the actual pool, which trades through, once you're funded and everything, trades through to the live market. Then they can choose to increase, they might double up your positions, or they might half it, or do whatever, depending on how many traders are long EU or long gold or short gold, they got to balance the books. But basically they're looking to actually put your trading approach to the market, and then that makes money for the firm as well, and then that's how you guys also get paid out, right? So if you are not treating your approach, your trading style, that kind of thing, like a business, and actually protecting the capital and treating the capital as precious, then that's going to be looked unfavorable, because obviously if you did that personally or as a business, it would not last, right? You go under, right? So that it's basically like that. So if what you're doing is sustainable and it has a business forward mindset and approach, it'll be fine. Don't worry. Treat it as your own capital. Treat it as precious. Protect it. Then you're all good. Simple as that. But yeah, I think most of you guys, like Will said and stuff, were sort of just overthinking it. Don't stress too much. There is like a degree of understanding, that kind of thing. Like the 5ers always work with you guys. We have a great support team. Any questions you guys have, that kind of stuff, it'll be worked through. It's not just like, yeah, you're gone, right? There'll be a full discussion. You get, opportunity to say your piece or explain things. No issue. So you don't have to freak out. Don't stress too hard. Just do your thing.
And
if
the
you're
thing
doing the
I
right
wanted
thing,
to add to this,
you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, like if you know you're doing the right thing, you won't receive any email stating otherwise. If you're getting warnings, that's exactly just it. It's just a warning. They're telling you, look, we've noticed certain characteristics about your trading. We would prefer if you would consider addressing them. And that's the thing. If you get banned by the 5ers, it's pretty much you saying, I've received all of the warnings, and then flip them the bird and said, well, I'm going to do me in anyway.
Yeah,
then you become a
not
liability.
Easy. Yeah.
That you're becoming a
Very
liability.
forgiving.
And then they're like, we've given you warnings, we've explained, we've asked you to change. You decided not to. Sorry, we're severing ties doing business with you. Because that's ultimately what's happening, is you are providing a service to the 5ers, and they are supplying you with capital.
Yeah.
So there's an agreement. So there has to be some sort of risk management from their side as well, saying, listen, this person's practices are a little, I don't know, like little cowboy-esque, willy-nilly, very, very, very much teetering on that line of this is crazy and this is like not quite prohibited, but it's frowned upon. You're teetering that line. And like LJ said, the 5ers are very willing to let people experiment and make mistakes. And then you can just try again. But if you get banned, it's because you're showing effectively gross negligence. You're showing that you don't care about the rules, or you don't care about the way that they do things. And then it's like, well, we don't want to do business with you. So it's as simple as that.
Strict. Yeah. As far as this, I don't think you can translate when we're live. So the post-recording,
it looks like we can't
be able to translate, but this can't. Basically, that's saying, why is there no live translation for what we're saying?
Yeah. So this is an English stream. We have looked at adding some closed captions, but the closed captions doesn't work that well for live streaming. It works really well if you have a recorded stream. Doesn't work that well, recorded stream and then it's posted and then you can go and read the subtitles. Doesn't work that well for a live stream like this.
Yeah, so apologies. But,
But also we do have a Indian community that also have a lot of like
Rich.
thousands of languages.
That is not Indian. You know that, right?
Say again.
That's not Indian. You know that, right?
What's not Indian? No. I know. I'm saying.
I was just making sure. I was
And
like, hang on.
I'm trying to prove a point here.
Rosanna especially when we need it.
Yeah, we do have many other communities. We have an Indian community that
There's
have
Russian.
thousands of languages that we also need to, like assist with. We have a Japanese community as well, Japanese stream. We have a Portuguese stream as well. So the idea is that you cannot satisfy everyone. We are trying to branch out as much as we can to incorporate many languages and many countries. But it's A, slow moving, and B, you require a lot of manpower in order to do that. So like the example with Indian is like the Indian community has, I don't know, like thousands of different languages, like hundreds of languages and nuanced stuff. And you cannot have everybody satisfied, unfortunately.
Well, it's the same with Africa, isn't it? You got Swahili, Zulu, Afrikaans, etc., etc., etc.
I mean, our country has got 11 different languages, official languages, and it's just one of those things.
Portuguese and Spanish, right? Like they're close, but not quite, right? So it's hard to have a dedicated language for every single language.
Of course.
Unbiased trader being incredibly biased at the moment. I must say, any language, the 5ers has been the best so far. I appreciate you, mate.
That's we appreciate that unbiased answer. Or that unbiased comment.
Unbiased opinion.
Kimmy! Yes,
Are we talking
Akram.
about Raikkonen?
Me for the win.
Akram can't decide on a profile.
No, not Raikkonen. New Kimmy. Young Kimmy.
Who's new
19-year-old
Kimmy? Is it a 19-year-old Kimmy?
F1.
Nah, dude, I've got.
Did you watch the Miami race?
Like work. I've got work on Sundays, mate.
Put it on in the background. Get another monitor that's dedicated to F1. They call it an F1 monitor. Nothing goes on it but the F1.
Dude, I need to... Actually, I'm going to do that, okay? Because I've got the second bedroom free now. And in the next couple of weeks, I want to get like a standing desk, that kind of stuff. I'm going to transfer all of this over there. And I'll have a full dedicated workspace / cave, everything, right?
The LJ.
I'm going to put just a straight F1. All it does is F1. Like some kind of screen. That's it.
Or perhaps like when
Please.
F1 qualifiers and interviews and GPs and practices aren't on, then you have like F4. You have like F4,
Please.
F3, F2.
LJ, get yourself one of those simulator pods.
Dude, that'd be sick.
I so want to, yes.
Get one.
I will
Because
fly over and
from
just
what-
use it.
from what I've read about them is that they're as realistic as they can make it without you actively being in a race car racing down a
Just
strip.
get the one with
It's
like
got the
hydraulics, so
movement.
like it actually shakes you
It's
when
got the
you're
hydraulic
like, yeah.
movement. Yeah,
And
and it like shakes you so that you're like, whoa, okay, there's turbulence. It's so cool. The only thing that they need is a smellometer or something that sprays some smell of
It
gasoline and burning
sprays, like,
tires in your face.
Rubber at you.
Because I did see some of the ones from China that are about like $4 or $5 grand, but they're basically the same manufacturer as the ones that are like the $30,000-$40,000 chairs, right?
Yeah.
So again, the same thing, because in that like 5 to 10, it's like it's kind of good, but not quite, right? You got to really get the like 30-40K ones, which is bloody expensive for like a full setup.
Yeah.
Some of the ones about 20 are quite good. Depends like how crazy you want to go with like the screens and that kind of stuff. But dude, I did find the actual manufacturing center in China, so I was looking at that.
That's sick. Yeah.
So maybe we'll have that in the background as well.
I know what we're doing on Fridays. We're going
to see if I can do a session, like streaming as well, where
I
I
was gonna
trade
say,
the
just live
parts with
stream the whole
controller or something.
Yeah, do what Max
Right,
Verstappen
yeah.
does.
And it'll be in front. I'll just be here, like driving, and we'll change the chart and stuff. I don't know. Who knows?
Are
I
we
saw
going
some
to?
people doing that.
Are we going to do some trading on the effort accounts?
Well, that's what
Seeing as the
looking
market
at-
is
I'm
the market is
looking at-
currently like not
Yeah.
great in my opinion. I did try and take a Nasdaq long. It's slightly in drawdown, but I'm looking at a gold long now.
Okay.
Same as that. Literally, that's what I'm plotting up right now. Is gold long.
If Rich, if you can give me another one, because I left I left orders in last Thursday when we were talking. Yeah, just got
Are
burned.
you saying?
No.
Are you saying what I think you're
I
saying?
binned it. I binned it. Yeah.
just burnt the account because
But that was after when we were when I cleaned up on the other trades, and I just forgot about it. So that, or
You
else I'll buy,
absolute muppet.
or I'll buy a live.
No. I'll.
some other
What
account
you
right
can
now.
do is
It's up to
what you
you.
can do is you can use that same coupon I sent you, and you can just.
I did
get
try to
yourself
click
in.
it before, it didn't work.
No, it's,
Okay.
I think it's it. Did you try and click it again when when your account was selected?
No.
It should be
Right,
working.
I'm doing it right now. Let's see. Otherwise, Otherwise, I've got my 20k pro growth thing, or I can get like a hyper growth or something.
No, I would say if you can't get that one going, then I'm going to just ask for another coupon and send it to you. The idea was in any way to screw around with these accounts in any way. So
Yeah, it's not coming up. It's not coming up.
okay, so
It just
then
says zero available. Yeah.
oh, okay, all right. So somebody's used them all up because I did one.
It says use coupons 5. So I don't know how many you got.
I got 6.
Okay, well, it says 5.
I used one. I sent one to Samir. I sent one to Will. I sent one to you.
Yeah, it says active, there's 0. So
Ah, okay.
I think there was only 5.
It was supposed to be 6, but okay, it's fine. I'll just get you a new coupon then. I'll get more. I'll get more coupons.
Okay.
La la.
Ooh la la.
Oh la la.
Well, in that case, Will,
Yeah.
are you going to do like a little silly trade with me?
I'm already in one. Just opened up.
What are
now.
you trading? Gold.
Gold.
Okay.
Gold, my man. Gold. The smell of it, the look of it, hopefully the long of it,
The taste of it.
the taste of it. Gold's second best friend.
Also, as far as this, like, I have no idea. No idea.
It's only able to enter one. Egyptian.
I got 1% risk on. No, that looks Thai. I want to say Japanese, but it's definitely not Japanese. I want to say that looks Thai. I'm gonna go with Thai. Cause I got a friend who's
That's fair.
married.
It could be actually.
Yeah, I got a friend who's married to a Thai girl, and it's written. It looks very much like that when they post it, because he posts on social media half in English, half in Thai. I'm sure it looks like that. I believe that's Thai. Yeah, I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong.
We've got another question here. So I'm backtesting my strategy, but for consequently 3 months, P&L is red. Is this normal?
It depends.
Tell us, guys.
Yeah.
If it depends. If you're going a negative risk to reward, then could be versus positive risk to reward. But it could also mean that you're taking trades that are in hindsight working, but in actuality is not working.
So I would say if you're backtesting a strategy, and you've got 3 months through backtesting, and it's negative. Was that within your perceived potentiality, right? Did you, when you created the approach or the strategy, right, did you potentially see that you could have a 3-month red P&L? If not, maybe the strategy or approach or whatever you're doing has some kind of issue, right? So whenever you're backtesting something, you also have to set certain criteria. It's almost like doing a scientific, like you got to create like a hypothesis, right? And then test that hypothesis against the market and see the results, right? Then you get the results. Did that fit your hypothesis, or is it completely wrong? If it's completely wrong, you go back to the drawing board, create a new hypothesis, create a new test it again, right? So that's how I would say, is that normal or not? Chances are you've basically seen that the approach doesn't properly work. Now, there might be a flux within that. You might go, okay, well, it was good for month 1, month 2, and then month 3 was bad, right? That's where you need the context. Was it succeeding here, and then failed here? And then you go, why did it fail here? So treat it like a scientific approach and try and break that down into those increments and then go again.
The most troll answer you can ever get.
That's brutal.
That's
Brutal.
That's absolute savagery. That's probably the most savage answer you could get.
Dude, I feel like this is like Jonathan or someone. I don't know. This is like
Yeah, that almost sounds like a Jonathan comment, doesn't it?
If only it was Jonathan.
Yeah. Where is Cutie Patootie Victor?
I don't know, I got my suspicions with that one.
I after that comment, yeah, I got after
Dude,
those
I
two
have
comments,
right from the start, like, come on.
when it was the name and it was the I am the legend, I thought
New name, but seemingly knows everyone and everything. This is someone, surely.
Mike in it.
What has been Mike? What's Mike been up to?
I was gonna say, literally, is Mike in it.
I would love to believe it's Mike, but I don't think it's Mike. I don't think Mike has that much. Or maybe he's just, Dude, we're gonna get to the bottom of this.
Why can I not find my? That's weird. Where the hell are my lines?
It would be funny though if it was sitting in the background lurking.
I reckon it is. Like, look at that spelling. It's someone. It's one of you guys.
Oh shit! What do I do?
I'll figure it out. Don't worry.
We'll figure it out. LJ is a master of figuring stuff out.
Either way, I'm not complaining. It's good banter. I love it.
It is. It's really good. Like fun. The stuff that
turns out is a genuine person.
What Jonathan said yesterday was really funny when Victor came on. That was so good.
It's a genuine person. They just choose to troll.
It's a good shot.
Maybe it was Jonathan's love child that he knows nothing about. That's all grown up and ready to troll.
Dude, I saw a picture of young Jonathan the other day. I was like,
Same.
No. I was like, that's Jonathan? I was like, look how cute he looks.
Where did you see that, Will?
I'm not gonna say because I'm not gonna say on stream. I'll message you.
Because the same.
Yeah, I think it's the same one. Yeah, I think it's the same one. I was like, huh, no way.
Yeah. I was like, what?
The person we were talking about is Griff. So just now, you guys said a name, Richard, about his YouTube channel when talking about risk. We were talking about Griff. So who was on stream. So if you... Let me actually go and see. It should be in the description box below.
Yeah,
in the
Griff
description
trades.
box below. Yeah, Griff Trades. You should see it there. You should get if you just click on that, you'll send a link to his YouTube channel and you can go and see.
Either
Or are we
that
talking
it
about
could-
Will?
no,
We were talking about
maybe
Richard Wells.
Yeah, I think that's because me and
Could be.
Griff were talking about it, so I think that
Oh yeah,
may have been in reference to Richard Wells.
it's probably Richard Wells.
Yeah, 'cause he was
Rich
talking
does
about
have
risk
a
of the
YouTube
trade.
channel, but he doesn't post there anymore. I think the majority of his
I think he's
For
only
the
active with the
5ers.
5ers, isn't he?
yeah, it's with the 5ers. So it's here on the live stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You'll have Richard Wells, and then he has a Discord stream on Thursdays and Fridays.
Yeah. So you can get like direct access to Rich in the Discord in particular, and he'll go through everything you want and probably stay longer for you, that kind of thing. So probably the most deepest contact area in the Discord with Rich.
So, question for you, What16402. Are you in the Discord?
Give me one second.
Have you purchased a 5ers account at some point in your life? If so, then you can join the 5ers Discord. The link will be in the hub. Top left, there will be a Discord icon, which looks like if you see down here, that's the Discord icon. It looks like that. Down just underneath mailbox. Well, in that case, I would suggest get yourself the cheapest 5ers account you can, which I do believe is the 20k bootcamp. Oh, you have a 5ers account. Is it one that you purchased or is it one that you won? Did you win it in a giveaway or something like that? You need to have purchased one. So if you have purchased one, just go and join the Discord via the link. If you've won an account, if it was from a giveaway or something, then you won't get access. So in that case, then what you do is you go into the Discord, and then on the communities page, which you just need to scroll down a little bit on the left, you'll get to the communities page. Every Sunday or Monday, the community manager for the Discord, Abe, will send out basically a roster of everything that is the agenda for the week. Okay, so if you've bought it, into your hub, top left corner, Discord icon should be blue, shouldn't be grayed out. Click on that. If it is not blue or you cannot find it, you can follow the prompts from the help desk, the bottom right. But it should be top left of your screen. I don't know if anybody can quickly bring up their.
I can. Give me a sec. I'll.
I wonder if I can quickly.
Yeah, hang
log
on.
in.
I'll do it.
Have you got it?
Yep.
You found it. Awesome.
Yeah,
Awesome.
yeah, she found it.
If you found it, then that's great. Then you just go into the Discord, you go to the communities tab, and then you will see the weekly contest, weekly activity schedule, all of that stuff for the Discord, and you'll see Thursday the 7th as well as Friday the 8th at 16:45 GMT plus 2, so that's 14:45 GMT. You'll have Rich in the Coffee with Traders section, and then if you scroll up, you can go to the live stage, which has recordings, open voice, and then the Coffee with Traders. So best place to go and get that information.
I was kind of hoping that I just missed being tapped in by on gold, literally fractionally. That's really annoying. That I'm hoping it reacts from now though. Do we get free coffee or is it just a figure of speech?
But yeah, so if you guys go to the community news tab, right there you go. You'll see all this stuff with everyone right there. That's what it looks like. You got each of the times right through there. Easy done. There we go.
Love from Malaysia. Awesome. Thank you very much. What is this?
Oh,
I know. This is Will.
hang on.
Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry.
hang on.
I moved
Hang on.
I moved
There you
your
go.
chart.
I divide, like I said, I divide all my screens. So I've got like 1,000 charts up. So let me just, I made it a bit bigger for you.
That's right.
You can see it now.
I might just reconnect because my screen is lagging once again. So I'll reconnect and come back.
Yeah, fair.
Cool.
Yeah, no worries.
Huh.
Gosh, so this is what I'm wanting to see on. I want to tap in.
I guess Victor lost his mask today. That's why he isn't on stream. No, Victor has asked for a personal day today. He has some stuff happening in the background that he needs to attend to. He will be back again tomorrow. So no Big D guy 666. He has not lost his mask. He might not be using it right now, but he will be back again tomorrow with his mask.
He is the mask. He doesn't.
Did you guys ever watch the movie The Mask?
Yeah. Dude, mate, that is an old ass movie.
Indeed it is.
That is an
And
old-ass
that
movie.
mask's powers were transferred into Victor's mask. Not the zany craziness, but the powers, the abilities. Yo, Samir, are you ready, mate? Hello.
He looks ready. He looks like he's had a fresh trimmed a lot. He is roaring and ready to go. There's a rearing to go. He's rearing to go. Yeah, that one.
I think it's 1-0 for Will and Rich.
I'm sorry. How did Samir just turn into LJ? What just happened there?
Dude, that was crazy. That was at the exact
Samir-
same time.
That was unbelievable.
I think
timing.
you're muted. Ow. Samir, you're muted, mate.
I'm
That was
starting
wild.
to think. I'm starting to
I'm going to
think-
remove you so
Samir
long so that you can
isn't-
sort out you.
Okay, there you
There
go.
we
Back.
go.
I think now
Back.
There we go.
Yeah, you're good.
I have selected the right
you-
mic. I don't know why it was not working. Yes.
I was gonna
Now it's
say,
clicked.
yeah,
Hello
yeah.
everyone. How are you guys?
It sounded more like
up,
you have
Samir?
technical difficulties not being muted.
How are you doing, man?
Good afternoon.
Good
Good
to see you.
afternoon. I'm good. And how are you?
Good, bro.
Doc
Well,
Lock LJ.
Doc Lock LJ.
Yeah.
Go strong. What was that, Rich?
Back. Come on, man. Yeah.
It's a signature move. Signature move.
When are you gonna start being like 6'7" or something as well? Like,
Right. Where am I? Where am I? You're gonna go throw up real quick.
I actually did want to
That's
say
terrible.
this. So, Garden Design Pictures, why does he wear a mask? I mean, he has explained it before, so obviously I'm not going to speak on his behalf, but I do believe that it has to do with privacy.
I thought it was just because he's so much more handsome than us, but he can't be seen on social media.
yeah, that's what I thought.
That is it.
That's
That is
genuinely why I thought. I thought like he's just so much better looking than us. He's got to mask up so we don't all look bad.
Yeah, no, it's a privacy thing, and it's one of those things where it's also his persona. Like we had Void, who's Akram, who has a trading persona and a personal, his normal persona. And in this case, the masked trader is Victor's persona. So
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
become like a motif.
Yeah,
Okay.
welcome everybody
So
to
it started-
trading. We all have split personality disorder.
Yeah.
Started ages ago, and it's become like a carry-on kind of thing. So if you guys are still wondering why, no, it's not because of some weird COVID thing. It's a carry-on. Don't worry.
yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is Jonathan.
I think this actually could
He is
be
scared that his family
legitimate
member's going
reason.
to ask him for money.
This could actually be the legit.
Yeah, that can be a possibility.
yeah.
Maybe his family's gonna ask double our money also. Because a lot of
Yeah,
people think
dude,
that trading is about doubling the money.
All
Yeah,
I'm going to
right.
say is I have never seen Batman and Victor in the same room.
They all wear masks as well.
Neither have I. Can confirm.
I swear to God, I'm gonna
Haven't seen
buy Victor. Next time I see Victor, I'm gonna give him a Batman mask. I'm gonna beg him. I'm gonna pay him to wear on stream.
I'm telling you, that needs to be his persona for Halloween.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. 112%.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
112.
Definitely. That would be sick.
Or he needs to have the Bane mask.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Bane. There it is. It's literally like for like mask as well.
That, or we need him as Batman and someone else as Bane, right? As like a, and then we can have like duos. And then who's going to be Joker and who can be someone else?
Okay, so it's the simplest. This guy's the Joker right here.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
We were talking about you, Will, not to you.
Fair, valid. Do you say that I'm...
No, we were saying you can be Joker if you wanted to.
Yeah, fair. Dude,
Paint your face on.
I'd rock a Joker. I'm so...
I actually don't think this is a bad idea. I think that actually
That's
could be
a pretty good idea.
I think that's actually a good idea. Yeah.
But I'm
Let's
so
just hope
unserious.
that they're all public domain, that we're allowed to do all of this. Otherwise,
Yeah. Do you know what really sucks? Like, what would be awesome is if we had events where the team could meet up and then potentially like do is it an IRL live stream, an in real life live stream? How sick would that be if we could, like, so let's say for example, we pick 2 events or 3 events. So 3 times of the year, all the guys, all the streamers would meet up at a particular location and just do whatever that sort of theme would be. So if it's like Christmas, we have like a Christmas party. You know, we all have a Christmas meetup. Halloween, for example, we'll have a Halloween party, and whatever. You know, we all pick an occasion. I think that would be sick.
yeah, we have a boat, and we need to go onto that boat.
Every now and then we live on a boat in the international waters.
Geolocate
called,
the midpoint for all of the 5ers traders, the hosts, and geolocate it's probably going to be like, I don't know, like right next to Somalia or something, right there, and then we all sit on the boat, and then we have a live stream.
Yeah, and that's also how we do this Big D guy.
Yeah, and Big D guy, I want to ask you all, how do you guys do tax fraud and fool the IRS? It's very simple. We have a boat.
We have a submarine.
Yeah. Yeah. We all
Right off the
technically
submarine.
disappear off the surface of the Earth for a minute.
Yeah, so we trade from like Bermuda Triangle, right? Outside of, international waters, it's fine.
Yeah.
Outside of jurisdiction, it's all good. But
Isn't
yeah,
it
that
funny-
or art and Pokemon cards.
That's why
That's the big ones, right?
I got
there's so much art.
up there somewhere.
Yeah.
That... Oh, man.
Julius is asking, where is Samir? He's right there.
Right here. Can you see me?
There he is, guys. There.
Hello.
Welcome to me. Where is Samir?
Hello, guys. How
Welcome
are
to me.
you? I'm here.
Feel that may have been a little bit of a delayed comment.
Yeah, might be a little bit behind on the stream or something.
Like, I've just been tapped in
Yep.
on my second order now.
I don't know if gold is going to carry on going up, though. I have
Yes,
a
it
sneaky
will.
suspicion.
It will
Sneaking
rocket
suspicion
up.
that we're getting close now to
Gold
New York
is-
Open.
New York Open volatility device.
Look at
I will say
the
we-
1 hour.
So everything that
I think
myself
gold is
and
gonna go
Pedro-
down.
Yeah, we've met the targets that myself and Pedro were talking about for
Shut
us.
up, LJ.
Everything to go down. So
Hang on,
Euro
hang
down,
on, hang on.
Aussie down, gold down, everything down.
So anyway, so we think that gold's going to go up.
Nope. I don't think so.
Anyway, we're back. All right, where's Samir? We need Samir. Yeah, good. All right, okay, cool. Thankfully,
Why?
the other guy's gone. So
Yeah, if you look at the hourly candle,
how
it
short are
is.
you guys getting on this?
Well, I'm personally going to start aiming for yesterday's lows. I'm going to hedge this trade.
No, I'm going to stay in it, see what happens.
Yeah, we are rejecting from this area. I do think if we printed like a bearish candle on the hourly, definitely, as you mentioned, we can test these lows. Again, just my point of view, of course, maybe if we break this out, then yeah, there's a possibility we can test these areas. But under this area, I think I will be looking for shorts on this pair, which is gold. Even the daily candle, look at the previous day candle. It was a very strong bearish candle, and we also closed under this area. So maybe this is making a top wick to continue lower, or of course it can engulf this area and can be in your favor, Will.
Hopefully.
Let's see.
Anyway, guys, I got to shoot because I've got a meeting in 10 minutes time, so I got to dart off real quick. I shall see you all el mañana. I'll see you all in the morning. Best of luck to those long in gold. I hope that you hit your stop loss if you're short in gold. I'm joking. Make sure that you all have strict risk management and you're trading with the correct processes. And as long as you're following your strategy, nothing and no one else matters for as long as you're in that trade. So, guys, thank you very much. Stay safe, stay profitable, or just stay a complete degenerate. Who cares? Guys, peace.
I was about to say, are you Metallica or something?
Yeah.
Nothing else matters.
Nothing else matters. That are Radiohead. Am I wrong? No?
No, dude, nothing else matters is Metallica.
Yeah, is there not another Radiohead song as well?
Yeah, that's Bohemian Rhapsody, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Bye,
No,
guys.
it is. No, you're right. Metallica, yeah. I'm wrong. That's fair.
It's okay, we understand.
Yeah.
It seems as
No,
though Samir has just lost power, and we are about to have a storm. Oh man, I hope I can last another hour and 10 minutes.
I mean, we've still got rain and that kind of stuff. No storms, but rain. But that's it. Dude, actually, another thing, weird thing, sidebar, how the power and everything has been going out in the elevators.
Yeah.
The entire hallway right now is flooded. So there's been like leaks coming down. And same with the car park, flooded.
Yeah.
So again, this seems to be, like I've talked about, the elevator thing, the internet, the power, that kind of stuff going out here. I don't know who built this building. Like, what first-year tradies built this thing? Not good.
It's the new
But the
Australian
weird thing
standard.
is, yeah, which we do actually have decent standards, but there's also a sort of grey market with things where we have certain affiliations with people that approve certain stuff and blah blah, and it gets done.
Oh, how do you operate otherwise? That's the only way that we know how to operate.
Anyone in Australia, you'll know it's called the CFMEU. It's all otherwise affiliated. I'll just say that, just for PC purposes. But
trying to make sure that LJ doesn't become a victim.
The funny thing is, I mean, I've been here for over half a decade now. Prior to that, it was not too bad. Like, I've got one thing in the kitchen. All the electrical wiring here is terrible, right? I've had stuff short out through there. There's a couple of the plugs that you just don't use. Terrible. But it's started to degrade. I think we're at that point of the building starting to hit its max, that kind of thing. So yeah, anyway, I want to stay here. It's really nice,
but
I've got another couple of months. But yeah, this is getting like not cool. So
yeah, no,
yeah. Anyway.
I understand. Big D guy asking, where am I from? I am from South Africa. I am South Africa. LJ is in Australia. He's an Aussie lander.
I'm very dubious right now.
Of what?
Big D guy, obviously. Very dubious. Very, very.
It's someone. It must be someone we know, because the first thing that they said was
I don't know. It's
trolling.
like Akram with like a second account. Like, I don't know. It's too fresh and too much knowledge, which is nothing. you know.
Julius, what you smoking, bruh? Let me know, please. Who says bruh? That we know. I actually don't know. I hope that Samir's power is coming back. It doesn't seem as though. I think his power failed.
Either way, I'll hang around with you. That's all right.
Dude, thanks. Appreciate.
It's all good.
Dude, we should have done a trivia
Sesh. I can try and mop one up if we want.
We're still waiting for ISM Services PMI and the JOLTS Jobs Openings.
Yep.
I think it's going to be a nothing burger. Pretty much.
I don't think nothing. I think it's pretty expected right now. I think, I was saying earlier with Pedro, I was saying like all the US data right now is pointing to being really good. This even goes all the way back to August, July, August, September, October. We were talking last year, where I was saying Q1, Q2, everything is stacking up for US to be really strong. So hence, stock market's rip. And even Dirk at the time was saying like, I don't know, I'm selling off everything. I was like, no, just trust me. Like, I know this is almost a year out, but everything's
been a while.
Yeah. And we've gotten there. And despite the tariffs, we've had the Middle East escalation, we have actually seen that. So I would say we'll still have strong numbers. Labor market being pretty good as well.
Let's hope it continues.
US data this week will be very good. So hence the trade on the dollar yen that I took before.
The buy that did a very strange thing. Wicked up, up to the wick down, absolutely destroyed a few people, and then decided to trickle on the opposite way.
Yeah,
I would be livid. I would be livid if this took me out and this took me out.
Yeah.
Anyway. Dude, like, to me today, Euro USD pound is just nothing. There's just, I mean, this is on the hourly, and like, this is just horrible for the hourly price action. You're going up, you're coming back down, going up, you're coming back down. I mean, it looks a lot better on the 5 minute, you know, you're in a range, you can sell the high, buy the low kind of like thing, but you wouldn't have known. But looking at it like this is horrible price action for a person that likes trend trading.
For trading, it's terrible. As far as market stability and confidence, this is good, right? Like I was saying with Pedro as well, like everything is pretty much priced in, right? It's hard to see where you want to shift euro dollar, Aussie dollar, pound dollar, dollar yen, NASDAQ, anything else. Like everything is pretty appropriately priced, I would say. Like I can't see any reason to really firmly have a view one direction or the other. Now, we were talking about how you get the slight tick up, and then I think there is a bit of downside after that, just in general. Hence, that goes into the forward calculations of US data coming through, non-farm payroll to the end of the week. We've still got the Middle East conflict going on. We've got a renewal of kinetic conflict. So basically like actual missiles being fired, not just chatter and talking. So I think going from here, that's probably the net direction, not in a major sense, but just a slight bent overall.
Like the overall ultimate direction.
Yeah.
Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but the eventuality.
Yeah. So
yeah, I mean, if you just look at pound, we broke the highs of the day. That was also the highs of the Tokyo session, and then we just went straight into consolidation. So we went from consolidation to consolidation, and it's just kind of like sitting there. So we're just waiting. Just waiting. EU, same idea. But we said this morning as well. Like, I did not like the price action. I did not like the fact that we had this low that was created the previous day. You know, you were slowly trending downward, and then it just kind of like turned. So you went from resistance, effectively, to now a support. So it does feel like it wants to eventually start pulling up.
Yeah. Like, so as far as euro dollar, like I was looking about 117.05, 04 to 06 is like a longer term historic, like above, just a tap above that 107 that we've hit a number of times, come off. We've, I don't know, it's been the past since like 2014, 15.
Hey guys, I think now it should be fine.
Good.
Yep.
All right, electricity went
Nice.
off. I just have to switch to my laptop.
That's all
So yeah,
all good.
Well,
man.
your lighting on your camera is
all
really
right.
good for your laptop.
Yeah,
Now I've changed the angle.
That's good.
I'm using the
Really
Osmo Pocket 3. It is a small camera, you know. It is a decent one.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
I
have
need
a
to get a
little
new
webcam.
camera, to be fair. So
Yeah, mine is
Yeah, I think this
the
is
most straightforward thing that you can get.
yeah. Same with my.
I think yours
my
is also
Mac.
decent.
Who's LJ's?
No, your Richard and LJ is
mine.
also having a decent camera. Yeah, your camera.
Dude, mine is cheap. It is
Mine
cheap.
are terrible. They're terrible. Yeah.
It doesn't look cheap actually.
It does one
decent.
thing. It does one thing really good, and it's 1080p, and that's it.
Yeah.
Doesn't
That's
scale up.
awesome.
It doesn't scale down. It's just like 1080p, and that's all I'm gonna do. It's 1080p.
I was
so yeah,
using my mobile camera before this, so
Mm-hmm.
that was also decent.
I know my.
I was
know
thinking
my
about
brother
doing
used to
that.
do that.
Actually. Yeah.
What
Not
what
bad.
you
I mean,
just
you've
said?
got so many. You've got so many that you can use, LJ. Just
Yeah,
laying
but they're
behind
all
you.
older. Like they're all rubbish. These are not new. Like this isn't 11, right? It's like 6 years old or more. No, actually, when did?
Let's do some research on 11.
Yeah, it was. It was about 2019.
It's been a while.
Because there was like a gap because we had the 8 and the 10 come out at the same time. So I don't know, it's 7 years old or something. Terrible. 2019, I think it was.
Dude, that.
Anyway,
2019,
Yes,
what a while.
2019. Yes.
It's been a minute. Not gonna lie, it's been a minute. We have half an hour, and then we're going to have the NYSE open.
Yep.
The two trades that I'm in right now. Okay, so I tried to hedge this one for a sell just in case. Don't care if this one goes to stop loss or whatever. But then at least I know that the other one, the other gold long, is gonna potentially pick up. So I'm not too bothered by that one. NAS, I've got a double entry right here. I did try and dip a little bit lower, but it is slowed now, so hopefully it can start running up from here. That would be kind of groovy. That would be kind of great. So we'll wait and see what happens here. Guys, just give me a second. I need to close sliding door because it's raining in.
yeah, it's all good. Go for it.
Big D saying, my history professor camera is better than yours. Maybe he's a tech guy. We are traders, you know.
I'm gonna find you.
I really wanted. Yes, I really wanted gold to reject from the supply, but we are not getting rejection. Now we are trying to push higher. All right, now we can see my screen. I really wanted gold to reject from this area. Let's see if we break out or we print a bearish engulfing now. So if we print a bearish engulfing, I will look for selling opportunities. But US 30, as we are below the 200 EMA, Below this, I will be looking for a shorting opportunity. This NYSE session, maybe we can get to this area, and I will look for my 1 minute pattern. Then I will short around this area. Of course, my stop loss is gonna be based on the 15 minute. Let's see how much my stop loss is gonna be. Yeah, I don't mind keeping my stop loss 200 points or something like that, because my entries on the 1 minute, but my stop losses are always based on a 15-minute time frame, and I will look for 1-to-1. As we are below the 200 EMA, I will look for shorting opportunities only, and let's see how this NYSE session is gonna go. GBP USD also, I was eyeing on some shorting opportunity around this area, which is also aligned. It is a decent supply area to me, and also the 70% retracement on the Fibonacci. I have observed, 70% retracement is a quite good area for major pairs. Can be gold, can be these major pairs, but US 30, I haven't really seen price respecting that area that much. So this Fibonacci thing works good on Forex and gold and GBP USD. Okay, now right now we are at the 70%. Just one rejection. I might can put just small risk here because I don't trade Forex that much, but this leg is looking clean. So I might can put some risk here. Stop loss can be somewhere around here. TP can be somewhere around here. Let's see how price behaves around this area. And this was also a consolidation, looking decent. Just want a fake out type of thing, and that will be good. Gold is still pushing higher. I think now it will be hard for gold to continue to the downside. Maybe this can be a liquidity point, but that will invalidate my analysis. So yes, this also I was looking based on the Fibonacci. We had a really breakoff structure. Daily candle was bearish, 200 EMA was bearish. We got some kind of rejections from here. We rejected from here. We got the supply area. Now let's see if we print a bearish candle or not. How much time do we have? Okay, we have like
26, 25 minutes.
23-ish minute, I think, for the NYSE open. Let's see how gold behaves around that area. But US 30, definitely looking for shorting opportunity as we are bearish on the 15-minute EMA. But on the 1 minute, we are bullish. Only one thing will make me interested. If we consolidate around this area, I think then only I will execute this trade. If we just impulse like this, some kind of waves, then I will not take this trade here, because on the 5 minute we are printing bullish legs. On the 15 minute, yes, we are bearish, and on the higher time frame also, like maybe 1 hour or 30 minute. But if you go more higher on the daily or something, we are still bullish here. But as I'm an intraday trader, I do like to follow the recent market structure. We are bearish, but need some kind of confirmation. Let's see how price behaves around this area. For now, I'm going to delete this area. GBP USD, very decent area for sells. I will be shorting around this area. So at the same time, I cannot put too much risk on the table because I have to take US 30 position, which is my main pair. I don't want to get involved with a heavy risk here. Even if price rejected, I will just take 0.2% risk or something like that, just to be, involved in this kind of analysis. And gold wise, still nothing promising. We are still pushing higher here. I think today only US 30 will be the opportunity, and GBP USD if we reject from here. Only two pairs I will be looking for NYSE session. And of course, the more focus is going to be on US 30. Actually, let's take a look at NAS 100, because yesterday
NAS has broken all-time highs on the 5 and the 15, and then retested the all-time highs basically.
All right, I think Dave and me was talking about buying opportunities around this area. We got a liquidity move and then the actual move. So yesterday price was not able to make the new highs. Definitely today we have made a new high. If we ask for the opportunity, I think a retest will be good for buying opportunity. Or if we push higher and we make another structure, That will also be good for buying opportunity. As per my strategy, my stop loss should be based on the 15-minute, and this is a way too small area, so I will place my stop loss somewhere around here if I decide to buy around this area. But that is not my main pair because my win rate is better on US30 based on the breakout strategy and 200 EMA or market structure. The way I see the charts, US30 is good, and yesterday I think it was a good selling opportunity. As we was below the 200 EMA, we printed a bearish candle. If you go to the 3-minute time frame, there was a decent trendline breakout right here. So I took a trade here, but my stop loss was here. I just got stopped out and then price moved in my favor. I think what I could have done better is based on the 15-minute and 200 EMA, I could have placed my stop loss, above the 200 EMA. So I would have been saved. So learn from my mistake. Today I will not repeat this thing where I am keeping two tight stop losses. I think 200 EMA will be good for stop loss placement. Or the other side can be, we can also place stop loss on like 15-minute structure and just give little bit room, which I normally do. I don't know why I placed it too tight. It is my mistake. So today I will keep my stop loss decent. Yeah. Let's see what we do around this area on NYSE Open. Gold is still pushing higher.
Slowly.
Still, below this. I want the gold to respect this high, but momentum is of course there. So it is a 50-50 area right now. GBP USD, no rejection, no trade. A little bit of rejection, then it will be good. I'm sorry, guys. All right. Why does he look like TJR? I'm not TJR, my friend. Hello, Samir. I am an analyst. Amazing. What kind of analyst you are? Let me know. Priyanshu?
Who is TJR?
I have no idea.
I don't look anything like him. Who is he? No idea.
A lot of people relate me to a lot of people. Every day I'm seeing some new names. Now I'm seeing TJR.
Oh, TJR trades.
You're looking GBP.
Oh no. No. No, he doesn't even remotely look like TJR.
Yeah.
I'm gonna find you.
Yes, I'll find you. Thank you for the breakdown. Yes, Abra. Raphael. Okay, let's read some chat here. I'm a swing trader using Ichimoku chart. Oh, I'm hearing this Ichimoku thing after 2-3 years, and I remember I used to see Ichimoku here and there. So let's read your question. Have you covered this, guys? I'm not sure as I was off.
No.
I'm doing a sec. Sorry, hang on.
Okay.
Keep it in.
You're saying
Alright,
Forex is a
Ichimoku
bit of a
chart.
nightmare at the moment. Was watching USD JPY a few days ago until the drop, nothing fitting my criteria at a while. That's important, I think. Like, even if you are trying to implement a specific strategy, the market's not always going to present you with what you want. So I think the best thing is to just accept sometimes that your strategy, let's say specifically, is going to be reliant on the cyclical nature of the market.
All right. I have interest in GU setup. Can you speak?
Sislako is saying, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm
Move
just
you are
saying,
waiting.
Sislako is saying, yeah. What are you waiting for?
All right, I have interest in that GU setup. All right, let's take a look at GU once again. Gold is not a friend anymore. Let's just eliminate that pair for some time. Okay, let me delete everything. Let's start fresh now. First of all, let's take a look at the 4-hour time frame. 4-hour, we have came below this area. We are also retesting this area. Just notice now it is an added confluence. This can be the confluence number 1 to go short in this particular pair. Okay, now look at the daily candle. Daily candle is bearish, right? And daily candle is having decent amount of momentum. which can also be added as a confluence, or maybe it can boost little bit of confidence. Yes, maybe we can push lower today also, as we saw a bearish momentum yesterday on GBP USD. Going to the 1 hour time frame, we are making lower legs now, something like this. So this is still a lower high, a lower low, maybe a lower high here, and then push to the downside. And yes, let me delete everything again. Now let's come to the 15-minute or 30-minute time frame. As I mentioned, that Fibonacci 70% area works decent when it comes to Forex or gold. Right here we are at the 70% mark. We also broke the structure, and the candles was having some kind of volume here, decent volume as I can see here. So if we print a rejection candle here, so your entry can be somewhere around here, it can be fine. So stop loss will go above this high, and target can be somewhere close to this area. And we, I think, also have unfilled, this area was never tapped, and there is a small fair value gap, this demand area also. So maybe price can visit these areas. Of course, don't short it blindly. Just wait for a pattern here, then only you can take a trade. I think that will be ideal according to my strategy. One push lower, go to the 1 minute time frame, wait for a small consolidation. If we break that, take the trade here. Stop loss placement and everything can be based on the higher time frame. Maybe it can be on the 30-minute or can be on the 1 hour. So that's what you can do here. I think that will be the ideal scenario here, because I trade 1 minute patterns, but my bias is always on 1 hour or 15-minute. I don't go way too crazy like 4 hour daily. I might can look candlesticks, how they are closing on the bigger time frame. But when it comes to areas or market structure, I look at 15-minute, 30-minute, or last 1 hour. That's it. It works good on US 30. So yeah. Today it is gonna be a confusing day for US 30. Why? Because here the EMA is bearish, but on the 5-minute EMA is bullish and momentum is to the upside. So I think a tap here and closure below this, small consolidation, that will be a little bit better. But if we saw consolidation like this also, that will also be better. But then I think I will take position around this area then. Yes, it will be some kind of reversal trade, something like this. Because shorting around this area will become risky, because yes, we are bearish on the 15-minute. There is one rule which I like to follow. Price should align in every time frame. 15-minute is bearish, but 5-minute and 1 minute are bullish. But yesterday, everything was bearish. Even 1 minute was bearish. So that's why this trade played in my favor. Of course, I did a mistake here, placed stop loss a little bit tight here, which today I'm not gonna do. So yes, let's see how we perform here on US 30. Okay, gold has broken this high. Now let's delete this. Now it is tricky. Yeah, I'm just gonna focus on US 30.
Jeez.
The NAS.
Not very nice.
So it's the NVS now instead of the NAS.
Nice.
NVS instead of the
Yeah.
not
Very
very
nice.
nice. It's the NAS.
Not very nice. Not very nice, the nice.
I think it's pretty nice. I mean,
if you're going to break
it's
all-time highs and
still
slow
functioning.
down, yeah, but
They're
you
functioning.
broke all-time highs and now you're just like, keep running. Oof. The weather, she is crazy here right now.
yeah, Look, NAS. It's hard. I think eventually we're gonna start going sideways. That'll be when it gets, because especially the market never tops out with like a needle, right? Like a wick,
kind of like
big needle wick. It's always goes that, and then sideways, and sideways, and sideways, and then right.
Which is why I like the NAS, because when it does a reversal, it has a slowed momentum and then a reversal, where it's not like spike and then drop. You know, I like that.
Yes, and also when it does eventually go, it's more clear cut than like the S&P,
Yes.
because the S&P
So
has the
solid.
coagulation of every other company, of which the NAS still makes up the majority of the S&P. So it's always better to trade. I was going to say, with the dollar yen, the question we had before, the Ichimoku cloud, I'll actually jump into this a bit, if you want.
Into
So-
the Ichimoku cloud.
Yeah.
Do you actually use it?
Yeah, so we'll go to the other thing. Yeah, I do. I do actually use them. So the thing with the Ichimoku cloud, this is actually part of why I end up going long dollar yen, or a portion of, right, part of the confluence per se. So with the Ichimoku cloud, right, basically when you're above the cloud, it's green, means you're bullish, you got positive momentum. When you get these dips through here, that's basically support, like major support. And then same when you breach back into the cloud, this is also support. So hence we didn't close below the cloud. That's what we needed on the Friday to actually get that further momentum lower. We were unable to close on a candle basis below the cloud, right? So now we're driving back higher up towards the top of the cloud. Then you've got the other confluences of this 10 moving average and the 50 moving average here. This is on the daily. So the 10 and the 50 now converging up with the top of the cloud here. So that's why my topside targets are around that 158, 50 to 60 area up here. So I want to see us come up through here and then potentially start to take another crash lower. But yeah, Ichimoku clouds, very good, very helpful. They're basically just full of like a bunch of exponential moving averages and a bunch of things without going into a full class around it. Particularly for those yen pairs, obviously, very important. Japanese traders make up quite a large proportion of trading volume, even retail traders, they're the largest in the world. So yes, these indicators do actually make an impact, and people do look at them and take indication from them. So you can see the next level that we have to tackle right here. This guy is about 158.10. If we can get through there, we go up through to the top of the cloud, which you also have this cluster of simple moving averages up there. That's also around the base of these candle closures through here that we have wicked through, but the candle closes have always been higher around this 158.60 plus area. So yeah, until you get a close below the cloud, we've got relatively, what's the word? Not bullish momentum, but we've still got robust trading in terms of the carry trade going on. Put it that way. Yeah.
I mean,
So
okay,
ultimately,
so
I'd like to see.
how would
Yeah,
you
go on.
normally trade an Ichimoku cloud? Or at least how would you incorporate Ichimoku clouds into a trading strategy or platform, let's say? Because if it is derived from EMAs or a combination of moving averages and whatnot, it would always be a delayed indicator, and it would also just basically be a moving average of a moving average of a moving average. So how would you incorporate this other than, for argument's sake, just a regular moving average? Like, how would you differentiate between the two and say, this is when you would use Ichimoku and this is when you would use a regular EMA?
I wouldn't say you'd use either one, like either or. You'd use both in combination. So similarly with how I've got the simple moving averages up through here, I'd use a simple in combination with the Ichis, right? The Ichis incorporate more exponential type components. And basically what you're looking at is when you're above the cloud and the cloud is green, like this, positive momentum. You dip back into, sorry, that's dragging something else. Dip back into the cloud. Now you're in like contention. Dip below. Now this is potentially an overextension, almost like when you're looking at the standard deviation, like you've gone out of pocket, right? And you should actually come back into the cloud because the cloud is very much still positive. So we did come back into the cloud. We came back above. We're now below that top exponential portion. Come back down, come in through here. Then the cloud has flipped. When you see it flip like that and becomes negative, this is like a hard floor. Hence you get that flat level. And then the sort of mountain range through here, if you want to put it that way, it's kind of the wick area. As long as you either tap that or potentially go into the wick area, come back above, sustain that, still positive because you've got the cloud flip here again. And when you have these cloud twists, they do tend to be they like draw price to them as like a test. I feel like the Ichimoku cloud, to go into it in depth, like it has so many pieces, we'd have to talk for like a bit longer to go into it fully and break down each component. But yeah, particularly in yen pairs, it's very, I don't know, it's just looked at all the time. So therefore, it's also somewhat of a fulfilling prophecy at the same time.
Yeah, self-fulfilling.
Where more traders, lean into that. Therefore, price moves in relation to that indicator. But does also have other merits in general. But yeah, I know we don't have heaps of time left, so.
Yeah. Samir, do you use stuff like Ichimoku's, or are you purely, let's say, just maybe one or two EMAs or MAs and then just some Fibonacci's and so on? Do you utilize other indicators in your trading?
I have noticed when I found out about 200 EMA and when I was like, if price is below, combining the patterns here and there, that has given me the most consistent results. And when it comes to, back in the days when I was testing things out here and there, then yes, for a day or two, I have put this thing on my charts. But as it is way too noisy, so I haven't really, found success in it or tried to use this thing. So since I'm using 200 EMA and couple of, basics, price action concepts can be supply demand, or the foundation is patterns, because the way I started my journey, it was learning patterns, chart patterns, this, that, very basic continuation patterns. So that thing has stayed with me till the day. Other things, yes, I have learned over the time, about this EMA, about supply demand, Fibonacci here and there, liquidity points, these kind of areas. That I have combined in my strategy, but the major part is EMA, a little bit market structure, and the entry pattern is a chart pattern, which is very traditional thing. And if I give an example to our viewers, I was talking about a pattern that formed yesterday. I can go to that pattern. Okay, this was the pattern. If you see, this is some kind of a rising channel. So once we break out, I have combined EMA thing and market structure of the 15-minute, couple of liquidity areas, and that's it. As the Ichimoku cloud, that thing has really not given that much success to me, because from the day one I have always tried to keep my charts a little bit clean, and I haven't really been an indicator type of guy that much. So just EMA I use. That's it. Yeah, I think since the day one, I haven't really used that many indicators apart from EMA. Yeah, even RSI I haven't really used that much. Only EMA I have trusted the most. So that is how my foundation has been built. Patterns, EMAs, which have stayed with me, forever till this date. After trying everything out, the thing that I learned when I was starting my journey, So that thing has worked out for me. The foundation, the thing that I used in
NYSE
building my
open?
foundation.
We have
yes, let me
NYSE
see.
open right now.
All right. What can we do here? 15-minute. EMA is bearish. Can we reject from this area? Okay, yes. You guys can see my screen. But the problem is that if we... Now, this is some experience coming. If I mark this area out, then the EMA on the 5-minute will be bullish and the market structure on the 5-minute is bullish. So I think there is one concept that I use. If price is way too away from EMA, I can also take some reversal trades. But I think this will not be a high probability area. The high probability area can be this area, because this will be some kind of a liquidity area. Then the price will be way too far from the EMA. Then I will wait for my pattern, which is a rising channel type of thing. So then I will take a reversal trade. My stop loss placement can be... I will place a very decent stop loss because I'm taking a reversal trade, and also target also need to make sense. That doesn't mean I will target all the way here. I will target at the EMA. So yeah, okay, we are seeing some rejection from this area, and let's do some... Okay, so what if we close below this trend line? Can that be a trade if we close below the trend line? Yes, there is some kind of a rising channel. We are already bearish. I think we are already on the EMA and the structure is getting tested. Let me delete this thing.
I think we're getting a head and shoulders on NASDAQ from here. I think we go down today.
Yeah,
Let's see
it doesn't feel... like I said, I don't like it when it's close to all-time highs.
Another run high, like a head and shoulders or Quasimodo, whatever you want to call it. Like we've had this big branch up, shoulder, new high today, pull back lower, little tick up during Asia tomorrow or so on and so forth, come down. That could be invalidated though from non-farm payroll later in the week.
Yeah, we have...
That's what we're really leaning on. Right
28 minutes, and then it's the high impact news event.
Yeah.
All right. I think that trade ideas that I was referring to is making sense to me, but if the trade is somewhere around here, my stop loss will be... It will be way too huge, like 300 points. Yeah, I don't like 300 point stop loss because then it will be a swing trade for me. Because normally US 30 doesn't move 300 points. Of course, in the high volume days, it can move. So I think I will not take this trade. I want 200-ish point stop loss. That is a sweet spot for me. So that will be good if we reject from here and again move back up and then do something like this. Yes, I will wait for some time here.
I think we go higher on
gap is.
NASDAQ and S&P.
Okay.
I don't know about the Dow though, because the Dow is calculated differently, obviously. Right, so that's the trouble portion.
Yeah, NAS is also, bullish.
Yeah.
We are just breaking out and going to the 30-minute. This is a fresh breakout.
Yeah.
Let's run a Fibonacci. Yes, this can be the area where we can see some kind of pause, but that doesn't mean that it is a shorting area. And the concept that I was explaining, like away from the EMA or VWAP, it works good on US 30, but I haven't really tried that concept on NAS 100. So of course that concept is valid for everything, but the point is that the thing that you are familiar with, you can only have confidence in that particular asset, which for me is US 30. So if I do this thing on gold, maybe it will not give me that kind of success that I have on US 30. So I think there is also a point, when you trade one or two pairs, then you come to that point where you know about the nature of that pair. I think that theory is true. I was not a believer of this theory, but that is true. So I was like, it is a price action, support, resistance, whatever patterns. So it forms everywhere, but every pair has a different nature. So definitely this kind of theory do work well on US 30. You can also see price was way too away from EMA. Couple of fair value gaps, and then I could have looked for a pattern which was somewhere around here, but it is not too clean, so I'll not discuss about it. I just want a clean example. Right now we don't have any, and right now we're in a very tricky area. What if we break this area, huge impulse, and then it will be a reversal trade for me? That will make sense on every time frame, but right now it is making sense. Shorts are only making sense on 15-minute. 5-minute and 1-minute is not that clean, so I think I will wait for some time. Yes, either a way aggressive push to the upside or way too aggressive push to the downside, and then I will take a reversal trade. I think that can be the only trade idea for me for today. And it is just Tuesday. Monday was a good day. Of course, because of my mistake, I took a stop loss here. I could have placed my stop loss above the EMA. I would have saved and target would have been hit. So I don't want to make any mistake today. If one thing is not clear, then why? I'll just not take the trade, because I think this thing is only gonna make my performance better. So yeah, 5-minute. Okay, let me draw this trend line.
Gold is busy pulling back ever so slightly.
Yeah.
But that is with market open, so it's expected to have a little bit of volatility there.
We got to directly where I was talking with Pedro.
What about GBP USD? We was talking about shorts on GBP USD because
Right through
I
here.
think LJ was talking about AU and GU going down.
Bang, and then coming off. Yeah, NASDAQ as well. I want to see, so I think NASDAQ, like we've got a core wall up here at 28K and touch above 28.025 as like a pivot level as well. And then there's more slush between that above there. So I think we're going to go something like this up into here and then come back down. That's what I'm looking at. Max Pain is down here. Positive Gex is down here at about 27,600. Yeah, I think this is where we're going to peak. Just a touch around 28K and come off.
I mean, it's been bearish the whole day from open. And it has not really shown any propensity to want to go lower. At no point did we even remotely come close to breaking this upward channel that we've had. We've broken above it.
On which? On NASDAQ or?
NASDAQ, yeah.
Yeah.
So far.
I'd say NASDAQ, we've been positive. Like, you look at the Keltner. Right?
Yeah, no, it's been quite bullish. Yeah, it's been quite bullish.
We go to the 15 though. 15 always. We had a swap through here, right? Came up, down, neutral, positive, neutral, negative, back into neutral, then started driving higher.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like the whole of today. Yeah, the whole of today has been bullish. Whereas yesterday, yes, we did have that little bit of a dip down post New York Open. And I'm wondering if we're going to have the same experience now.
So like, these are the levels I have lower, right? So it's here and then back down into there, right? And then 1, 2, 3.
Samir, what are you saying about US 30? Like we're having like a larger than, I don't know, like most of the volume obviously from the US indices is coming out right now, but you're saying you're looking for a potential continuation long because it's now close to your bottom channel.
I was not looking longs entry. Right now we are on the trend line. EMA is bearish, structure is bearish. I'm a pure technical guy, so I think if we can close below this trend line, it is a 5-minute trend line. that will indicate a bearishness on the 5-minute also, 15-minute also, and I think 1-minute also. Right now, the 5-minute structure is bullish and the 15-minute is bearish. So that's why taking aggressive shorts here is not making sense to me. I think if you can close below this trend line, it can also be on the 1-minute time frame, and that will be a shorting opportunity with me for me. So if I take a entry here, my stop loss will go above this area, can be 200 points, something like that. And I think we also have the targeting range because we have huge gaps here which can get filled today. Something like this. This can be the trade idea number 1. If I want to go on the safer side, let the price go way too low here, and then I will find some kind of demand area. Okay, this candle is having no wick. I think I can use this information, and then I can take a longs here, some kind of reversal trade, and place my stop loss around this area and go for 1-to-1, something like that. As I have this information, we don't have a wick here, so yes, shorting here makes sense. If we close below this on the 1-minute, I will take a short here because every time frame is bearish now. It was not bearish if we don't close below this trend line. So let's wait for a closure below. I think 3-minute will do us fine. We are also below this 5-minute. So yes, closure below, I need that. 15-minute is also about to close in 3 minutes. So let's see what we're gonna do here. So NAS, I was having a trend line there going to the 30-minute. This trend line, I think if we can touch here, we can also break a little bit higher. That's fine. I will look for that consolidation pattern, and then I can go for a shorts here. Stop loss can be 150 points for 150 points, something like this. This concept works very well on US30. I also know the average point value, like how much points US30 can move. So I know how much stop loss is valid in that particular market condition because I'm trading this for a decent amount of time. As per NAS 100, I don't know if 160 points is enough, 100 points is enough, or 200 points point is enough when it comes to these type of reversal trades. But for US30, 200 points is enough in this kind of market structure. Sometimes it can be 300 points also. Above 300 points, it becomes a little bit risky. All right, we are getting under that trend line. Yeah, let's see how price behaves around this area.
I mean, it's quite a bearish 3 candles that we've had so far. Would you not anticipate a bit of a pullback and then continuation lower, or do you just expect the break to be strong enough to carry the trade lower?
If this was a trade that has to play, it will do something like this. Can be a little bit pullback, yes, but I'm not expecting a huge pullback. All right, so now if this candle close in 1 minute, a little bit of pullback, I will take the entry somewhere around this area. Can also place my limit order here. Yeah. I think 15-minute will do a little bit of pullback, and then one is try to flip. That can also be the move for me. Or can take some aggressive entry once 15 minutes open and try to go back up, and then can take the entry here. Okay, we are closing above this trend line. I want the price to close below this in about 23 seconds. That can be a liquidity move if we close above this trend line. Then it will not indicate sells for me.
It would not validate, yeah.
Yeah, and these type of things do work out. Like at least 60 to 70% of the time. So I have a confidence in executing this strategy. Okay, let's go to
So
the
we
1
have
minute
to
time
close
frame.
at.
3 minute. Yeah, we close like a rejection. 5 to 15 minute is very bearish. I think now if we do something like this, of course not that big of a consolidation, I'm not drawing it correctly, but just small consolidation, then also it will be good. But if this is a V-shape type of thing, if you go to the 1 minute time frame, then it becomes risky. So you take a look at VWAP. Okay, we just came under that VWAP also.
Nas very bullish. Gold kind of just staying around. UJ not really much carrying. It's still carrying on with its slow upward tick. EU bit of a pullback, slowing down now, and GU the same, bit of a pullback, but hasn't broken any significant low points as yet. I mean, US 30 moved, Nasdaq moved, gold itself still a bit flat.
So I'm putting trades in. So
What are you trading, mate?
I'm scoping things out, put it that way. Considering these shorts on the Nasdaq, now we're approaching 28K.
Yeah, Nasdaq shorts also make sense to me, but as per my strategy, just a little bit of consolidation, and then it will be good.
Well, I'm going to be putting a US 30 sell pending order at 49108, which is the midpoint, the 50% retracement of the fib on US 30. 49108.
Testing that.
Nasdaq slowing down. It has just wicked 27,983, slowing down a little bit. Euro also slowed. JPY is getting a little bit more. Very slowed.
Yeah, so Aussie dollar, I'm short from 71.83, and Euro dollar short from 117.025 through here.
So if it
Nasdaq
reaches 025, you'll
still contemplating.
Or,
No,
are you
I'm
already
already
in?
short both of them. Yeah. So Nasdaq is the one I'm
Waiting
tossing
for?
up. Yeah. Because they're all very correlated, obviously. Yeah.
So if Euro starts going down, Nas, do you think goes down as well?
Approximately, but obviously Nasdaq has held up typically. Aussie dollar has run down on its own. When Nas has come off, Aussie dollar's sometimes held up. The correlation has disconnected a little bit. It's more like went from like 90% to about 60, 55 kind of percent. Hence why I'm tossing up whether I believe the current correlations, or
Yeah.
almost run it as a somewhat of a hedge to some degree.
I mean, if it takes 2800, which it does seem like it's about to do very soon, let's hope for a nice sell-off.
Yeah. It's basically 2800 to 2825/30. 25, 30 points higher from that. That's the range I have.
So US 30 is currently sitting at 49.45. My entry is at 108. Okay, so it's 101 now. It's almost at 108. So I'm about to be tagged in. I'm just going to try and short this. We'll see. It is on the play accountant anyway, so...
Ah, fair.
And if it runs to stop loss, so be it. Reached 101. Now it's rejecting a bit. Why? Why are you rejecting? Huh. It has rejected me. I feel rejected.
Sorry, I'm so distracted. I've got multiple accounts trying to run through at the same time.
Gold seems to want to potentially continue pushing higher.
Kanye West. Dude, I've transformed. Got
Dude,
some
it's
good,
like
good record sales, some great albums. You know, there we go.
they don't know about Ligma. Okay, so US 30 is struggling to get to 108. You trade before 10 a.m. the economic news. Well, this is just a Funzi account. But LJ is a different beast.
Yeah, so it depends. So if you guys are gonna trade before news, like you gotta understand the news, understand the macroeconomic stuff going on, actually do the prior research, the prior assessment, all that kind of stuff yourself, and try and see whether you actually agree with the forecast numbers or you think is rubbish, right? If you don't understand it, have no idea about the macroeconomic situation or whatever piece of data is being released, or like a central bank announcement, and how that affects the greater economy or the dollar or whatever asset you might be thinking about, then don't trade it. If you have that knowledge, go ahead, right? To your own risk, just like any trade. But if you have no idea, then yeah, don't do it. So
Don't do it, man. Please don't do it. It looks like it's about to come and tickle me in.
yeah, I think we're getting that 2,800 capping price so far. So we'll see if we get a further push or if that's literally it, and then dump like I was looking for.
Samir, what are you seeing? Are you in your traders yet?
Yeah, I'm in a US 30 sell, as I mentioned. All right, you already can see my screen.
I've just been tagged in.
To US 30. All right. So I took a shot around this area when 1 minute was trying to show some kind of rejection. And I thought it is retesting the VWAP, trying to, push price to the downside. So I took some shots here. Let's delete the VWAP. 5-minute time frame. All right. You took a shot here. Makes sense. Your entries better than mine. 15-minute. Making a top wick. And as we are having the news, I think how much time it is.
It's going to be in about 7 minutes or so.
Right now it's like 4 minutes and 20 seconds, somewhere close to that. So let's see. But NAS is really rejecting the trend line. Let's go to the 1 minute time frame and let's see what kind of nature do we have. Okay.
Yeah, my entry on US30 was 49108.
That'd be good. Alright, as there is different brokers, so my exchange might be different than yours. Right now 108 is way too below here.
108.
Somewhere around
Yeah.
this area.
Little bit up. Yeah, there.
Somewhere around here.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if we reject from here or we push bullish here. Stop loss placement is logical and entry is also logical. Confirmations was there. 15 minute. Let's see what we get around this area now. We are retesting this supply area here. Left. Let's see if we reject from here or we close above this area. Okay, NAS is gonna drop, I think. Just a little bit of consolidation. That will be good for NAS. Maybe slightly here.
The thing is, we've got ISM. The big portion we've got employment indexes coming out, obviously, which is going to feed into non-farm payroll for Friday. So the other PMIs, rough. Obviously, we've got the war situation affecting that. Still should be decent, but maybe a touch weaker. I think it will mainly be the JOLTS. And the employment index from the ISM will be important. So we'll see.
Getting close now. It is in 3.5 minutes or so. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. Gold is flat.
Let's
NAS kind of just sitting there at the top, very close to that 2800 on CFD, obviously not 2800 futures. JPY starting to look like it wants to continue climbing. Euro wants to sell off, it would seem.
Do you think the fall that we saw on JPY pairs can correct? Or do you think can be pulled back and then again continuation to the downside? I don't trade JPY
I think we have to go higher. Yeah.
Okay.
So what's your EMA?
Quite a bit.
Yeah. So I'm looking about
why this drop
158.
happened? I'm
50 to
unaware about
60.
this. Why this drop happened? Was there some fundamental
was-
catalyst?
Yeah. So it was the Ministry of Finance from Japan. They intervened in the currency because we were pushing
Okay.
that 160 kind of area. So they spent 34.5 billion USD to short dollar yen, basically. So 4.5 trillion yen.
That's a pretty
Yeah,
penny.
and then
Whew.
yeah, exactly. It's very expensive to intervene. So hence, given the current conditions, that's why I see us going higher. Because spending more on that right now would end up failing. More times you try and intervene and it fails, the market calls you bluff, you go the other way, etc., etc. You have to be very selective. Just like back in the day, we had George Soros with the whole the pound, Bank of England.
News should be coming out now momentarily.
Here we are. Employment index up, just like thought. New orders down for the ISM. Prices index flat. JOLTS a touch higher, so that's actually better.
Nasdaq wants to come off.
Home sales
US
overall up.
Pushing up.
PMI for business a touch better. PMI for manufacturing index slightly lower. So it's a very Goldilocks like mixed bag. So it's basically yep, that's what we expected. Price lower. Buy the rumor, sell the fact type situation.
Yeah. Samir, you and I think we're going to take a little loss on the Dow. Tis what it is.
Alright.
US 30 is going bullish strongly. That opening range move
we
was
rejected from this trend line, and news is also there. Volume is there, so it is not looking good now. Can be a stop loss day here for me, and Rich is also in the same trade.
gold still
Nas
flatting.
is alright.
But now it's coming off.
Is doing lot.
The US 30 coming up because the US 30 is more heavily concentrated towards the consumer on average. So therefore, that rises higher with the data that we got. We saw NASDAQ dip down first, and then we see where we go from here. Overall, the numbers are still pretty good. So we might have a final burst through here and then come off. Because like I said, it's very Goldilocks right now. And the jobs numbers in particular for the employment data coming into Friday
It's pretty good.
are good. So I would be expecting a positive payroll number for sure going into Friday.
Yeah, so if it's a positive payroll number, that is generally good for the economy. So, like you said, we'd probably see UJ maybe run up again. We should see EU and GU potentially coming off a little bit. Yeah, at least you're then positioned perfectly on your EU trade. Do you intend on holding it till then or not?
That's basically the direction. Like I'll jump in and out with it, back and forth. But that will be the general direction. Going towards Friday, I'm not going to hold it through the whole week. Obviously, we probably have a bunch of headlines from Trump, tweets, that kind of thing, which will rock us around. So as soon as I get profit, take profit, I can always re-enter. Back in, back out, back in, back out, that kind of thing.
All right. And then with that, we have come to the very, very end of the stream, guys. Thank you very much for joining us. We do appreciate you listening to us and participating, bantering with us and asking us questions. We do all of this pretty much for you guys. So if there is anybody between LJ and Samir that would like to say something before we switch this puppy off.
Have anything, Samir?
That is it. We took a trade, follow the plan, and we have to accept the outcome. That is what trading is about. So with that being said, we will see you tomorrow, guys, and thank you so much for tuning in, and we will see you tomorrow.
Awesome.
Yeah, and likewise, I'll say we'll see you guys tomorrow. We've still got a bunch of news and stuff coming through. ADP tomorrow. It's going to be one of those kind of weeks where we get bouts of just consolidation. It gets a bit boring. Then suddenly we have spurts of things going on, and it goes to dead, spurts, dead, that kind of thing. We've been kind of in that situation for the past probably 2 weeks or so. But yeah, a bit more of that. Tomorrow, though, I think we'll start escalating as people start to move towards non-farm payroll, and then obviously looking forward towards Jerome Powell, of course, leaving, and we got Kevin Walsh coming in, and hence how he's going to look at the whole job situation and with the Fed's dual mandate overall. So I think we will start to escalate in volatility going forward. But yeah, either way, see you guys tomorrow, Wednesday. Ciao for now.
All right,
Enjoy,
guys, thank you
guys.
very much. Thank you very much for joining us. Don't forget to drop us a like and a subscribe if you haven't already, and get yourself into the Discord for some nice shenanigans there as well. Everybody else, have a great day. We'll see you all tomorrow. Cheers.